Hey everyone, welcome back to the alternate path. Today, we're diving into brand new what if story. What if Bella Swan returned to destroy Edward Cullen's empire? Here's a quick summary. 7 years after Edward left her, Bella returns to New York determined to destroy C-Corp. But when she discovers who truly owns the company, her plans and her heart are thrown into chaos. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to the alternate path and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Let's start the story. Bella's POV. I stood in the middle of my living room and glared at the clock as if it were my mortal enemy. The second hand just kept moving, tick tick tick, oblivious to the fact that I wanted to desperately stop time from ever moving forward. I closed my eyes, and in the darkness, I felt every dream that I'd kept secretly locked in a secret and small part of my heart, slowly seep through the cracks in my soul and disappear into thin air. 15 more seconds, 10 more seconds, 5 more, and then. It was midnight. The date was September 13th. And I, Bella Swan, was now 25 years old. My chest caved in painfully, and as I hung my head in defeat, I once again berated myself. Stupid Bella. Stupid, foolish Bella. It had been 7 years since he'd walked away and left me in the forest, and another birthday had now come to me. Wherever he was, I knew in that perfect mind of his that he never forgot anything. Whether he wanted to or not, his mind would remember this day as my birthday and he would know how old I was. And he didn't care. I knew it was irrational, but this birthday, turning 25, seemed even more final. If he'd ever planned on coming back, he certainly would have done it before I was 25. Now, I was just too old. The span in our ages was too great. There were plenty of beautiful young vampires that could do the job much better. I glared at the clock again. You can stand here counting the minutes until you're 92, my mind howled, and he's still not coming back. I knew that. I really did. My heart was just screaming for something else. He was somewhere in the world, and he was unchanged. The perfect boy that still found a way to invade my thoughts. His crooked smile was still perfect, his bronze hair was still perfect, and his arms were still the only place I wanted to be. I was going to turn 26, and then 27. Time would keep moving. Even for me. This is beginning of my life, I told myself. No more looking back. But why did it feel like a life sentence? The clock, uncaring to my misery, kept on ticking. I turned around, straightened my shoulders, and went to bed. When you're dreaming with a broken heart, the waking up is the hardest part. John Mayer. I heard the irritating beep of my alarm clock and my hand flew out of my covers in the hopes I could beat the thing into submission. It couldn't possibly be 5 a.m. yet, I mentally groaned. My eyes squinted towards the red glow, and when I saw that it was indeed 5 o'clock in the morning, I did something that was forbidden. I allowed my eyes the luxury of closing again. It was only for a moment, but it was enough. Before I could stop myself, a memory rushed in. The rain that had been steadily drizzling against the window all night, started to come down with greater force, and it woke me. Without opening my eyes, I reached out for him, and he was there. His scent permeated my sheets, it permeated everything. I melted into him as his marble arms closed around me. It's early, an angelic voice whispered, you should go back to sleep. I put my mouth next to his ear and whispered back, I'm not sleepy. His cold fingers moved slowly into my hair as his lips found mine, and I wrapped my arms around his neck and pulled him down with me onto my pillow. No, I growled. My eyes flared open. I threw back the covers and attempted to jump out of bed before I could dredge up any more dangerous memories, but I didn't wait until my feet were completely free of the sheet. I fell to the floor, catching myself with my elbows, and laid there for a moment, swallowing down the pain. I was angry. Angry because I knew the rules. Jump out of bed as soon as the alarm goes off, Bella. Never allow any unguarded moments in which your mind could wander. I knew from experience that as soon as I let my mind be free, it would go where it always wanted to go, and I was all too aware of what that kind of thinking could do to me. I took a deep breath. That memory was only 8 seconds at the most. I was getting better and better at controlling it, I reassured myself. I was getting better and better all the time. I untangled my feet and stalked to the bathroom. I pulled on shorts, a shirt, and laced up my running shoes. I then grabbed my iPod, and moved quickly out of the apartment. I forced myself to breathe deeply as I rode the elevator down the 65 floors to the lobby, and as I did so, I felt the tension from the unwanted memory begin to leave my body. I pulled my hair back into a ponytail and tried to forget about everything that made me feel weak and helpless. Everything that had to with him. Philip, the night guard, waved at me as I walked through the massive lobby and out the revolving doors. Central Park was right across the street from my building, and in less than a minute, I was running. Most mornings I ran 5 or 6 miles. The mornings I woke up with unpleasant dreams, or, like this morning, let myself think about forbidden things, I pushed myself a little harder. Today, I felt a good 7 or 8 mile day coming on. One way or another, I vowed, I would get him out of my system, out of my mind, and out of my heart. The cool, late September air was perfect for running, and about 4 miles in, my head began to clear. I tried to make myself enjoy the hard rock and rap blaring through my earphones. It was the only music I allowed. I pushed myself to run harder. Every step was another victory. Every step meant I was stronger. Every step meant I was farther away from wanting him. Every step meant I was fighting the weak and pathetic Bella, and that the strong Bella was winning. I wasn't as clumsy as I used to be, but having to concentrate on not tripping also helped to keep my mind off the wrong things. I checked my watch. I had to be home in 15 minutes and I still had 2 miles left. This day, of all days, I had to be to work exactly on time. This day, of all days, I had to be at the top of my game. For today was going to be one of the biggest days of my life. It would determine not only the future direction of the company, but also my career. Business had been my major in college, and I was definitely in business. The firm I worked for was carrying out a hostile takeover of number 9 on the Fortune 500, and at our last meeting, I could see in their eyes that they knew they were beaten. I had them over the hot coals and I was doing everything I could to stoke the fire. Today, my job was to turn up the heat until they were burned to a crisp. And I was very, very good at my job. After high school, a time I tried to never think about, I began a new chapter in my life. It was called, Be a Human. He wanted me to be human, right? Then so be it. I was going to work at becoming as human as I could possibly get. In college, I threw myself into my studies. The human mind is like a sieve, right? I did everything I could to forget him. I took classes year-round. I worked at the library on campus so that I could sneak and study after the library was closed. I became the teaching assistant for my professors so that I could earn more credits. I tutored students so that I could earn more money and therefore, take more classes. And I pushed myself to be on the dean's list so that I would be positioned at the top of my class. Men weren't exactly high on my list. In fact, they weren't even on the list. I purposely relaxed my standards of appearance and did my best to chase away any male that even thought of getting close to me. Through college, I was known as Frump Girl. I concentrated on nothing but getting through my studies, and I succeeded. I graduated with my master's at the age of 22. My rise in the company was nothing short of meteoric. After graduation, I was hired by the number 1 New York firm, Whitmore Hathaway, almost immediately. After I was hired, every boss I had was so impressed with my work ethic and my heartless ability to get the job done, that I kept getting promoted. I crushed anyone that stood in my way of success. I worked harder and longer than anyone else and discovered that I was relieved with all the responsibility that the CEO had placed on my shoulders. Hard work meant no downtime. Now, I was at the pinnacle. After only 3 years in the company, at the age of 25, I had just been awarded the job that had belonged to my old boss, the vice president. I felt a little bad about taking the man's job, but hey, it's all part of being human, right? I came back into the lobby a sweaty mess. My lungs were screaming for air and my ears were ringing from the loud annoying music, but my head was now on straight. I was ready to crack some skulls in the meeting today. I waved at Oscar, the morning doorman, and rushed to the elevator. My driver would be here to pick me up at 7:30 a.m., and I was never late for anything. Sometimes I marveled at how much I'd changed in the last 7 years. As my salary increased, I did 2 things. First, I bought a penthouse suite on Park Avenue. Second, I learned how to dress to kill. My intention was not to get a man. It was never about that. It was to throw off balance any man that got in the way of my success. I'd recently heard through the grapevine that I was being called the Bi. CH in heels. It was a title I wore proudly. I stood in my massive closet deciding what to wear. I chose a blood red dress that fit snug against my thighs, and a pair of 5-inch black pumps that made my legs appear long and slender. I practiced walking in the heels for 2 weeks before I went out in public. I decided to wear my hair down. I styled it so it had a slight wave to it and was so shiny that the light bounced off of it when I moved. I was never one to overdo the makeup, but just the right amount of blush, mascara and blood red lipstick put the finishing touch to my outfit. The phone rang. My driver was parked outside. I grabbed my briefcase, strapped my phone on my ear and began calling those on my team that would be at the meeting. As the driver pulled in front of Whitmore Hathaway's high-rise offices, I got a call from Simmons, my assistant. He informed me that everyone was waiting for me in the conference room and I grinned with satisfaction. One of my tactics was to wait until the entire group was assembled, and then make my grand entrance. In the past, it had proved to be an effective form of intimidation. I felt my heart rate increase. I grinned as the adrenaline began to move through my veins. I loved hunting, especially early in the morning. In a few hours, I reassured myself, the company will be ours. I was 4 for 4. I had taken down every company that I'd pursued. I had never lost. And I wasn't about to start now. An hour and a half into the meeting, the adversary finally broke down and realized that they had been pushed into a corner from which there was no escape. Their lawyers had their head in their hands and I smelled victory. I'd made Whitmore Hathaway $33.5 billion and it wasn't even 10 a.m. I turned to Simmons and with a look he knew well, communicated that I was turning the meeting over to him. I never bothered with the details. I left that to the little people. Gentlemen, I announced, standing and grabbing my briefcase, it has been a pleasure working with you. I will now leave you in the capable hands of my staff. I walked away without looking back and could almost feel the hate following me all the way to the door. As I approached my office, my head secretary, Sally, stood up immediately and began walking rapidly along beside me. Ms. Swan, I have your list of clients for today and your phone messages are sitting on your desk. I took the liberty of setting up your lunch meeting with your 12 o'clock appointment and made sure it was at his favorite restaurant. She was out of breath from running. I glanced quizzically at her. For crying out loud, I thought. I was walking in 5-inch heels, why couldn't she keep up with me? She gulped a large amount of air and started in again. Mr. Clooney has called twice and left a message for you to call him on his private number. I rolled my eyes. I attended just one movie premiere as a favor to a production company and that, Joe or was it Jim? Clooney. Somebody would not stop calling me. I grimaced. Please Sally. Get rid of that guy, I sighed. Her eyes went wide. Why you want me to give George Clooney the brush off? Ah, it was George then. I waved my hand dismissively. Yes. Just do whatever it is you do. Tell him I have some horrible disease, or something. But Ms. Swan. She exclaimed. He was just voted the man on the planet. For the 3rd time. Not as beautiful as the boy I once loved. Shut up, Bella. I sneaked a look at Sally and saw that she was eyeing me strangely. I unclenched my jaw, took a deep breath and said, Is there anything else, Sally? She handed me a thick folder. Here is the information you requested on that company, C-Corp. I took the folder from her and started to walk into my office. Oh, and Ms. Swan, she said hastily. The CEO of Radial Systems will be here to meet with you in 20 minutes. She got the last few words out as the large wooden double doors closed on her face and I sat down in my plush leather chair and breathed a sigh of relief. I was 5 for 5. I had a perfect winning record. I smiled. Smiling was an extravagance I didn't allow myself very often, but for this victory, I allowed myself one small grin. I leaned back in my chair and turned to stare out over the cityscape. Having a corner office with windows that stretched floor to ceiling allowed me to have a panoramic view of the bay and most of Wall Street. It was a beautiful sight. From up this high I felt like I had a window on the world. A window where I could see out, without anyone looking back in on me. Which was just how I liked it. I especially loved the way the city looked at night when it was lit up like a sparkling diamond. I spent most nights here, until midnight or later. Then I would go home for a few hours of sleep, and start this all over again the next day. I swallowed hard and turned away from the window, purging all personal thoughts from my mind. Instinct told me that I must keep busy at all times, and those few seconds were all the downtime I could risk. I looked down at my desk, and gratefully, saw the folder of my next opponent. I read the title, C-Corp, and felt my blood begin to race. About a year ago, while researching financial records of successful companies, I came across C-Corp. First, I was intrigued at the profits that the company had made, and second, I was amazed at their secrecy. As I read over everything I could find on C-Corp, I began to get that feeling that came over me when I found a company that was perfect for a hostile takeover. Like, I was the predator, and they were the prey. I alerted my boss, Mr. Sterling Hathaway, about C-Corp, and within the week we were quietly buying up shares of stock through small companies that would not alert anyone as to what we were doing. It took some effort, but 6 months later, we had bought shares totaling 42% of the company. There were, however, some things about C-Corp I still didn't know, like who owned it. I eagerly opened the file expecting to get my answers. I had hired interns to spend months going over every part of the company's records with a fine-tooth comb. The folder contained important information that listed, among other things, the weaknesses and strengths of the company. The details I required were specific. I wanted as much data as possible. I wanted to know what brand of dental floss they used, anything I could turn to my advantage. But, from the very first paragraph, I saw that the interns had been as unsuccessful as I had been in finding the company's owner. I read down further, thinking surely I would learn the owner's name, but there was nothing. In all my years, I'd never seen anything like it. The billionaire behind this company requested to remain anonymous and had taken great pains in assuring his secrecy. All I could glean was that the company dealt primarily in foreign countries and made their money by setting up small promising businesses and nursing them into large money-making corporations. The financial backer had been careful and patient. Some of the businesses had been purchased back in the early 1900s. I could see that the companies were built slowly, as if he or she thought they had all the time in the world. I was also impressed to see that the businesses had somehow managed to flourish even through the Great Depression in the 1930s. The backer had cleverly protected the company right before the stock market crash, as if there had been some warning it was going to happen. One thing I couldn't figure out was how this company had stayed intact for so long. Surely the original backer had died long ago. When computers came into their own in the early 1960s, the profits of C-Corp went through the roof. I noticed that again. It appeared as if the company had some sort of warning as to what an astronomical effect computers were going to play on the world stage, and it was at that moment, the alarm bells and whistles started going off in my head. The longevity, the secretiveness, the seemingly uncanny ability to predict the direction of the market. I turned to my computer and typed a name that made me blaze with pain. Dr. Carlisle Cullen. The listings were all dead ends, except for one mention of a drive. Cullen in London, England. I cross-referenced that information with financial records and got a lead. There were no pictures. I didn't expect any. But I did find a list of holdings. The amounts were large, but nothing like C-Corp. I steeled myself and typed in each of the Cullens, knowing this was a job I could never give to an intern. Because of social media, the world was becoming a place where all were rapidly losing their secrets, and I wondered if there was the slightest chance I'd be able to locate any of them. I found nothing. Certainly, I reasoned, it would be way too risky for the entire Cullen family to be joined in a business venture that dealt with such vast amounts of wealth as C-Corp. It would force them into the public eye, making them players in the game of business. It would be like the Kardashians on steroids. Although I was sure the Cullens had large amounts of money stashed away, I was fairly confident that C-Corp had nothing to do with the family I used to know so well. I just couldn't see them dealing with so much money that was centralized into such a large corporation. I was sure they dealt in smaller sums of wealth that were spread out over a much wider area in an effort to avoid detection. I took the folder in my hands and held on tightly. How C-Corp had stayed off the radar of so many other headhunters was beyond me, but I was going to get them. They had taken great pains to stay quiet and private, but I was going to acquire this company and break it up into 100 different pieces, all going to the highest bidder. I felt the rush of the hunt coming on. My instincts were taking over. And just like always, I was relieved. I had another diversion to keep me busy. The C in C-Corp had to be a clue. Okay. C, I muttered, sneering at the folder. I'm coming after you. Your number will be up the first time I meet you. Sally opened my door and then hesitantly drew back when she saw me talking to my desk. Ms. Swan, she stammered. Mr. Jensen is here for his appointment. Send him in, I barked. I hastily threw the folder in my top drawer and then sat back in satisfaction. I could smell fresh blood and I would show no restraint. I wasn't about to let this company get away from me. Taking down C-Corp had just become my new brand of heroin. I was going for the jugular. And I was going to S.K. them dry. Bella's Pav. I stared at my reflection in the mirror and tried to find anything familiar in the person looking back at me. I was wearing a long, sleek, black dinner dress with straps that crisscrossed down my back, something I would have considered torture just a few short years ago. I fussed a bit more with my hair. Tonight, I was wearing it impeccably straight and it reflected the light as I turned to examine myself from the side. I was being coerced by my boss into attending another excruciating dinner party. Tonight's horrific affair was at Mayor Bloomberg's home and the only incentive to my accepting the invitation was that someone there may have a lead on. See. It had been 2 weeks since I'd instigated my mission to find out the identity of this mysterious C, and to my utter dismay, I'd found out absolutely nothing. I walked over to my massive windows and stared out over the lights of the city. My windows were floor to ceiling, taking in the whole north and east walls of my penthouse. It was a beautiful sight, but I couldn't appreciate it. I'd gotten ready too quickly and my driver wasn't due to arrive for another 5 minutes. And that, I realized with a certain level of panic, left me with downtime. My instincts always told me to keep moving, to keep my mind occupied, and I struggled to find something that would distract me now. As I stood at my windows, I focused on the buildings far in the distance, but despite all my defenses, a memory weaved its way in. It was so subtle and harmless, that at first, I wasn't even aware that it was there. I was standing on the platform of the Seattle Space Needle. It was night time and the city was bright with lights. The reflection blurred out through the Puget Sound and a ship could be seen shining its lights far out in the water. A breeze fluttered my hair and then two cold, stone arms came from behind and enveloped me. Hello, love. The voice was warm, like a velvet blanket draping over me. I relaxed back into his marble shoulders as he began softly humming my lullaby in my ear. It took all my senses to just savor the moment. I knew he could feel my blood pulsing in ever-heightening excitement. I laced my fingers through his as his cold breath sent chills down my neck. I felt like I'd been punched in the chest. The memory, this stupid memory was brief, but it had the effect of a lightning bolt searing through me. For so long, I had trained myself to not feel anything, so when a memory came back to me in which I felt well, everything it paralyzed me. My forehead rested against the window and my arms went instinctively around my middle. It was a crippling thing. These unhealed gashes. I didn't understand why the passage of time refused to take away the throbbing. I clenched my teeth against the anger. It had been 7 years. 7 years. Why wouldn't this pain just go away? I'd done everything I could think of. I didn't know what more I could do. I closed my eyes and breathed deeply and reminded myself that although time was heartless, it had taught me one thing. That I had grown strong enough to bear the pain. I clenched my teeth and rode out the storm, cursing the fact that I couldn't even go running right now and drive it all out of me. The phone rang. My driver had arrived and suddenly getting out of my apartment didn't seem like such a bad thing. I grabbed my small handbag and ignored the mirror. I didn't care one way or another how I looked. The dinner party was predictable. All I wanted to do was find information on C-Corp, but I instead spent most of the evening deflecting advances from the men in attendance. You would think that some inner instinct would make them naturally want to shy away from me. The senior senator of New York was particularly insistent. So, Ms. Swan, I read that you were from the Upper West Coast. Is that true? I held my drink between us like it was a dagger. Yes. I lived a few hours north of Seattle. He flashed his vote-winning smile and said, "The Seattle Seahawks are playing the Giants this Sunday, and I have a suite. I would love for you to join me." I thought I remembered hearing one of the guys at the office mention that the Giants were a football team here in New York. I would rather pull out all my fingernails than sit through a football game. I answered with as little emotion as possible. Sorry, but Sunday is just another working day to me. I'll be at the office all day. He was used to fighting for the vote. Oh, you can't tell me that you have anything so important you can't take off for a few hours. It's a night game. You can work until 4 o'clock. I will even take you back to your office after the game if you want, unless you find me so much fun you don't want to leave. He actually raised his eyebrows up and down when he said that. I fought off the urge to just throw my drink in his face and walk away. Instead, I swallowed the urge and said, tempting, but no. And then I walked away. I spotted my assistant Simmons from across the room. With his light owned hair, olive-toned skin, and his height of 6 feet 2, it was always fairly easy to spot him at a party. He was the quintessential California guy. A very smart California guy. For some reason, he thought the women found it attractive for him to keep his blonde hair just long enough that it curled slightly and fell lazily on his neck. And in truth, quite a few women had proved his theory right. He walked towards me knowingly, and when he was finally standing right in front of me, I narrowed my eyes. One of your jobs, I growled, is to stand by me so that slimy senators and the like aren't free to hit on me. That's what I pay you the big bucks for. He just laughed. So sorry, but we humans need to use the bathroom once in a while. I snorted. Yes, well, I also saw you stop and talk to that supermodel, Gazelle, what's her name? Simmons' thick eyebrows rose appreciatively. Her name is Giselle Bündchen, and if you tried to fire me over that one, there wouldn't be a jury in the world that would take your side. I folded my arms in a huff and said in a low voice, have you been able to find out anything about C-Corp? I sat my drink on a tray as it went by. I never touched the stuff. It dulled the senses and I liked to remain sharp. At parties like this, it was more or less a prop. Simmons breathed a heavy sigh. Not one guest here has even heard of the company. C-Corp has been quietly making millions of dollars a year without anyone even being alerted to their dealings. He looked around to make sure no one was paying attention to him and continued on in barely a whisper. Most of the Fortune 500 players are in this room. If they don't know anything, no one will. I was frustrated beyond belief. Now it was getting to be a game with me. Smelling the prey, and not being able to pounce, was driving me mad. I was in this now just as much for the thrill of the challenge as anything else. Warning, Simmons muttered. Boss coming in quick on your left. I turned and plastered a smile on my face. Good evening, Mr. Hathaway, I purred. Good evening to you, Isabella. You're looking stunning as always. Just like a beautiful cat luring the mouse to his death, he smiled wickedly. If there was one person in this world who was more tough and ruthless than I, it was my boss, the CEO of Whitmore Hathaway, Mr. Sterling Hathaway himself. He leaned in closer. Do you have any news about C-Corp yet? He whispered. I shook my head. Not yet, Mr. Hathaway, but we are nowhere close to giving up. We will have their head on our chopping block soon. He pumped my hand and smiled wickedly again. Oh, I'm sure of that. I have no doubt in my mind whatsoever. Happy hunting. He slapped me hard on the back and walked away following the drink tray. Before I could open my mouth to talk to Simmons, I felt a very soft touch on my elbow. I turned to see a man about 6 feet 4 with thick, coal black, wavy hair looking at me. He had tan, rugged, chiseled features like from an Abercrombie & Fitch ad. And I couldn't help but notice that he had the darkest blue eyes I'd ever seen. I looked at him expectantly. Excuse me, he said in a deep, soft voice. I have to leave soon and I would regret it for the rest of my life if I didn't come over here and meet you. He stuck out his hand and said, hello, my name is Thomas Vaughn, and you are. Before I could open my mouth, I heard a garbled squeak emerge from Simmons' throat. I glanced at him curiously. I'm Bella Swan, I replied. I put out my hand to shake with him, but instead, he took my hand and lifted it to his lips. Hello, Bella, he whispered. Simmons finally seemed to find his voice. You're Thomas Vaughn, he stammered. Hey man, I'm a huge fan. You're the best quarterback the New York Giants have had in 18 years. Your game last Sunday was unbelievable. That throw in the last 3 seconds to win the game was just. Simmons didn't seem capable of finishing his sentence. I looked back at Thomas Vaughn and saw that he just smiling graciously. Look, Vaughn stammered, if the two of you are together, I'm sorry. No. Simmons practically spit on the guy. He came behind me and grabbed me by the shoulders and pointed me in Vaughn's direction. I had no idea he was so strong. He gave me a slight push and said, "Here, you can have her." I whipped my head around and gave Simmons the look of impending death, and he leaned in close so that Vaughn couldn't hear. "Look," he whispered furiously. "I know you haven't had a date in maybe, ever. You might as well be in a convent. You will do this. This is Thomas Vaughn." He nudged me forward slightly. "Now smile like you're human." I turned back to Vaughn. I smiled politely and winced. I think I pulled a muscle in my cheek. I guess it worked, because I got a 100-watt smile shot right back at me. "Listen," Vaughn said. "I'm very sorry, but I really do have to go. Is there a chance I could spend some time with you on Sunday afternoon? My last date had been to a house of vampires on my 18th birthday. I didn't want to go anywhere with this Thomas Vaughn, or anyone else. I never would. Not ever." I opened my mouth to tell him no, when I felt Simmons grab the back of my head and move it up and down. I was nodding. Yes, against my will. "Great," said Vaughn. "May I call you?" Simmons jumped out from behind me and handed Vaughn a napkin with my personal cell number scrawled across it. Vaughn bent a little at the waist and said, "Until Sunday." Then he turned and left. I narrowed my eyes and turned to Simmons. "What in the heck was that?" I spat. "Hey, don't even start, okay? Honestly, on Monday morning you'll come to work thanking me. You need a date like a flower needs the rain." "What?" I breathed. His wide smile spread across his face. "Where's your sense of adventure?" he asked. Adventure. I was set to have the greatest adventure, but he took it all away from me. Simmons must have seen something in my face because he suddenly became very serious. "Look, you are dead inside, Bella." He put his hand up to stop me from interrupting. I know, you have it all together. You can go in for the kill like nobody ever has, but you are not really living. Somewhere along the way something or someone killed anything in you that made you human. You're physically here with us, but you're more like a walking corpse." I straightened and folded my arms indignantly. He had no right to talk to me like that. I was his boss, his superior. I could fire him right there on the spot. But then I pursed my lips into a hard line and thought about how much his words stung. I thought I'd hidden all the hurt down so deep that no one saw anything when they looked at me but a tough, no-nonsense, smart woman. Apparently, there was at least one person who wasn't fooled. Was there anyone else who could see through me? I would just have to make my shell harder to penetrate. I wasn't about to go down. This shell was the only thing keeping me together. He put his hands on my shoulders and said, "Look, I'm not saying you have to marry the guy, you don't even have to go out with him again if you don't want to. But come on, Bella. Face the facts. You're a human being. Things are happening all around you if you would just look." He got closer to my face and whispered, "You're alive." I stared at him and swallowed hard. Alive meant my heart was beating and blood was coursing through my veins. It usually meant you had hopes and dreams for the future. Alive. I wasn't so sure he was right. A long time ago I'd made the decision that I wasn't going to be human anymore. Somehow, that had altered me. No matter what world I was currently living in, I wanted to be in that other one. Was there a manual floating around somewhere that would teach me how to do this? Human for Dummies, perhaps. Or maybe, how to become a human in 3 easy steps. Everyone else seemed to be handling their lives just fine. I wasn't the first person in the world to get my heart broken. I looked around me. I could hear conversations and laughter. I saw a woman flirting with 3 men by the bar. Even Sterling Hathaway seemed to handle being ruthless with a few human traits mixed in. Why couldn't I do this? There was only one reason. And he didn't care. I growled and left the party. I was going back to the office. Work was calling my name. It was Sunday and I had spent the morning at the office. It was my favorite time to be there because the place was deserted. It's amazing how much I could get done when I didn't have the burden of being around people. Although I had to admit that it was a little disconcerting how eerily quiet the financial district was on Sunday. It was like a ghost town. I'd cut my work day short because I needed to come home and get ready for my cringe date. I kept hoping this moment would never come, but now Vaughn would be in the lobby in 15 minutes. He'd wanted to pick me up at my penthouse, but the lobby was as close as I would let him get to where I actually lived. I looked at the clock again and felt the nausea rise in my throat. Maybe after all my vain hopes that I would get sick and be able to cancel this date had finally worked and I'd been lucky enough to contract a virulent case of the stomach flu. A mild case of E. coli wouldn't be so bad. Perhaps S. Arlet fever. I sat down heavily on the edge of my bed. I didn't want to do this. I hated to have the memory of getting ready for a date be reignited. I'd made a solemn vow that this would never happen again, and inexplicably, here I was. What if he tried to hold my hand? I only remembered cold hands entwined through mine and I didn't want anyone else's warm hands to come in and change the memory. One of my greatest fears was that my mind really was like a sieve. What if, little by little, it all slipped away? What if I slowly stopped remembering? I cursed him frequently for taking his pictures when he left, but part of me knew that if he hadn't, I would have been looking at them far too often. I rubbed my temples with my fingertips. The balance of it all was still so exhausting. Every moment of every day I struggled not to think of him, but I also knew that I must not forget him. I was so terrified of forgetting him. As long as I could close my eyes and still see his face, as long as I knew he still existed in the world, I could last another day. Sitting down wasn't working. I stood up and began to pace. My hands instinctively wrapped around my middle as I reminded myself that this would only last a few hours and then I'd never have to see this Thomas guy again. When he was a few minutes late, I started to gain hope that he wouldn't show, but all too soon, the bell rang and I headed down to the lobby. I was greeted by a game-winning smile. He was wearing faded Levi's that fit him very well. They were baggy in all the right places and were frayed and worn just enough to make him look comfortable. He was wearing low black boots and a black shirt that buttoned up the front with a white t-shirt underneath. The black shirt made his eyes look so deep blue that they almost reminded me of another pair of dark eyes I used to know. I swallowed hard and looked at his chiseled arms instead. An hour later we were walking down one of the tree-lined paths that cut through Central Park. Vaughn had just bought us both a pretzel from a cart. Children played on a nearby playground while their parents looked on, while others sat on benches, walked their dogs, or threw frisbees on the grass. I had no idea that this was what others did on a Sunday afternoon. Or maybe I'd just forgotten. It was a lovely fall day and the leaves were at the height of their change. I tried to enjoy their beauty, but whenever I saw a leaf changing color, my mind always traveled back to that fall 7 years ago, the fall from which all my memories were blurred and painful. During football season, my life is pretty intense, Vaughn explained, breaking into my thoughts. I had a football meeting this morning, and I need to be at the stadium by 3 o'clock this afternoon. I hope you don't mind that I didn't plan anything more eventful than walking through Central Park. I just wanted to get to know you, and this seemed like the best way. Football sounds a lot like a business, I remarked cynically. He blew out a gust of air. You're not that far from the truth. As we continued down the path, I studied a couple sitting on a bench. They were taking in the scenery, and each other. I'd lived across the street from Central Park for 2 years, but I'd never taken the time to sit one of those benches. The only reason I ever came here was to run. I couldn't even remember the last time I was outside just for the sake of taking a walk or examining the leaves on a tree. Thank you again for agreeing to see me today, he said, popping another bite of pretzel into his mouth. That's the third time you've thanked me, I muttered. I walked with my hands in my pockets. No sense taking any chances. Well, after Friday night at the mayor's dinner, he shook his head ruefully. I watched you walk in and you took my breath away. He glanced at me shyly and grinned. I then watched as through the evening you decimated every male that attempted to approach you. There were 17 in all. You counted them? I asked, surprised. He grimaced. I think you stripped a few of them of their manhood. I smiled. At any rate, it was much more intriguing watching you than that stale party. I was scared to death to approach you myself, but like I said, I would have regretted it for the rest of my life. He chuckled. Besides, last season in the playoffs I faced the Pittsburgh Steelers' entire defensive line and lived to tell the tale. That gave me courage. He stopped and turned to face me and I decided it would only be polite if I stopped too. I almost left without speaking to you, he went on, but then I thought about how I watched you shoot down 4 movie stars, 2 record producers, a senator, a famous fashion designer, a federal court judge, 4 players from the Yankees, 2 Knicks players, and the owner of the Giants, my boss. I figured that if I went down in flames, at least I'd be in good company. I stared at him for a moment and then started walking again. Perhaps you misjudged my actions, I replied flatly. I was actually doing them a favor saying no. I am no prize, and I am no fun. He caught up to me. You're no fun. I'm having fun. My eyebrow rose doubtfully. You're having fun in spite of me, not with me. His eyes narrowed thoughtfully as he chewed the last bite of his pretzel. I was hoping that he had decided to agree with me, but instead, he suddenly grabbed my hand out of my pocket and started leading me onto the grass. His hand was warm. It was big and strong, and I swallowed hard at the memories that crashed through my wall. He chuckled as I planted my feet and tried to resist. There's no reason to be afraid, he said, smiling reassuringly. Come on. Let's go ride the merry-go-round. I looked over his shoulder and sure enough, there was a merry-go-round on the other side of the clearing. He started gently pulling me again. Ride the wah. No, I mean that's ridiculous. It's for little kids, I protested. He feigned shock as he continued to pull me along. Don't you still have any little kid in you? Isn't there a part of you that doesn't want to grow up, that you don't want to get old? I closed my eyes against the pain. I was going to spend eternity with a perfect boy who would never grow old. Vaughn could sense something was different. He stopped pulling me. Bella, are you okay? Simmons' annoying voice started to play in my head. Face the facts, Bella. You're alive. I looked up at Vaughn and raised my chin defiantly. Yes, I'm fine. It made me angry that my voice sounded so weak and unsure. Let's go. We rode the merry-go-round 3 times, and I tried very hard to find any part of me that could be revived. Monday morning, Simmons met me at the revolving doors of Whitmore Hathaway Towers. He looked unusually chipper for that hour of the morning. Whatever you did to Thomas Vaughn, just keep it up, he said enthusiastically. He was amazing in the game last night. I snarled at him over my Starbucks coffee. That was not the way I wanted to start my Monday morning. Besides, I'd had even less sleep than normal. A very troubling dream had ruined my night. It awakened me around 2 a.m. and bothered me so much that I tossed and turned until 4. It was at that point that I got up and went running. I was sure my 9-mile route would help get the dream out of my head. Apparently, I was mistaken. At any rate, I certainly wasn't in the mood to talk about Vaughn. I stormed past Simmons and got on the elevator without him. As I turned the corner to my office, Sally, my secretary, greeted me. Good morning, Ms. Swan. Grr, was all I managed to get out. She flattened herself against the wall and flinched as I stormed by. I hurriedly threw my coat on my desk, grabbed a few things, and headed to the conference room. We were having our end of the year board meeting today with our primary stockholders. Yes, it was only October, but the meeting was held to look at performance for the past year, and set new goals for the upcoming year. There was no stopping to rest at Whitmore Hathaway. If you did, those coming up behind you would trample you to death. I walked into the huge conference room and took my seat. I got out my laptop to type down notes even though I had a personal assistant sitting behind me that would take down every word spoken. I didn't trust anyone to get the information that I deemed most important. Mr. Hathaway walked in a few moments later and received an enthusiastic applause from the stockholders. He deserved it. He'd made them billions this year. He put out his hand to stop the applause and began his prepared speech. I would like to thank everyone for their dedication to the company. We had unprecedented growth this year. He kept talking, but try as I might, I couldn't keep my thoughts away from my dream. I was standing on a sheet of ice. I was desperately trying to run, but I couldn't make any progress. The ice was so slippery that every time I tried to move or even stand up, my feet kept slipping out from under me. I was working so hard that my breath sent out continual puffs as I exhaled. The dream felt so real that I could actually feel the cold, sharp ice pressing into my palms as I put out my hands to catch myself each time I fell. I was desperate. I was frantic. Then I heard a voice say, "Bella, I love you." This dream disturbed me more than any other dream I'd had the last 7 years. I was used to dreaming about things in the past, Things I pushed down so hard in my mind that they had no choice but to come out while I was sleeping. I was used to dreaming that I was lost, running in the dark with no idea where to go, or which direction to take. But this time, it was completely different. I was running towards something. I knew what I wanted and I was trying so hard to get there. What did that mean? Was I moving on? Was my brain trying to do what my heart was incapable of doing, letting go of a past that didn't want me? And now we come to Ms. Swan. I was startled back to reality and found that Mr. Hathaway was standing right behind me. He put a hand on my shoulder and said, "Never in my recollection have I seen so much dedication and tenacity in any one person. I only wish my late partner, Franklin Whitmore, could have known her. She has surpassed all expectations I ever had for her, and I'm certainly glad we got her before Baxter, Tubman, and Cohen got their hands on her, or else we would be fearing her today instead of singing her praises." There was a smattering of polite laughter. I thought he was done, because he paused for a moment. Relieved, I slumped back a little into my seat, but then he began speaking about me again. "Some of you in this room know what I'm about to say. I've discussed this with the chief stockholders and the chairman of the board, and we are unanimous. As of January 1st of next year, this company will be known not as Whitmore Hathaway, but as Whitmore Hathaway and Swan." Thunderous applause and yells filled the room. I was dumbfounded. My eyes opened wide and my mouth dropped open as what he had said actually began to sink in. I was going to have my name on one of the biggest companies in the world. I was going to make many millions a year. I was going to be a player of major proportions. This was the kind of thing that got your picture on the front of the New York Times and on the cover of Fortune, Money, Time and Newsweek magazine. My future was all but set. And one more thing. When this was announced, I would be much too busy for any outside interference. There would be no worries of dating Vaughn, or anyone else. I stood up and raised my fist in the air and yelled, "Yes." The applause started all over again. Simmons and I were in Chicago, hunched over scads of files in a rented office building. We had been following a lead-on C, and after a lot of digging and borderline illegal bribes, we were finally able to extract some files that showed C-Corp had its beginnings in Chicago. It appeared that in 1904, C had its first purchase of a company dealing with freight cars traveling from Illinois to the Pacific Northwest and on to Alaska. I furrowed my brow as I read over the financial records. There was no doubt that C had been an intelligent man. I knew it had to be a man because women were not allowed to own or sell property as freely back then. Every transaction, every document, was so wrapped in secrecy. I was equally amazed and frustrated at this mysterious individual. And a little apprehensive. The business practices used by C-Corp were identical to the way I assumed Carlyle would handle his family business. Started in Chicago, Alaska. I couldn't make another move until I knew exactly who I was dealing with. Simmons, I sighed tiredly. Somewhere along the way, C had to make a phone call from a recorded line, use a traceable computer, or speak to a real person that can give us more information. I looked down the list of companies and did some calculating. There were at least 300 companies that C-Corp had dealings with, and I had 45 interns at my disposal. I let the gears in my head whir for a moment, and then I pounded the table. "I knew our next move, Simmons." I said it with so much enthusiasm that he turned away from his mountain of papers and looked at me with bleary eyes. "Listen," I announced enthusiastically. "I want you to divide this list between all of our interns. They will each get roughly 3 companies. I want them to spend at least a month with each one getting by any means necessary the information we're looking for. I don't care if it's a fingerprint on a paper that C may have touched, or the chance that someone at the company saw him back in 1972. I want anything they can get." I was up now and pacing excitedly. "Tell the interns that the one that finds the golden clue will be rewarded. When my name goes on the building, they'll receive a promotion and salary they can scarcely imagine." Simmons stared at me with his eyebrows raised. "Golden clue? Are you going to give them a magical chocolate factory too?" I glared at him. He managed a small smile. Okay. Consider it done," he said, a nod. "I'll set up a meeting for tomorrow afternoon, as soon as our plane gets in." I was gathering my papers when he asked me another question. "So, what's going on between you and Vaughn?" "Nothing," I muttered. "You went out with him again, That's pretty big, he said encouragingly. I'm not seeing him again, I replied with finality. Was that your choice, or his? Vaughn had taken me on a dinner cruise through the harbor. The dinner was lovely, the conversation relaxed and interesting, and he looked very handsome in his tuxedo. He'd told me there would be a band, but had neglected to mention that there would also be dancing. I'd been able to avoid his requests for a dance all night, but when the call went out for the last song, I could no longer ignore his pleas. My plan was to distract myself from dangerous thoughts by engaging Vaughn in small talk, but then the band began to play a song that I'd heard only once before. It was summer. I was at the Cullens. The rain poured as I sat on the couch reading Pride and Prejudice while he played the piano. Suddenly, out of nowhere, he began playing a different melody and started singing to me in his beautiful velvet voice. The words were beautiful and unforgettable. It was called, "The Best of Me." You were my one more chance, I never thought I'd find. You were the one romance I'd always known in my mind. No one could ever love you more. So I only hope that in return, I saved the best of me, for you. The notes were still hanging in the air as he came over to me on the couch. He ed away the tears that were on my cheek. He tasted one of them. My book fell to the floor as he slowly lowered me down on the couch, pressing his lips to mine. I felt Vaughn's hand tighten on my back and I clenched my teeth. The unhealed gashes in my middle seemed to be throbbing and bleeding. My eyes were glassy and I bit down hard at the emotion and swallowed it. Vaughn never knew what happened, but for me, the evening was over. When he brought me to the lobby, he tried to key me goodbye. I turned my head, offered my cheek, and hurried to the elevator. I woke up at 4 a.m. and ran 10 miles. Vaughn called later that morning. He called twice in the afternoon, again that night, and once more before his game on Sunday. I never answered the phone. I looked over at Simmons. It was my choice, I barked. Well, that would explain his crappy game on Sunday. The coach pulled him out. He didn't even play the fourth quarter. I narrowed my eyes. Don't make me responsible for how he plays. You're the one responsible, anyway. You forced me to date him in the first place. You knew exactly how this would turn out. He nodded knowingly. I just hoped he would be able to reignite a little spark inside of you. I have plenty of spark, I hissed. Now go get on the phone to the interns before I offer one of them your job. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, he argued. I glared. He left. This has to work, I whispered hopefully. There was too much at stake here. I couldn't continue until I knew for sure just who I was dealing with. And I had to find out quickly, before one more share of stock was purchased, or Mr. Hathaway fell more in love with the kill. I'm still in control, I told myself. I mean, what were the chances that C-Corp belonged to the Cullens? Our interns were the best in the business. Give them 1 month, maybe 2, and this would all be taken care of. I gave myself a small nod of encouragement. This was good, I reminded myself. All of this was just what I needed to keep my mind off the wrong things. It had become a welcome distraction. It was early in the morning, before sunrise. I was sitting on the veranda of my place in Ireland. The rain was slowly drizzling, but that was nothing new. It rained here almost constantly and the country showed it. It was green, rolling hills as far as the eye could see. An improvement of the Brazilian slums, to be sure. I stared out at the hills now, just thinking. Always thinking. So much thinking. I had been sitting here most of the night, trying to do what Carlyle had asked of me. Get some direction, Edward, he'd begged. Get some purpose back in your life again. Figure out how to be a productive part of the family. I knew that everything he'd said was true. I just didn't know how to go about doing it. Purpose. What was my purpose? I went inside and took a shower. It felt good to get the grime of last night's hunt off my body and I let the warm water splash off my shoulders. Few things in my life were warm these days. I turned on CNN to get the morning stock reports and find out the news of the world. There was nothing new, nothing to take my mind off the memories that were always patiently waiting for me to take one out and hold it like a fragile, priceless figurine. Sometimes, 7 years seemed like forever, and other times it seemed like it had only been a day. When I really let myself fall and just thought about her for days at a time, the memories were so vivid that it seemed like I'd just seen her, like I had just touched her. I had come to see the gift of perfect recall as a curse. I turned on my music, anything to distract the unhelpful thoughts. I knew I needed to start at a university, perhaps teach for a semester or two. Maybe travel through India. I had never done that. I would do something. Soon. Soon. It was an ongoing, inner conflict to convince myself that I'd done the right thing in leaving her. Most of the time, I had total conviction in knowing it had been best to give her a life free from me. Then there were other times I feared I was the stupidest thing on the planet. I had walked away from the only being in the whole world, in all the history of time, that would ever make me happy, that I would ever love. I winced as a memory came back to me. It was of the time I went back to Forks. To her. I had persuaded myself that by her 21st birthday, enough time would have passed that she and I could see each other again. I was sure that any wounds my leaving inflicted on her would be long gone by that time. My plan was to visit her on the ruse that I was just passing through on my way to Denali and wanted to drop in on an old friend. Actually, I'd just spent 3 years living in the slums of Brazil trying to forget her and had realized it was futile. I just wanted her in my life again. Whether it was right or wrong, I just needed her in any form I could have her. But even after 100 years, I hadn't learned to be honest with myself. In my mind, I'd insisted we would only be friends, but more than I had ever craved for her blood, I hungered and thirsted to know if she still loved me. The drive from the Port Angeles airport was torture as I fought the fantasies of holding her in my arms again. It was dark when I got to Forks. I stood underneath her window, staring at the only sanctuary I'd ever known. I tried to go in through the window, but it was locked. And a change had been made. A latch now held the window tight. The only way in would be to break out the glass. I went around to the front door. The key was in the same place and I let myself in. There was a faint scent of Bella, and it rocked me back on my heels. I closed my eyes and was assaulted by a million memories all at once. Watching Bella eat cereal, doing homework at the table, lying on the couch together. I took a breath and noiselessly went upstairs. She wasn't sleeping in her bed. A few things were left scattered on the dresser, and her prehistoric computer and desk remained, but little else. I sat in the rocking chair and stared at her bed. Gran's blanket lay across the bottom. For once, her bed was made. Where was she? What direction had her life taken? I thought about the first time I'd gone into her room in the night. I could still hear her say my name. I could still feel the electricity that shot through me. I ended up lying on her bed for the remainder of the night. I drank in all I could of her scent. It intoxicated me. All I wanted was to lie beside her in this bed and watch her sleep. I wanted to bury my face in her hair, nestle her close to my chest, taste her lips on mine. Before sunrise, I made my way downstairs and saw the pictures she'd hated on the mantel. A new one had been added. Her senior picture. My stomach twisted as I stared. Her eyes were lifeless. She wasn't smiling. I left the house and waited until I heard Charlie get up. When he answered the door, he looked very much the same, except for a slightly larger middle and less hair. I had prepared a speech, but mixed in with Charlie's anger, I was immediately assaulted by memories I'd never seen. Bella lost in the forest. Her hollow, sunken face. Her trying so hard to hold on for Charlie's sake. Jacob Black trying to win her hand. Watching her slowly turn bitter, leaving Forks. Charlie, who never invited me in, coldly informed me that Bella left a letter for me on the chance that I ever showed up at his door. She never really thought you'd come back, he flatly explained, but this has been waiting for you, just in case. I couldn't wait to read it. I opened the envelope right in front of Charlie. It read, I have moved on. Don't look for me, don't follow me, and do not under any circumstances come into my room at night. Bella. I took a moment to compose myself before I looked up at Charlie. Please, I managed. Don't tell Bella I was here. Charlie's thoughts were extremely easy to read. Oh, don't worry, Edward. I won't, he replied icily. I then drove out of her driveway for the last time. Her birthday was a month ago. She was now 25. I couldn't imagine how beautiful she had become. She would never want a 17-year-old vampire now. I knew she would be building a great life. Maybe she had a career, perhaps married, children. I closed my eyes against the familiar pain. I was jolted back to the present by a voice in my head. Edward, I am coming to see you. It was Carlyle. Why would he come all the way to Ireland? I wondered if something terrible had happened that he didn't want to tell me over the phone. Had something happened to a member of the family? What if something had happened to Bella? I would never forgive myself for that, but then, maybe that would finally give me the courage to do what I should have done all along, just go to the damned Volturi and get it over with. Perhaps I could find a way to be with her in the next world. A few minutes later, I saw Carlyle's car turn up the drive. I waited expectantly at the window. Everyone is fine, Edward. I just came to discuss something with you. I relaxed. Carlyle knew me so well. He didn't need the gift of mind reading to know my thoughts. He entered and embraced me. He smiled. You look good. Thank you, I replied. He caught me up on the family, but before long he cleared his throat and said, Edward, I have some important matters of business that need to be dealt with, and I believe you're the best man for the job. He'd walked into the house with a briefcase, but I hadn't questioned him as to what was in it. Now, he opened it up and handed me a paper. Across the top was a letterhead from a business called Whitmore Hathaway. I'd heard of them. They were a headhunting company that specialized in company mergers and buyouts. They were at the top of the food chain. This is a memo we happened to acquire, Carlyle explained with a sigh. Read it. We've got trouble. I read the document quickly. It was written to a group of interns and they had been given an assignment. Find out the secret behind C-Corp and who their financial backers were. The memo referred to the mysterious person as C. The interns were given free rein and encouraged to use any means necessary to find out the secret identity behind the company. They were to spend at least a month investigating each company that had dealings with C-Corp, and the one who succeeded in exposing who actually owned the company would receive a fantastic promotion. It was signed by M. Simmons. I put down the paper and looked up at Carlyle. We knew this would happen eventually. Why don't we put up fake players to pose as C-Corp and let the whole thing drop? I asked. I thought of that, Carlyle stated. But the reason it won't work is because they're not trying to find us to make financial deals. I should have been more aware. This firm has been buying shares to our companies in small enough quantities that it didn't merit our attention. Alice wasn't alerted until they had acquired close to a majority. They are now dangerously close to getting 51% of our shares, and when they do, they will begin proceedings for a hostile takeover. They will break the companies apart and sell them to highest bidder. I raised my eyebrow. Carlyle had been building this company long before he met me. It meant something to him, and as he brought each one of us into the family, it had come to mean something to us. He had taught us and trained us, and together we had built something significant and lasting. This money meant freedom for us, and stability. It assured that we didn't have to depend on anyone. I would let this company be taken from us over my dead body. So, that meant there was not a chance in hell I would let it happen. What do you want me to do? I offered. I would do anything he asked of me. He looked at me with his wise, golden eyes. I believe that out of all my sons you are the most equipped to handle this challenge. I would go myself, but I have lectures set at universities in Europe throughout the fall, and I start my new position in November. I could cancel it all. I didn't let him finish. I had let him pull the weight of our family without my help for too long. I could do this. I will go, Carlyle. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Carlyle breathed a sigh of relief. Please keep me informed as to all that's happening. I will come if you need me. He gestured at the briefcase. That's full of all the information I've been able to get on Whitmore Hathaway and the Simmons character who wrote the memo. Your brothers and sisters say they will help out in any way they can. Let me know if you need anything else. I will take it from here, I said confidently. We stood up and he embraced me again. I love you and I'm proud of you, he whispered. I swallowed the emotion. I hadn't done a lot to make anyone proud of me as of late, but I would not fail him on this. I spent 4 days learning everything I could about Whitmore Hathaway. Carlyle had the names of only the top 3 positions in the company. I decided that was prudent. There was no need to learn the names of anyone else. I spent most of my time learning about the living partner, Sterling Hathaway, and his philosophy about business. What I learned was that he was as old school and ruthless as they came. He was a take no prisoners kind of guy, and he surrounded himself with people that had the same philosophy. I studied his employers and found a Simmons on the list. He wasn't listed as very high on the totem pole. I was concerned that my Information wasn't completely up to date. I checked my sources. It was 3 months old. Things moved fast in the corporate world, but this was good enough, and all I had to go on, anyway. The phone rang. It would be the conference call I'd been expecting. We had a team of lawyers at our disposal that handled all our legal dealings, and they were paid well to keep complete silence on all our matters. They had never let us down. I'd been on the phone with them every day since Carlisle gave me the assignment. Harry Banks, from Banks, Cranston, and Parsons began the meeting. Mr. Cullen, we have new information and I want to make you understand the seriousness of the situation. I've handled 2 other clients that came under Whitmore Hathaway's radar. The first, we succeeded in stopping the buyout. The second, we were not so lucky. Harry sighed hard. We knew it all hinged on who was handling your matter, and it's not good news. No, not good news at all. I sneered. I believe I have this Simmons character figured out. He's impressive, that's true, but it's nothing we can't handle. Harry paused a moment and then said, Mr. Cullen, I believe you've been operating under a false assumption. Simmons is the assistant. He carries out the orders for his boss, and let me tell you, she's. She. I interjected. I didn't remember seeing any woman close to the top rungs of the ladder at Whitmore Hathaway. Well, said Banks, she is a woman in a matter of speaking. More of a she-devil if you ask me. What is her name? I asked. I could hear other lawyers in the room clearing their throats nervously. Well, I could tell you her name, Harry sighed, but it's probably more important for you to know that everyone that has ever dealt with her and lived to tell the tale calls her the, ch in heels. She is ruthless, Mr. Cullen. She's the best I've ever seen. She's the new vice president of the company. She pushed out Terrence Morgan, who had been with the company for 35 years. She is young and beautiful and she uses it to her full advantage as she draws you in and dazzles you, then before you know it, it's too late. Her venom is running through your system and you're a goner. Rumor has it that at the first of the year her name will be up on the building right after Hathaway's. Banks paused for a moment and said, Mr. Cullen, she's never lost. I, on the other hand, felt much better about things. Knowing I was going to deal with a woman changed everything a great deal. I didn't particularly enjoy using my gifts to lure in the female species, but I had to admit that when I needed to use it, I was, for lack of a better word, lethal. And I had never lost. Harry, I began, may I ask you, sir, are there any gatherings or parties planned this next weekend that this you know what in heelses would be attending? This was New York City. It was a given there would be a party. He researched for a moment and then said, as a matter of fact, a huge gathering sponsored by the State Department is planned at the Waldorf Astoria for November 9th, this Friday. Its purpose is to welcome the new Chancellor of Germany. Whitmore Hathaway has substantial holdings in Berlin. She is almost sure to be there. This was going to be all too easy. Thank you gentlemen for your time, I said. I'll be in town by the weekend, and will contact you to meet personally. Please, let me know if you hear anything else. Otherwise, I expect you to stay on complete secrecy on this. They readily agreed. They were paid rather well for their silence and didn't want to jeopardize our business. I decided it would be a good idea for Jasper to meet me in New York City. I might need him to work his magic in the boardroom, if it even got that far. He was lonely anyway, since Alice was visiting Tanya and her sisters in Denali. I did a little homework and got Jasper and I invited to that party on Friday. On the off chance she wouldn't be there, I sent a personal invitation to the she-devil's office just in case, and addressed it to the vice president. Her name was of no importance to me. I called in an order to an upscale florist and went online to make a purchase at Tiffany's. I then called a reliable courier service. Oh yes, I thought. Everything would go just fine. I had never met a woman who didn't fall for gifts and intrigue. Well, there was one woman I knew that was never impressed by them, but I wasn't going to think about her right now. I checked the weather report for the weekend. A cold front was moving into Manhattan. Lots of rain, lots of clouds, and I nodded in satisfaction. For once, everything was working out exactly according to plan. I went to pack my bags and noticed the energy in my steps. I immediately knew why. This was a welcome distraction. It was just what I needed to get my mind off of Bella. At least, I reminded myself, for a little while. It had been 2 weeks since Project C with the interns began. I had never seen so much backbiting, brown-nosing, and all-out war in all my life. I was very proud of them. There was no way these interns were going to let me down. I was going to win. If nothing else, C-Corp was now alerted that I was onto them. That meant they were probably also looking into who had bought up a near majority of the shares of their stock. We were up to 48% of the ownership of the shares. The last 3%, however, was always the hardest. It never came without drawing blood. Soon, I would hear from some law firm that was trying to hide the desperation in their voice. Whenever a company was warned I was looking at them, a batch of lawyers were usually sent to my office within 24 hours to ward off the attack. This company had to be shaking in its boots. I loved the smell of fear. It was my favorite scent. That Monday, I received an invitation to a gala being held at the Waldorf Astoria. I knew all about this party, but this invitation was not like the official one I'd already received weeks ago. This invitation was engraved on very fine paper and was not addressed to me by name, but to the vice president of the company. And there was one curious line that stood out to me. It stated that my presence was requested that Friday to discuss an important matter of business. I turned the invitation over in my hands, wondering who and what it was all about. I brought in Sally and she told me that it was delivered by courier that morning. I frowned as I continued to study the invitation. The gala on Friday was to be a large and grand affair. The President of the United States would be in attendance, as well as foreign leaders and dignitaries to honor the new Chancellor of Germany. The strange thing was, I didn't understand the additional invitation. Especially to a party that I didn't even plan on attending. I'd already told Simmons to go without me. I'd even told him to use my ticket for his Supermodel of the Week. The last I wanted was another party. 2 days later, I received the largest bouquet of flowers known to mankind. The letter read, "I am anxious for our meeting on Friday. I will be in the ballroom at 8 p.m. I assure you this business will be pleasant and extremely beneficial to you." My jaw tightened. I didn't like playing games. And chances were the person who sent the flowers did not really have business on their mind. It wouldn't be the first time. I threw the letter away and gave the flowers to Sally. My mind didn't change about the party. 2 days later, on Friday, I had meetings from 7 o'clock to 10 o'clock in the morning. I knew there would a mountain of things waiting for me when I got to my office, but they were all forgotten when I walked in and saw a small blue box sitting on my desk. I recognized the blue color of the box. It was from Tiffany's. I opened it and inside was a pin. I didn't usually wear pins, but this one was lovely. It was in the shape of a rose and was only about a ½ inch in diameter. It was encrusted completely in rubies. There was a card in the bottom of the box that read, "I am still counting on you being at the party tonight. 8 o'clock in the ballroom." C. I froze. It was signed, C. Sally. I screamed. She came running in breathlessly. I met her at my door. "How did this box get on my desk?" I cried. She stared at me with wide eyes. "The same courier that brought the invitation and flowers delivered it earlier this morning." I was clutching the letter in my hands. I didn't realize I had mangled it into a ball. "Sally, get Simmons in here, now." I ran back to my desk. All our work had paid off. We had flushed out the mysterious C. Everything else could wait. I was madly pacing around my office when Simmons came bolting in. "What's wrong?" he asked breathlessly. I held up the mangled note and the pin as he stared at me in bewilderment. "Remember the personal invitation and flowers I got this week?" I asked. "Yeah." He was still confused. "Well, they're all from C." With widened eyes, he snatched the note from my hand. "Simmons, I'm definitely going to that party," I announced forcefully. I can't believe I don't have any dirt on him. Now, more than ever, I need something, anything, I can use to gain the upper hand when I see him tonight. By now, he probably knows what brand of lipstick I wear and I still know absolutely nothing about him. Simmons smiled. "Don't worry, we'll find something. I knew we'd flush him out. We'll get him." Then he ran out of the room. I clenched my teeth. Oh, this guy was good. Really good. I shook my head. Right now, he was probably thinking that he had me, that all he had to do was turn on the charm tonight and I would give up and be putty in his hands. Well, This guy had no idea what he was in for. I reached for my purse. I was on my way to do something so painful that it proved all the more how much I wanted to win this battle. Yes, I was actually going to do it. I was going to a hair salon and shopping for a killer dress. I made an appointment for 4 p.m. at the salon, and paid dearly for it. These guys were always booked out months in advance, but wisely left a few appointments open on the weekends for those desperate and rich clients that just had to get in. I was definitely desperate, and thankfully rich. I headed to the boutique where I usually got my dresses for events such as this. Lola, the owner, always knew what looked best on me. I walked in and she could tell by the look on my face that this was important. Lola, I breathed. I have asked for dresses before, but this time, I need something special. I need to be a knockout tonight. She stared at me with her eyebrows raised. Tonight must be special, she said in her thick French accent. You have never cared so much. You actually look nervous. Just work your magic, Lola. I begged. I followed her as she passed through the racks of dresses. With you it is not a matter of magic, she commented, but putting it all together for the desired effect. So, tell me what is the desired effect, that he will fall in love with you, I hope. She glanced back at me with a smile on her face. Love, I choked. No, absolutely not. I'm not looking for this man to fall in love with me. I'm looking to stun him in submission. I'm going for shock and awe. She laughed and said, okay then, let's get started. We spent the next few hours trying on many different dresses, all beautiful, but none exactly right. The hour was growing later. As I handed her another reject, I noticed that her eyes narrowed as she tapped her finger against her jaw. We got a shipment in today and my girls are probably just finishing unpacking it. There was supposed to be a vintage Valentino in the order. Let me go check. I was still struggling to get out of the shoes that I had tried on with the last dress, when she walked into the dressing lounge draping a dark blue dress across her arms. I could tell as soon as I saw it that it was something special. I hopefully took it into the dressing room and when I walked out, she began to clap. The dress was made of a luxurious satin material that clung tight to my body until just below my knees where it flared out all the way down to the floor. Somehow, it made me look even slimmer and curvier than I actually was. There was a small amount of sleeve that barely hung on my shoulders and when I turned in the mirror, I saw that the back of my dress was made of a dark blue translucent material that stretched tightly over my skin, all the way down to the small of my back. Stay right there, Lola commanded. She rushed back holding some jewelry and a pair of long black gloves. She walked behind me and attached the necklace around my neck. It was a black ribbon choker holding a sapphire in the shape of a teardrop. It was perfect. She also had matching sapphire teardrop earrings. I pulled on the gloves that stopped above my elbow and stood back to examine the final result. You did it again, Lola, I breathed. No, you did it, Bella, she smiled. She put her hand on my shoulder and said, this is definitely shock and awe. 2 hours later, with my hair and makeup done, I took a taxi home. I fussed and pushed my way into the dress and stood in front of the mirror, staring at myself. I took a deep breath, and let it out slowly. The salon had curled my hair and then put it in a high, loose bun with a few loose tendrils hanging down. It showed off my neck and looked great with the earrings. To the outside observer I thought that I might look beautiful. But it didn't matter. What good was it to dress up for a party if the sole purpose was just to dazzle someone into submission? If Edward could see me tonight, would he love me then? I imagined him, with his hypnotic butterscotch eyes, taking in the sight of me in this dress and telling me how beautiful he thought I looked. I imagined him telling me he loved me. My throat tightened painfully. That horrible day in the forest, everything changed for me. I knew I would never feel it again. That I would never again know what it felt like to be in the arms of someone I truly loved. That when you were with him, you were left breathless, and it was the only place in the world you wanted to be. It was better to not even try than to be 92 years old and still trying to get back that feeling of true love that was forever lost. I already knew the end of this story. True love didn't happen twice. I would always be alone. A distant second was so distasteful to me that I could scarcely even think it. So, I looked beautiful tonight, even though Edward would never see me. This night, like so many before, and so many more that would come, it was all just a masquerade to make it through this thing called a life. I attached the small ruby pin to my chest, turned out the light, and headed to the party. I was in my tuxedo, looking out the hotel window at Central Park. The number of people in the city made me slightly anxious. I'd hunted last night before leaving Ireland, but I worried that if this took long, I would have to get Jasper upstate where there was plentiful wildlife. I closed my eyes and concentrated on clearing my head. At least if I had to be in New York, Park Avenue was the place to be. I checked my watch. The dinner had started at 7 o'clock, but Jasper and I, for obvious reasons, were arriving after the dinner was over. Also, I didn't really care to sit around a table making small talk with pompous individuals and smiling politicians. Jasper finished messing with his tie, and we made our way out of the hotel. It was a pleasant night and we walked the 5 blocks to the Waldorf rather than hailing a cab. You know, Jasper, I commented after a few minutes, your restraint has improved considerably in the last several years. I'm sorry I haven't been around to notice it. Jasper smiled proudly. Thank you. I've been working very hard at it. Alice has been a tremendous help. I don't know what I'd do without her. He glanced at me and added, she really misses you. I sighed deeply. I knew I wouldn't be able to take all the looks and her subtle way of silently giving me updates on Bella every time my guard was down. I certainly don't need anyone reminding me of what I've done. I'm fully aware of my choice and its consequences. My insides seized at the familiar pain. Jasper grinned. I'm aware of the tenacity bottled up in that tiny little body, but Edward, she has only your best interests in mind. And Bella's. I swallowed the anger and frustration. I didn't want to lash out at him. I did my best to speak calmly. Jasper, to put it mildly, having Bella with me, well, that ship has sailed. It's out of the harbor, somewhere lost and sunk in the deepest part of the ocean, never to be seen again. Please, let's not talk about this anymore, okay? Jasper began to say something. I could read what his mind was thinking and I interrupted him. Look, it's not your fault. That night was just a precursor to what our lives would have been. Bella was not meant to be part of my world. I saw her, I wanted her, I took her. It was all my fault. There's no one is to blame here, but me. Well, he said with a shrug, Alice seemed pretty excited about something when she called today from Denali. She wouldn't tell me what it was, but I know it had something to do with you. I exhaled sharply. Let's hope she saw us putting an end to this ugly situation in one night. We walked in silence for a block or two and I could see that the closer we got to the Waldorf, the more congested the crowds became. Limousines lined the sidewalks and paparazzi cameras were beginning to flash in front of us. I wanted to make things right with my brother before we moved any further. I stopped, and he turned to me expectantly. Look, I whispered, I know I hurt Bella. But I'm equally sure that she is long over it by now and is living the life she was meant to live. I'll bet she's probably even grateful that I let her go, and hardly ever thinks of me. Jasper winced. I knew he could feel my terrible pain. We're here for you, Edward, he whispered sincerely. I nodded and we began walking again. We slowly made our way to the entrance. There was considerable security that checked our invitations and made us pass through metal detectors and wand searches. We had just entered the lobby outside the ballroom when Jasper's eyes narrowed. Isn't that Sterling Hathaway? He asked. I followed his gaze and saw a man with a drink in his hand. Jasper and I had been reading a recent article on him from Business Weekly. His picture had been on the front cover. Yes, I nodded. That's him. Jasper grinned. Well, it's time to earn my keep. I'm going to see if I can't find out more about our little mystery woman you're meeting here tonight. I slapped him on the back. That's a great idea. I'll meet you in the ballroom. As I moved with the crowd, I tried to concentrate on Jasper's conversation. It wasn't easy. Besides the fact that Hathaway's mind was already muddied from alcohol, I also had the warm mixture of sense and hundreds of other thoughts competing for my attention. My senses were being assaulted at every turn. I tried to be nonchalant as I glanced at each woman's dress for the ruby brooch, knowing full well that staring at a woman's chest as she moved past you was a fairly easy way to attract the wrong kind of attention. It was exactly 8 o'clock when I entered the ballroom, and as the stale air lifted, I caught Jasper's frantic voice in my head. I turned as he entered the ballroom and when I saw his wide, fearful eyes I was afraid he was thirsty. But then I heard his thoughts, loud and clear. Edward, there is a slight complication. He was at my side quickly. What do you mean? I questioned. His hand raked through his hair. The mystery woman you're meeting tonight. Hathaway gave me her name. Edward, he swallowed nervously. You already know her. My eyebrows rose in surprise. I'd never had any friendships, or relationships for that matter, with any females except at the same moment I heard Jasper's thoughts. I was hit with that one terrible, wonderful scent that I thought I would never experience again. I staggered back on my heels. How could this be? Bella was the vice president of the company. The she-devil, Harry Banks had been talking about. Bella was the mystery woman. My stomach tightened in painful spasms as my eyes instinctively followed the scent up the staircase. I saw a blue dress, and the dark hair. A sigh escaped from me and I breathed out her name. Bella. Bella's Pav. I walked into the ballroom and saw Simmons begin to make his way through the crowd. When he caught a full view of me, his eyes traveled up, down, and back up again. He cleared his throat and moved close to my ear. Bella, he whispered, you look absolutely ravishing. This, guy doesn't stand a chance. I pulled back and looked at him surprisingly. He'd never said anything like that to me before. Red-faced, he smiled sheepishly. Hey, I am a guy, you know. You hired me because I'm extremely talented at seeing the obvious. So, where's your date? I teased. It wasn't like him to show up at a party alone. He smiled wickedly. Giselle is meeting me here. We couldn't come together. There's way too much paparazzi. I would soon be dubbed Giselle's new man on the front of Star magazine. I nodded my head like I knew what the heck Star magazine was. His phone rang and when he saw the number, he put up his finger to tell me he'd be back in a moment and moved out of the crowds to talk. He came back a few minutes later and I questioned him as to who he had been talking to. He shrugged it off and said we should find our seats. There were tables spread all throughout the ballroom. Our particular table was at the top of the grand staircase and over to the right. It was nearly full when we arrived. I surveyed the others seated at our table and decided it all added up to boring. The Senate Minority Leader and his wife, a senator from Tennessee, and the ambassador of Greece. Nobody that I cared to know further. We heard a large commotion down on the floor when the president arrived, but I was too preoccupied with meeting that it was hard muster the strength to even make it look like I cared. The salads were coming out when I felt a presence standing close to me. I looked up from the table and was shocked to see Vaughn standing behind my chair. Hello, he said with a nervous smile. Simmons jumped to his feet. Thomas, it's great to see you again. So, where are you sitting? Vaughn smiled. I believe this is my table right here. I looked down at the place cards, and sure enough, seated right next to me in lovely cursive lettering was the name, Thomas Vaughn. Simmons' face was full of innocent surprise. You don't say. Well, isn't that a coincidence? Wouldn't you say so, Bella? If looks could kill, Simmons would have been lying on the floor with his tongue hanging out of his mouth. Simmons caught the look and in a shaky voice said, it looks as if dinner is starting, shall we sit down? When they were seated, Vaughn leaned over and whispered, this was all my idea. I bribed your assistant to tell me what table you were at so that I could strategically sit beside you. And what was the bribe? I asked icily. He shrugged. Tickets on the 50-yard line for the rest of the season. So Simmons had a price for selling me out. Good to know. I actually thought I'd end up at this party alone, he confessed. All week long, Simmons has been telling me you weren't coming. Yes, well, I received a little motivation today, I retorted flatly. You look amazing, he sighed. I turned to my salad. Thank you, I mumbled. The talk around the table was enough to drive a person insane. It seemed to drone on. And Vaughn's small talk wasn't helping. I kept nervously checking my watch. It was now 7:45. You seem on edge about something, Vaughn noted. I hope my plan of sitting next to you hasn't made you uncomfortable. I shook my head. I'm meeting a new client here in 15 minutes. I'm a little on edge. I kept checking my watch and finally, at 7:55, I took a deep breath. I wanted to go to the bathroom to freshen up before I talked with C. Would you excuse me for a moment? I announced, standing up. Vaughn stood up with me. Of course, he replied. Then he gave me one of his game-winning smiles. Once in the bathroom, I checked my hair and makeup and nervously assured myself there was nothing in my teeth. I got some strange looks as I stood in front of the mirror and gave myself the killer pep talk, but it helped clear my head. I put on my game face and exhaled slowly. Showtime, I muttered. I straightened the brooch and headed back out to the ballroom. I walked to the railing, and was scanning the crowd below for a sign of the mystery man, when Vaughn came and stood beside me. Bella. His eyes were so serious. I know you'll be tied up for the rest of the evening, so before you go, I have something I need to say. He licked his lips nervously and went on. I'm not used to being put in the position of the pursuer. Not that I mind, but I'm just not used to having to work so hard to get to know someone I'm interested in. And I am definitely interested in you. I'm probably handling this all wrong, but I am not giving up on the possibility of us, not just yet. He then reached into his inside suit pocket and pulled out a blue box. Another Tiffany box. 2 in one day. Unbelievable. But this one looked like a ring box. I began to stutter and stammer until he put his hand on my cheek and said, Bella, relax. It's not that bad. He opened the box and pulled out a bracelet. It was a silver chain that was very shiny and thin. On it was a charm. I fingered the charm and saw that it was a carousel horse. It was covered in diamonds. He began speaking as he put the bracelet on my wrist. This is a reminder of our first date, he explained. I couldn't find a yacht, but I haven't given up looking. He put his finger under my chin and lifted my eyes to his. I want to fill this bracelet with charms of all our dates. Then, I will buy you another bracelet and fill that one up too. Do you understand what I'm saying? I swallowed hard. Of course I understood. I opened my mouth to make an attempt at something intelligent when Simmons came running up to us. His eyes were wide, and he was breathless. Bella, he gasped. An intern just called. It's not big, but you said you wanted to know about any lead. The intern found a record of a phone call from C-Corp to a business in France made 8 years ago. The phone call was traced to a small hospital in northern Washington. A small hospital in northern Washington. My bones went rigid. What was the name of the hospital? I whispered. Forks Hospital, he answered. I reeled back. How could I have been so foolish? My heart hammered in my throat as I traced back on all the warning signs. The C was for Cullen. Of course it was. The business was started in the early 1900s, all the secrecy knowing about things before they actually happened. I felt my legs go weak. How? I questioned again. How could I have fallen so far that I let greed take over my good judgment? I heard a strange wheezing sound, and realized it was me. Then a question screamed into my head. Who was sent here to meet me? The ballroom tilted at a strange angle. I wildly and frantically began searching for the topaz eyes that I used to know so well. My breath was coming too fast. I couldn't fill my lungs with enough air. My hands were tightly gripping the railing, and I could feel myself begin to quake. Somewhere far away I could hear Simmons calling my name. Then, I saw him. My eyes rested on the bronze hair and the excruciatingly lovely face, and all I could think of was how my dreams had not remembered his beauty anywhere near well enough. My chest caved in. It was Edward. It was really him. I had done all I could to forget. I had told myself countless times that I never wanted to see him again. Yet, here he was, after 7 long years, climbing the stairs toward me. His eyes held me. I couldn't look away. I tried to shake my head and beg him not to come any closer, but I was frozen, rigid, mesmerized. Edward's pav. All I could do was stand there and stare at Bella. She was at the railing looking out at the crowd. She was wearing the ruby brooch. I exhaled sharply. She was a vision. I remembered her as an 18-year-old girl, but she had grown into a ravishing, incredibly breathtaking woman. Jasper grabbed my arm. Edward, are you okay? I couldn't swallow. I couldn't speak. After 7 years, my reason for existing was mere feet from me. But there was someone standing beside her, a large man, with dark black hair. My chest felt very heavy. Was this her husband? I could see in his eyes that he cared for her. I tuned out everything else in the room and listened to what he was saying. I am not giving up on the possibility of us, not just yet. What did that mean? Then he handed her a box. A box from Tiffany's. He pulled out a bracelet and I almost fainted with relief that it wasn't a ring. He spoke of their first date and all the dates he wanted to have with her in the future. For one brief second, I contemplated running away from her. But I knew there wasn't a chance I'd be able to do it. I couldn't take it another second. I had to get to her. I began walking as slowly as I could manage up the stairs. Jasper caught up to me. Edward, what are you going to do? What are you going to say? I knew what I wanted to say. Bella, I love you. I have loved you every moment we've been apart. I don't know, I admitted. The dark-haired gentleman wanted more from their relationship. He was waiting for Bella to reply. It seemed like hours while he and I both waited for her answer. Suddenly, another man hastily joined them. He quickly told Bella about an intern finding a phone record of a call Carlyle made several years ago from Forks Hospital to one of our companies in France. And I could tell from her face that until that very moment, she'd had absolutely no idea who C was. Her head whipped around and she madly began to search the crowd. Her face I expected to see anger, but instead I saw fear. Here I am, Bella. Look this way, I pleaded. And then she found me. For the first time in 7 years, I was able to see those dark pools I got lost in so many times. Without another thought, I finished climbing the stairs and walked toward her. She backed up a step and again, I could see fear. Not since that first day in biology so long ago, had she ever looked on me in fear. But this was a different kind of fear. Her heart was flying. No, it was battering in her chest. Harder than I'd ever heard it before. The closer I got, the stronger her scent became. I momentarily closed my eyes as I let it wash over me. How I longed to hold her close and let my mouth linger behind her ear. I wanted to take her somewhere, alone. Just the two of us, and tell her everything that had been burning inside me for the last 7 years. I was almost to her now. I swallowed hard and looked into the eyes of my love and said, "Hello, Bella." She stood there with her teeth clenched. I could see her jaw working under the tension. A calm rested over the group and I watched her glance menacingly at Jasper. When she looked back at me, she was grasping the railing so tightly that her knuckles were white. "Hello, Edward." It had been so long since I'd heard her voice anywhere but in my memories. The man beside her cleared his throat and said, "Bella, do you want to introduce these gentlemen? This is my assistant, Michael Simmons," she said roughly. "And this," she swallowed hard, "is Jasper Hale. And Edward Cullen." She looked at Michael meaningfully and said, "This is C." Michael blinked in surprise. His thoughts told me he was equally shocked that not only was I a young man, but that Bella already knew me. His mind raced as he struggled to assess how big of a threat we would be, how strong an adversary he was now up against. But he mostly seemed shocked at the way Bella was acting. Apparently, he had never seen her show this type of emotion. The thoughts of the large, dark-haired man in the group invaded my mind, and I had to admit, I was not in any mood to hear how he felt about Bella. Jasper put his hand out to him. "Hello," he greeted. The man shook Jasper's hand, nodded his head once sharply and said, "Thomas Vaughn." Jasper smiled. "Oh sure, I recognize you now. I'm a big fan." I glanced sideways at Jasper. So this guy was in love with Bella and famous. Terrific. We stood in an uncomfortable silence. I couldn't take my eyes off Bella. She was looking anywhere but at me. Finally, Michael said, "Well, Bella, I believe you and Mr. C. Cullen have important matters to discuss." I nodded my head in agreement and looked at her expectantly. She cleared her throat as she motioned to the back of the room. "There's a small parlor down the hallway." Her voice was rough. She looked at Jasper expectantly. "Will you be joining us?" She looked as if she was pleading for him to come. But if Jasper had any sense of self-preservation, he knew what his answer would be. "Oh, no," he answered quickly. "You go ahead. I'll be getting better acquainted with Michael and Thomas." He gave me a sideways glance and then began walking off with the two men. I walked up beside Bella and put my hand on the small of her back. She bristled and moved to the side out of my reach, and I quickly dropped my hand, struggling to keep my face impassive and not show how much that hurt. We walked to the parlor in silence. Once inside, I stopped next to the only couch, hoping to persuade her to sit and talk, but she moved about 5 feet away and kept her back to me. For a moment, her arms went tight around her middle. I watched her take a large breath, and when she did finally turn around, there was no longer fear in her eyes. She stared hard at my face. Was this some kind of joke? She spat. Why even go through all the pretense of the flowers and the pin? Were you trying to dazzle me? When she said the word dazzle, she narrowed her eyes and looked disgusted. No, Bella. I shook my head. This dress that she was wearing, however, was dazzling me a great deal. It was tight on her waist and hips, and the back of her dress clung to her skin in the most distracting way. It was just the color blue I'd always loved her in most. Her hair was pulled back, showing me her lovely neck. I could see her blood drumming, pulsating in a hard rhythmic beat, and I had to swallow down the venom and the passion at the same time. The passion was much more painful to push away. The deep red color on her lips made my mouth water for her. I wanted to take her in my arms and make us both forget the last 7 years apart. Instead, I used all my restraint to calm myself and answer her question. I had absolutely no idea who I was meeting tonight until I saw you at the top of the stairs. Carlisle visited me only a week ago and asked me if I would deal with this. I chuckled a bit and said, I never saw your name on one document, and the lawyers had another name for you. I'm truly just as blown away as you are. I sighed hard. Bella, I'm so glad it was you. Her eyes blazed. Is it because you think I'll drop this just because we had a high school romance? Is that all she thought it was? No, I stammered. I'm just so happy to see you again. I have missed you so much. Bella, you look so beautiful. Her hands were in fists as she bit her lip and in a hushed whisper said, You're not going to do this to me again. This doesn't change anything. The panic began to rise in me. This conversation was taking a turn I wasn't ready for. I just wanted to talk about us. I was blown away by the lovely creature standing in front of me. Bella, how have you been? I took a tentative step towards her. I think about you so often. I had no idea that you were living in New York City and were involved in business. She was looking down at her hands. There was no answer. My family is doing fine, I babbled, afraid of her silence. They're living in New Jersey right now. Carlisle is a doctor at Johns Hopkins. Alice is visiting Denali, and Emmett and Rosalie are on their honeymoon, again. Esme will be so happy to hear that you are well. Her voice lost a bit of its edge. You said Carlisle visited you. Why aren't you with your family? Relief overwhelmed me. We finally seemed to be having a real conversation. I've been living in Ireland. Trying vainly to get through the days without you, Bella. Her brow furrowed, and then she looked far into my eyes. I desperately searched for any sign of what she was thinking. I saw a momentary flicker of deep hurt, and then her eyes grew hard and distant. Her heart stopped for a moment and then began beating much slower than before. She smiled wryly as she stared at me, having fun with one of those distractions. I opened my mouth to reply, but she interrupted me. Listen, Edward, I will set up a meeting for 7 a.m. on Monday to discuss all of this. I suggest you bring your lawyers. Notice I said plural on lawyers. You will need more than one. We will primarily be discussing the financial records on your offshore markets for the last 10 years. This will be the first in a series of meetings, so if you need to get back to your distraction, see if Jasper can stay. Bella, please, She raised her hand in front of my face. And furthermore, in the conference room I would ask that you address me as Ms. Swan. I will return the courtesy to you, Mr. Cullen. She turned and began walking out of the room. I followed after her. Bella, I just want to talk. Can't we just sit and talk? It's been so long. I want to know you as you are now. She spun around and landed a mere inch from my face. You want to know me? She hissed. Well, you're looking at it. Stick around a while, Mr. Cullen, and you'll see just what kind of human I turned out to be. With that, she was gone. I watched her stalk swiftly past her table and then witnessed a surprised Simmons and Thomas jump up and follow her down the stairs. A moment later, Simmons came back alone. He stared curiously across the room at me. I wasn't hard to find. I hadn't moved. I was stunned. Jasper slowly stood up from the table that Simmons and Thomas had abandoned. I'm guessing that didn't go well. I shook my head. No, Jasper, I thought bitterly. It didn't go well. Not well at all. I looked back longingly at the last place I'd seen her, on the stairs, and tried to come to grips with a new thought. That perhaps the life I'd imagined for Bella wasn't quite what I had hoped. I was pushing through the crowds. I was in a tunnel. Everything echoed. I was caged in. The bodies were too close, too warm. I had to get away from the hordes of people. Bella. Simmons caught up to me on the stairs. I gripped the railing for support. I don't understand, he murmured, trying not to make a scene. Why did you let C leave so quickly? That meeting barely lasted 5. His voice trailed off and I looked up to see a mixture of surprise and grave concern written on his face. I didn't understand, until I felt something on my cheek. I ran my fingers across it and realized I was crying. I've got to go, I whispered furiously. He took me by the arm. Bella, are you okay? Where are you going? I didn't answer. I pushed past the couple in front of me and stumbled my way into the lobby. I didn't stop until I was outside. I could smell a recent rain. I closed my eyes and let the cool night breeze blow at the sticky perspiration on my face. Cars were honking. People were rushing by. Everyone seemed to know exactly where they were going, but I was frozen. I didn't know where to go. I didn't know what to do. I was lost. After a few minutes of staring blankly into the distance, I realized I was cold. My coat. It was still inside the hotel. And there was no way at all, I was going back in there. I wrapped my arms around my middle and in a numb stupor, wandered in the direction of my apartment. Numb. Numb was good. I'd been there many times. It was safe. It was a sheltered place. I don't know how long it took me to get to my lobby. I don't know how long I drifted. I walked in and was greeted by bleary-eyed Oscar, the night doorman. At the sound of my name, someone jumped up from a nearby sofa. Bella. Vaughn cried out. I was so worried. He came towards me quickly. Are you all right? I couldn't call you. You didn't have your phone. He held up my purse and coat, then touched my cheek. You're freezing. He wrapped my coat around my shoulders and shook his head. Why were you wandering the streets of Manhattan after midnight without a coat? Thank you, I whispered. I reached out for my purse and saw that I was still wearing the charm bracelet he'd given me. Bella, you're trembling. His voice was becoming increasingly concerned. What happened while you were talking to that Cullen guy? Did he do something to you? Because if he did, I swear, I will. No. My voice was smaller than I'd intended. He didn't do anything. The silence was deep between us for a time and then very cautiously he said, I don't think this Edward Cullen is just a past acquaintance. I closed my eyes. I hadn't heard that name anywhere but in my dreams for so long. To hear Vaughn say it now was far too much for me to handle. I need to go upstairs, I breathed. I walked to the elevator and he followed me. After I pressed the button, he reached for my chin and gently turned my face to look at him. Let me at least get you safely up to your apartment, he begged. I flinched and he pulled his hand away. I'm going to call you next week, okay? He reassured me. It's such terrible timing, but I have to leave in the morning for the game in Tampa. I nodded. He stood there silently, perhaps waiting for more. He was disappointed. The elevator door opened and I moved inside. The last person got out on the 47th floor, and apparently, that was exactly how long I was able to hold it together. I slid down into a corner of the elevator and began to sob. I found my way to my door and tripped my way into my apartment. I cried, I screamed, I hit a wall and hurt my hand. I ended up in front of my large window, sitting on the floor, and staring out at the night. I had sometimes fantasized how I would act if I ever saw him again. I had planned on being callous. I imagined that I would laugh and roll my eyes in a flippant manner as we talked about the good old days in Forks. I'd planned on giving him the impression that I'd barely even thought of him over the years. I had promised myself that he would never, ever know how much he hurt me. I had failed miserably. I'd been angry, defensive, and biting in my remarks. I winced at the dramatic comment I'd made before I stormed out of the parlor. He didn't care one bit about what kind of human I'd turned out to be. I wished I could take it all back. If only I'd had some advance warning. I would have been prepared. I would have been ready, maybe. As soon as I'd seen his face tonight, I'd realized why I had not been able to move on. His beauty was woven into every part of my life, from my dreams, to my drive to constantly work, and how I treated everyone around me. I thought I had committed every part of him to perfect memory. But I hadn't remembered exactly how impossibly long his eyelashes were. I had also forgotten precisely how the light played with his hair. My memory was nowhere near accurate on the angle of his chin, and the roundness of his lips, and how his shoulders, even in a tuxedo, looked so powerful and steady. And yet, somehow, Even after all this time, his voice had remained the loudest and clearest sound in my head. I was still desperately in love with him. For the past 7 years there had not been one time that I'd laid in bed at night and not thought of him. For the past 7 years there had not been one time that I'd watched the sunset and felt twilight upon me that I didn't think of him. Every time it had rained I'd thought of him, every time I heard a love song playing in the elevator, every time I tripped, every time I saw a Volvo, every time I heard a piano, every time I saw a couple together, every time I felt my heart beating, every time I thought of wildflowers in a meadow, every time I cut myself, every time I touched cold stone. I couldn't believe that after all the times I would have given anything to see him again, that I had just left him there and walked away. Maybe, part of me wanted to be the one to walk away from him this time. He had seen me in my dress after all and had told me how beautiful I looked, and the way my heart fluttered at that thought, made me so angry that I started on another crying jag. I was going to have to see him in 2 days. How would I do it? Not ever seeing him and knowing he didn't love me, was apparently just as hard as knowing I would see him and that he didn't love me. And I had no idea how many miles I was going to have to run to get my mind off of what was happening in Ireland. I was officially giving up on C-Corp. I was sure that Carlisle and the whole Cullen family had put much care into building it. I could never take it away from them. I loved them too much. Besides, if I went through with this, Edward would have to remain in town at least a month or two for meetings. I couldn't bear to see him all those times and then have him leave. I didn't have enough faith in myself and the person I could be around him. I had a reputation that I wanted left intact after this was all over. I wanted him gone now. Yes, I wanted him gone now. Somehow, I needed to try and forget he was ever here and get back to business as usual. I was on my knees with my forehead resting on the carpet, my arms pulled tightly around my middle. I thought that Valentino probably never intended for his dress to be treated this way. I didn't have the strength to get to my bed. All I could do was hold myself tight and attempt to keep myself together. I was afraid to go to sleep. I knew who would star in every dream. So as the night crept on, I made a new plan. I would tell Mr. Hathaway that I was no longer going after C-Corp and that my designs had changed. I would find a bigger and more successful company to take down to appease him. I started to breathe easier when I knew there would be no Monday morning meeting with Edward and then realized I had no idea how to get a hold of him or any of this team. I guessed I would have to put Simmons on that. You can do this, Bella, I told myself. You can do this. I hoped that if I repeated it enough, it would sink in. And as the sky lightened, I actually did feel better. I would never have to see Edward again. I would make sure of it. Bella's Pav. I was standing in the forest. It was a familiar place. My mind was used to coming here. I could feel the squish of the earth under my feet. No, please no. I was pleading. I turned and looked behind me. That's when I saw it. The vine maple tree. Its leaves were rustling ever so slightly. There was no wind. So, why were the leaves moving? Then realization spread through me, hot and blistering. Edward had run away. He had made the breeze. He was gone. I sat up quickly, jolted out of sleep. Not that dream, I groaned, letting out a frustrated gust of air. I would take any memory but that one right now. The sun was coming in the window and I looked for the nearest clock. I had no idea what time it was, but even though it was Saturday, if the sun was up, I knew I should have been at the office a long time ago. It went against everything that I'd taught myself, but I laid back down. My eyes were sticky and swollen and it felt better if I closed them. No harm done, Bella, I reminded myself. So, you saw him again. No big deal. I had come this far. I could get through this. This was not as bad as before. Not as bad. For some reason, my mind traveled back to that stupid letter I left for him at Charlie's house on my last morning in Forks. I'd been so angry when I'd written it. I'd just taken the last few things out of my bedroom and sat them by the front door for Charlie to load into the cruiser. I remembered how I'd stood in my room, trying to say goodbye to all the memories. I laid down on my bed one more time and then went to my window and locked the latch I'd asked Charlie to buy for me. When I touched that window, I felt the shaking begin and I grit my teeth and whispered to no one, "This is the last time I cry in my room for you." I'd then found paper in my bedside table drawer and scrawled the angry message that he would never see. And I hadn't been back to Forks since. I'd walked out of my room that day without turning back, but the problem was, I had turned back in my memory too many times. And I didn't know which way to turn anymore. The phone rang. I struggled to get up in the tight dress and stumbled my way to my purse. Hello, I answered thickly. Isabella, I tried your office first. I'd assumed that's where you'd be. I want to know how things went last night with C. I forced myself to become coherent. Yes, Mr. Hathaway. I did have a brief meeting with him last night, and we have scheduled a meeting for Monday morning at 7 a.m. Excellent. I will be anxious to hear how you plan to proceed with the takeover. Stop by my office after the meeting. The sleep was leaving my body and I cleared my scratchy throat. Ah, Mr. Hathaway, I began nervously. After I spoke with C. last night, I realized I may have been premature in thinking they were ripe for a split. I plan to use Monday's meeting to tell them that we're abandoning our designs on their company. I held my breath, waiting for his reply. Isabella, he growled, I've been over every document and C-Corp is a textbook case for what you do best. The conditions couldn't be any more perfect for a takeover. There was a slight pause. You're not going soft on me, are you, Swan? I straightened my back. No, sir, I'm not. I just think. I don't pay you to think, Swan. I pay you to catch and kill. In a softer, more menacing voice he said, I don't have to tell you what will happen to your future with us if you decide not to play ball. Those who go soft never get their names placed on buildings. Word will spread that you've lost your edge, and no one else will hire you either. My mouth went dry. Mr. Hathaway, there's another company that I believe to be a much sounder bet than C-Corp. We would stand to make double the money on the deal. I was bluffing, but he didn't need to know that. He growled low. You were the one who alerted me to C-Corp in the first place. We've been on this for months now. Do you have any idea how much money we've spent in manpower alone to flush this character out? I swallowed hard and used my most decisive and forceful tone. Mr. Hathaway, I don't want to continue the takeover of C-Corp. Swan, he snarled, I know you may be a little scared too. Scared? I shouted into the phone. I assure you that I am not at all scared. Then what reason could you possibly have for not wanting to take them down? Because the company belongs to a family full of vampires and I'm in love with their oldest son. I didn't really have a quick answer for him. Isabella, his voice was low and intense. I have molded you and sculpted you into the perfect killing machine. I've been your mentor these last 3 years and I've always been on your side. I have never demanded anything of you, but I'm telling you now, I want you to make me proud. I order you to finish what you started. Take this company down or you will not see your name next to mine on the building. My stomach turned. I won't let you down, Mr. Hathaway. That's the spirit, he bellowed. I'll talk to you on Monday. Yes, Mr. Hathaway. This was a problem. I quickly showered and made it to the office about 9:30 a.m. Simmons was already there. He always went to the gym and had an early morning workout on Saturday mornings, and then came into the office in sweats and a t-shirt. He had everything spread out in the conference room. The huge table made working much easier. He tried to act like everything was normal, like he didn't see me cry last night. Hey there, he said. I hope you don't mind. I took the liberty of ordering breakfast. Sitting at the table was a steaming cup with Starbucks written across it. This is just what I needed, thank you, I said a bit too cheerfully. What section are you on? I asked. Bring me up to speed with what you're doing. So, the day went on until about 1 o'clock in the afternoon when Simmons said he needed something to eat. Can I get you something? He asked. I shook my head. No, I'm fine. I'll be back in 20 minutes. He stood up and left the room. I knew I should have kept working, but I was exhausted from my terrible night's sleep on the floor. I laid my head on the table and told myself I would just close my eyes for a minute. I woke up to see Simmons sifting through C-Corp's records of a company purchased in France in 1953. I bolted upright and looked at my watch and saw it was 3:30 in the afternoon. Holy crow. I'm sorry. Why didn't you wake me up? I started blinking and shifting papers. It looked like you could use the sleep, he said dryly. I rubbed my face and started back on the rough draft of the report I planned to give to C-Corp's lawyers on Monday. I brought you some food, he said. I told you I was fine, I retorted. Humans eat, he muttered. He handed me the styrofoam container filled with chow mein and rice. I pieced at the now cold food unenthusiastically. Bella, do you care if I ask you a question? He asked hesitantly. Yes, actually I do, I growled, never looking up from my papers. You talked in your sleep, he said. That's not a question, I barked. You said, Edward, 3 times. I slowly lifted my head and saw that his brown eyes were looking at me carefully. I smirked. I must really have this company on my mind. He shook his head. I don't think that's it. I looked back down and continued writing. I heard him give an exasperated sigh. I ignored him. Bella, I can't go into this meeting on Monday not knowing where your head is at. You changed as soon as you saw Edward Cullen last night. If you don't want to talk to me, then so be it. But, you need to talk to somebody, and as far as I know, I'm your only friend. My eyes shot up and I glared daggers at him. Oh, you're my friend. I wasn't aware that friends sold each other out for tickets on the 50-yard line. He winced. I just told him he could sit by you. I didn't offer him your firstborn. I rolled my eyes. Besides, you're not my only friend. I have lots of friends. He sat back and raised a doubtful eyebrow at me. You obviously know this Cullen guy from somewhere, and you definitely have some kind of history, he said seriously. You're obviously in the wrong line of work, you should be a detective, I scoffed. He shifted uncomfortably. I saw something last night that I haven't seen once in the 2 years we've been working together. His eyes narrowed. Your wall came down. Not a lot, but some. I was under the impression that your wall was a fortress, completely impenetrable. He leaned forward in his chair. You were, or still are, in love with that guy. I felt the fire broil inside me. You were wrong, totally off base, and totally out of line, I shouted angrily. He didn't back down. Before Thomas Vaughn, when was your last date? I twisted my face. What does that have to do with anything? Just humor me, when was your last date? I exhaled noisily. Did you date in college? No. I was too busy studying so I could be smarter than you, I shot back. Did you date in high school? Sure. I tried to sound nonchalant. So, your last date was when you were like, 17 or 18. Something like that, I muttered. You went to high school in Northern Washington and Forks Hospital is in Northern Washington, so my guess is that your last date was with him. He sat back smugly in his chair acting like Sherlock Holmes solving a case. All he was missing was the pipe and funny hat. I rolled my eyes and chuckled. You don't even know what you're talking about. Oh, I think I do. I know plenty of guys, I said defiantly. Name. 2. Philip and Oscar, I announced triumphantly. His face twisted. Who are Philip and Oscar? I muttered something unintelligible. He turned his ear in my direction. What was that? I didn't quite catch that. They're the doorman in my building. I sat back and folded my arms as I stared at my papers. Simmons pursed his lips thoughtfully and then let out a big sigh. Bella, before we go into that meeting on Monday, I need to know one thing. Are you in love with Edward Cullen? Of course not, I replied. He stood up, exasperated, and began walking around the room. He stopped and leaned against the wall across from the table and ran his hands through his hair in frustration. You could do a lot worse, you know. He seems to be a really nice guy and apparently for being so young, is quite wealthy and successful. Every woman in the ballroom couldn't take their eyes off of him. Lucky for me, he and his brother left before Giselle saw them. Thomas Vaughn was standing right next to Edward and no one even looked at him. Shut up. All right. I couldn't take it. Being reminded of Edward's virtues was the last thing I needed right now. He came back to the table, leaned over it and looked right in my face. His voice became gentle. Your meeting last night wasn't very long, and Jasper was extremely evasive when I tried to get information. When you walked away, you were a little emotional, which tells me that he did something to hurt you and you've spent the last 7 years trying, in your own way, to forget. I believe he's the reason for your wall. The one who made you not want to be human anymore. I stared at him in shock. I just wanted him to stop talking and leave this alone. We still have a lot of work to do, I said roughly. Are you in love with Edward Cullen? His eyes bored into me. I already answered that question, I said angrily. He hit the table and said, "Damn it, Bella. Do you love Edward Cullen?" "It doesn't matter anyway," I breathed out painfully. All the air went out of him in a frustrated huff. "If it doesn't matter, then just tell me." He looked at me with compassion. "If I know what's really going on, then I can help make it easier. I have a lot of professional stake in this too, you know. We're a team. Bella, are you still in love with him?" I bit my lip and defiantly swallowed back any emotion. I couldn't say the words. I answered by nodding my head. He let out a relieved sigh and stood up straight. "Thank you," he murmured. He was silent for a moment and then said, "Now, I need to know how you plan to take down the company of the man you love." I swallowed hard. I'd already decided that I was dropping the whole thing. But Mr. Hathaway called this morning, and when I gave him the news, he accused me of going soft and informed me that my future with the company was tied to this deal. "What?" Simmons' voice went up 2 octaves and then he shook his head. "Actually, I guess that doesn't surprise me." He exhaled long and deep. "So what are you going to do?" I shrugged. "I have no future with Edward. I'm sure that he and his family have numerous holdings in many other places. I'm going through with it. I have to. I'll be as tough as I always am and finish it quickly." "He'll leave," I said, feeling the gash widen in my middle. "And for me, it will go back to business as usual." He looked doubtful. "Is that what you really want?" "Absolutely." To my credit, I didn't even flinch. I put my finger right in his face and said harshly, "And another thing, I will fire you on the spot if you try any more matchmaking business. If I find out that Edward Cullen has my direct phone number at the office or my private cell number, you are gone, mister. You will not tell him where I live, you will not let him in my office, and you will not find a way for us to be alone. Get the word out to the entire staff that nobody is to speak to them." I wasn't taking any chances. Edward and Jasper could dazzle a starving man from his last crust of bread. Simmons' lips were a hard line as he stared at me and then simply said, "Okay. One more thing." I knew it was going to sound strange, but it was necessary that I say it. "Anytime we're around Mr. Cullen, you must not, under any circumstances, think about what I told you concerning my feelings for him." He froze, looking bewildered. "You want me to control my thoughts around him?" This was the touchy part, making him fear Edward without understanding why. "Mr. Cullen is very perceptive to what others around him are thinking. Call it a gift. I'm concerned that if he finds out how I feel, he'll try and use my feelings as leverage to gain the upper hand. He's extremely intelligent and he'll be looking for any unseen opportunity, so you must not think about any of this, okay? Also, it would be a good idea if you tried very hard not to think about our strategy either. I'll give you some pointers." He stared at me strangely. "All right," he answered meekly. Hopefully, his impression of Edward was changing. That was good. A healthy fear of your opponent was never a bad thing. Without another word, we both put our heads back down and got back to work. I was now a world-class problem solver who was about to go into the battle of her life. I had never lost. And I wasn't about to start now. I was dumbfounded. I stood there in the parlor, helpless, wondering how it could be possible that I was watching Bella walk away from me. She wouldn't even let me talk to her. I shouldn't have come. I shouldn't have been here. This could have been avoided, I fumed. This night didn't have to happen. By the time Bella reached the stairs, I was sure that if a certain tiny, spiky-haired vampire was anywhere within 1,000 miles of me, I would have gladly ripped off her head. On instinct, angry venom filled my mouth as the remains of Bella's scent wafted past me. I bit down hard. "Let's take the back way out of here," Jasper murmured. "Yes," I fumed. "Let's get out of here as quickly as possible so I can find your mate and kill her." Bella's assistant was still staring at me. I had enough of my faculties to read Simmons' mind. He hoped that Bella was going home. He laid out the scene of her apartment building in his thoughts, and as soon as I had all the information I needed, Jasper and I were gone. In a fury, I dialed Alice as soon as our hotel door closed. "Hey, Edward." She was using her "I'm so happy that I haven't a care in the world" voice. I concentrated on not crushing my phone. "Alice, you knew damn well Bella was the woman I was meeting tonight. It would have been nice to have a little warning," I hissed. "If I'd warned you, there wouldn't have been a meeting," she shot back. I exhaled sharply. She was right. At least I would like to think I would have been strong enough to stay away. This is none of your business, Alice. Do you hear me? Of course it's my business, Edward. This is a family company. You and I both know what I'm talking about, Alice. Once again, I must remind you that what happens with Bella is none of your concern. Make up your mind, Edward, she chimed. Do you want me to warn you of possible meetings with Bella, or do you want me to stay out of it? Alice, I bellowed. Of course it didn't go very well tonight, she said authoritatively. And do you want to know why? Because everything I told you about Bella and how she was suffering was true. It's time you listen to me for a change. This quarterback is completely smitten by her, but she is stunned at seeing you again. Quote, Alice, I roared. You listen to me. I don't want to hear anything about Bella's future, or any of the decisions she's going to make. I don't want to hear about this football player she's dating, and most of all, I do not want to hear how she feels about me. She silently pouted and I gave the phone to Jasper. I had to calm down for several minutes before I could call Carlisle. At first, he seemed relieved that we were dealing with Bella, but once I explained her reaction to me, I could hear the worry in his voice. I spoke about the upcoming meeting on Monday and assured him I would keep him apprised of all the details. When I went back into the sitting room, Jasper was still talking to the trader. I left without a word. There was only one place I wanted to be right now. I found a park bench across the street from Bella's apartment building and focused my eyes on the top floor. She lived in the penthouse suite. I couldn't wrap my mind around that. It was not one of the futures I'd pictured for her. I wondered how these last 7 years had played out. I pictured her in college. I had so wanted her to have the human experience of going to college. I hoped that she'd enjoyed it and had great memories of parties and dances, and dates. I was faintly aware of the cars that passed by and the policeman that kept circling the block and eyeing me suspiciously. I paid him no mind. I would stay here all night. I didn't need one of Alice's visions to tell me that. My chest burned as I stared at the top floor. Was that Thomas gentleman with her? The thought left me reeling. I listened, but heard no voices or thoughts. My head fell in my hands. She was so close. I could be to her in seconds. I could hold her in my arms and feel her again, but she didn't want me there. I wondered, did she choose the top floor in an effort to keep me from ever coming to her at night? I couldn't believe how much more beautiful she had become. Those eyes, her face, that figure. I set my jaw as I remembered the thoughts that all the men in the room had for Bella. Most of them didn't like her, but they all wanted her. It was like high school all over again. I had mistakenly believed that nothing could touch the pain I felt in the Brazilian slums. I was absolutely wrong. Being this close to her and knowing she didn't want me was worse than anything I could imagine. Death by the Volturi and a damned soul would be a welcomed bliss compared to what I was feeling. I didn't know how to deal with this. I had nothing to draw from. Bella had always wanted me. She had never turned me away. I continued to stare up at the only sanctuary I had ever known. Good night, Bella, I whispered. I made myself comfortable on the bench and settled in for another long night, alone. The second night, that park bench and I became good friends. And Sunday night, beginning to feel like some crazed stalker, I forced myself to believe the truth. Bella didn't love me anymore. Of that I was sure. The way she'd acted Friday night told me all I needed to know. She had gotten over me. She'd made a new life. She once offered me her soul, but now she called us a high school romance and wouldn't even look me in the face. For the millionth time, I reminded myself that this was all my doing. The whole reason I'd left her was to reset everything, to make it as if I'd never existed. But seeing her again, well, it just cruelly reminded me how costly that sacrifice would always be. My marble skin could stand up to the sharpness of any blade, but this pain carved straight through me, burning and scarring as it went. It was said that our venom was the only thing that left its mark on us. I now saw that wasn't exactly true. I knew that if I wasn't able to fend off this attack from her firm, I was going to have to see her at least once or twice a week for the next 2 of 3 months. How should I act towards her? Should I treat her the way I wanted to treat her? Or should I treat her how I would treat an acquaintance, impartial and unaffected? And now, of course, I had an even bigger problem. Now that I'd seen her again, I didn't want to leave her. I wanted to be wherever she was. I wanted to be in love with her. The thought of going back to Ireland or New Jersey with my family when I knew she was here was just too much to take. I would give away all my tomorrows just to touch her again. So, besides forcing me to accept the truth, the last 3 nights also helped me make a decision. Now that Bella had grown into this 25-year-old breathtaking woman, it was unthinkable that she would ever give me a second thought. But there were still some things that she needed to know. Not because my words would change anything, but because the rest of my existence would be bearable if I knew that Bella wasn't going to live the rest of her life believing a lie. Before this was over, I would confess everything, and then, with one last goodbye, I would wish her a happy life. Monday morning, Jasper and I had just left the hotel for the meeting. I thought again of Bella's anger, but even with all her hostility, I had a hard time believing that Bella was going to go through with this. I could see her striking out at me, but this would be a blow to the entire family. The Bella I knew didn't have it in her to be this cruel. Of course, the Bella I knew was an 18-year-old child. It was ridiculous, but I couldn't contain the exhilaration I felt at the promise of seeing her again. I would be in the same room with her. I would see those eyes. I would once again hear her heartbeat. We were walking to the elevator when Jasper glanced at me. "How are you doing?" his thoughts asked me. "Fine," I answered shortly. He looked straight ahead and did his best to keep his doubts to himself. After all, he could feel my emotions. He knew I was lying. "Actually, I've made a decision," I announced roughly. He stopped and turned. "No matter the outcome, I want Bella to know how much I love her," I whispered. Jasper's eyebrow lifted sharply. "Are you sure that's wise?" I nodded. "She needs to know that when I left, it wasn't because I didn't love her. I know it was a long time ago and that her feelings for me have changed, but I gave her a burden that she never should have had to bear. I can't let her go the rest of her life thinking that she wasn't enough for me, that it was easy for me to leave, that I don't cherish her." Jasper nodded slowly, and then thumped me on the back. "Good luck with that." We entered the conference room at Whitmore Hathaway and our lawyers' faces were grim. Simmons was already there, speaking with his several lawyers and assistants. He immediately approached Jasper and I and shook our hands. "Now that we're all here, I'll contact Ms. Swan," he informed us. My insides turned as I anticipated her arrival. To occupy myself, I decided to get all the knowledge, data, and facts from her team that I could. They had to be a buffet of secrets. But after a few minutes, I sat down bewildered. Her lawyers were amazingly void of information. They seemed to have their thoughts on anything but this buyout. When I heard one of them singing, "Row, row, row, your boat," over and over, I twitched uncomfortably. Bella had prepared her team for me. She was good. Then, as if in an answer to all my desires and longings, she came breezing into the room. Without ever looking in my direction, she walked swiftly to the head of the table and said, "Good morning. Let's get started." I didn't hear anything that was said for the next 10 minutes. I just closed my eyes and breathed her in. She was wearing her hair down, more the way I remembered her wearing it before. She wore a brown skirt that clung tightly to her thighs and tapered in snug just above her knees. Her blouse was a pale pink color and made of an airy material that flowed when she moved. Her makeup was light and showed off her lovely cheeks and full lips. Her legs, oh man, her legs. She wore really high heels. She used to call them death traps when I knew her, but they made her legs look amazing. "Keep it together, man." Jasper's demands invaded my thoughts and I forced myself to pay attention. Bella was still speaking. Her demeanor was calm, but her heart was pounding hard. She never looked at me once. "So, in addition to the document spelling out how I would like to proceed, I have a first offer on the table. It is all enumerated on page 275 section 4 of document 7. We believe this offer to be a generous one and hope we can resolve this quickly and move on to other matters." Harry Banks, my head lawyer, practically jumped out of his seat. His thoughts told me he really hated her. "Ms. Swan, you seem to be under the ridiculous impression that we're just going to lie down and let you steal C-Corp from us. I would hardly call $27.5 billion stealing," she icily shot back. "This company is not for sale," Harry bellowed. She seemed completely unfazed by his outburst. "Unfortunately, your opinion is not shared by me, or the numerous businesses that have recently bought shares to all your clients' companies and are chomping at the bit for a piece of you. Throughout the entire morning, I was mesmerized by the new Bella. She was so authoritative, so smooth. Try as hard as I might, I couldn't get over how fantastic she was. Smart, tough, beautiful. I was enthralled. We had been going at it for several hours when she glanced at her watch and said, "Before we break for lunch, there is one more matter I want to discuss." She set her jaw and continued. "I want to remind the owners of C-Corp that there will be no communicating directly with me. All correspondence must take place between our lawyers. There has to be at least one member of my firm with me if I'm approached in any way by your team, and trust me when I say that I will consider it harassment if you do not follow these rules, and will press charges." I felt my throat tighten. She was going to have me arrested if I tried to talk to her. From the anger I saw at the party, and from what I witnessed all morning, she would probably actually do it. At some point, I would get her alone. But for now, two could play at this game. I raised my hand like I was in 4th grade, and for the first time all morning, she looked at me. I paused, savoring the moment. Finally, her eyebrow lifted. "Mr. Cullen, do you have something to say?" I couldn't help but smile. I was talking to Bella. "I believe, Ms. Swan, that phone calls made from a doctor to a patient are held private under doctor-patient privilege, are they not?" Her eyes didn't change, but her jaw stiffened. She could see where I was going with this line of questioning. "To what, exactly, are you referring?" she asked flatly. "I believe that the phone record pulled by your intern last Friday is deemed confidential, and therefore, I believe you have a small matter of breach of privacy on your hands." Bella's eyes narrowed. Simmons looked at me with an incredulous stare, wondering how I could possibly know that an intern had pulled a confidential phone record and traced it to Forks Hospital. Just because the call was made by a doctor, doesn't mean the person on the other end was a patient. Bella was fast. I was faster. I pulled a piece of paper from my briefcase and said, "Here is proof that the person contacted in France by OneDrive. Carlisle Cullen was not just a business associate, but also a patient. The only way that number could have been traced was through illegal means." I smiled big, just for her. Bella's lawyers began scrambling and clawing at the paper. My lawyers were completely shocked as they gawked first at me, and then each other. Simmons was trying to explain to his lawyers how his interns got the information, and Bella and I, through all the chaos, just stared at each other. My chest was thumping up and down madly. Her heart was pounding even harder than before. I wanted to leap across the table and grab her in my arms and pull her to me and crush my lips on hers and tell her I would never let her go again. That's what I wanted to do. Instead, I winked at her. Her face colored immediately and I sighed at the blush in her cheeks. It was one of the things about her that I missed the very most. Unfortunately, it didn't last long. She quickly recovered and the lovely blush was replaced by a wry smile. "Gentlemen," she announced to the room, "I'm sure both sides want to see this resolved quickly. I propose that we all meet for lunch today at Flounce's Tavern." She turned back to me. "Does that work for you, Mr. Cullen?" "Lunch. Great. I don't believe that my brother and I." "Oh, please, Mr. Cullen, we very much need you there. You do care about your company, don't you?" "The danged beautiful she-devil. We'll be there," I answered dryly. Her smile was angelic. "We'll see you there in 30 minutes. Until then, gentlemen." Without another word, she turned and walked out of the office. Jasper sneered at me. "Thanks, brother. Just what I wanted." Lunch. We were then bombarded by our lawyers. Smiles covered their faces as they demanded to know how I got that information. I played dumb, said I got lucky, and proceeded to follow Jasper out of the conference room. Then I heard a voice. "Bella did well. Mr. Cullen would never guess how she really feels about him." My face whipped around the room as I located the voice. It was Simmons. I stared at him and felt my jaw tighten as I strained to get more information from him, but his mind was on to other matters. He looked over at me warily and I heard him again. "Remember what Bella said. Just get the hell out of the room before Bella fires you from the best job you've ever had." How she really felt about me. Judging from the way she behaved all morning, she detested me. But was that the truth? Simmons seemed to know at least a small portion about the past Bella and I shared, so they must have a close working relationship. I would be paying much more attention to this Simmons from now on. Bella's POV. I angrily tossed my papers on my desk. I had already broken the first rule about dealing with Edward. I had promised myself that the only place I would ever see him was that conference room. Now, on the very first day, I was meeting him and his people for lunch. That morning in my mirror, I'd pledged that I would treat him like any other adversary. I wouldn't get close to him, and would stay blissfully detached in all our meetings. Edward would see me walk into the room, and he would see me walk out. I would never even have to address him personally, and I would direct all communication through his arrogant head lawyer, Harry Banks. But Edward had disarmed me in there. I tried not to notice the custom-tailored Hugo Boss suit he was wearing that fit him like a glove, or the tie he had on that brought out the gold in his eyes. I should have known he would have heard Simmons telling me at the party about the call Carlyle made from Forks. And he had winked at me. My memory shot back to the time he'd winked at me in the lunchroom. I grabbed a folder off my desk and began fanning myself. Get a grip, Bella. I yelled internally. Simmons knocked on my office door and then opened it. Are you ready? He asked. I swallowed hard and began walking with him to the elevators. He seemed deep in thought. That Jasper and Edward, they are quite interesting individuals, aren't they? He said. I grit my teeth and didn't answer. Irritatingly, Simmons went on. I mean, aside from them having the coldest hands I've ever shaken in my life, they're extremely intelligent. After you left, I heard Edward on the phone speaking to his companies in Russia and Italy, and he spoke the languages fluently. I can't imagine what he was like in high school. I exhaled angrily. Yeah, well, he kind of stood out. Lucky me, Simmons kept right on talking. It's really strange how calm I felt in that meeting. It was almost as if I didn't really care about the outcome of the takeover. I just felt so relaxed. Did you feel that way? That damned Jasper. We were at the elevators and I hit the button with so much force that I knocked over the plant sitting next to it. I guess not, he muttered. One of the interns was about to follow us onto the elevator, but when he saw my glare, he cowered and ran away. When the doors closed, I sprang at Simmons. Did you control your thoughts in that room? I demanded. He stammered a bit. I think so, he said meekly. You think so? I yelled. Well, what about our lawyers? You prepared them too, right? He backed up a bit and said with more confidence, yes, I did. I did talk to the lawyers, and I did control my thoughts. Don't worry about that, okay? We rode down the rest of the way in silence. When we were out of the lobby and on the street, Simmons began talking again. You know, that was pretty crafty of Edward. How in the heck he found out about that phone record of Forks Hospital, is beyond me. Yeah, he's pretty crafty all right, I muttered. I waved my hand and hailed a taxi, and was just stepping into the back seat when I heard a velvet voice behind me. Mind if we share a cab? My heart immediately began pounding in my chest. Yes, I mind, I yelled forcefully. Simmons stared at me and then at Edward. I'll sit between you, he gulped. To Flounce's Tavern please, I grumbled, once we were all in. The restaurant was only 7 blocks away, but it was taking forever to get there. I angled my neck to see what was causing the traffic jam. I'm extending Jasper's regrets at not being able to meet us for lunch, Edward commented, breaking the silence. He's feeling a little under the weather. At that moment, as if by divine intervention, the clouds parted and the sun shone bravely through the November sky. Driver, I called, would you pull over here please? Bella, we're still 5 blocks from the restaurant, Simmons complained. Yes, I replied, but it's such a nice day and the sun just came out. I haven't seen the sun in so long, and well, I just love the feel of the sun on my skin, don't you? Simmons looked at me as if I had 3 heads. Come on Simmons, we're walking, I growled flatly. I got out on my side and dragged Simmons with me. I poked my head back in and said, well, aren't you coming, Mr. Cullen? His smile couldn't have been more serene. I think I'll just ride the rest of the way, thank you. I shrugged my shoulders. Suit yourself. Oh, and if you don't mind, be sure to pay the fare. Another extremely polite smile. Of course. I shut the door smugly and started walking to the restaurant. What the heck was that all about? Simmons cried. Tactics. I snapped. My feet were killing me by the time we got there. Simmons and I were the last to arrive, and as we approached the table, I began to panic. Edward had arranged the seating so that there was an empty seat on each side of him. No matter what, I would have to sit by him. I grabbed a waiter by the arm and yanked him to my side. I asked him to bring the daily special to everyone seated at the table, except for one guest. For him, I ordered something extra delectable and yummy. I took a deep breath and went in smiling. Edward stood as I walked into the room and ever the gentleman, pulled my chair out for me. When he sat back down, I noticed that he scooted his chair closer to me than it had been before. I used all the faculties at my disposal to keep my heart in check. I did not, under any circumstances, want him thinking he still had any kind of power over me. I took a deep breath and got down to business. Gentlemen, my lawyers tell me that this silly phone call business is at best a distraction. It will not change the outcome of our proceedings, but will only serve to act as a delay. It certainly will not prevent the inevitable. Harry began to spew and foam at the mouth, but Edward put out his hand to get everyone's attention. The table quieted and all eyes turned to him. We will be filing the motion, he said in that velvet voice of his, and I can guarantee we will prolong it much longer than a few weeks. I was furious. I tried to calm down by telling myself that any owner of any company would react this way in an effort to try and save their business. Still, I couldn't let it go. I appreciate your tenacity, Mr. Cullen, I said acidly. But I've always felt that when the outcome was inescapable, that lengthening the process just causes more pain. I think the best way to handle this is with a clean break. I emphasized the last two words. He looked at me, and his eyes were so intense. I couldn't tell what he was trying to communicate, but it wasn't anger. I no longer agree that that is the best decision, he answered softly. My heart seemed to swell all the way into my throat. I looked into his eyes and for a moment, I saw everything there that I used to see when he would say he loved me. Our eyes locked in a struggle to understand what the other was thinking, but I broke away first. I couldn't do this to myself. I couldn't sit here next to Edward and actually think that he loved me again. Under the table, I balled my hands into fists, fighting for a bearing on my emotions. But my heart was betraying me. It was pounding like mad and there was nothing I could do about it. I knew Edward could hear it. Our appetizers came and Edward declined. He appeared confident, since the waiter hadn't approached him to get his order, but shortly, our meals came out. I was handed a salad and Edward received a plate that looked as if it was filled with half a cow. It was by far the largest steak I had ever seen. It was so massive, in fact, that I actually felt a little guilty. Edward never looked at me. He muttered something too low for me to hear and then taking a deep breath, he cut into the beast. I began our talks again and tried to not be preoccupied with watching Edward struggle to eat the steak. But secretly, I was impressed. No one else at the table had any idea that Edward wasn't loving his meal. There was about a 1/4 of it left when he announced, I couldn't eat another bite, but it was delicious. By then, lunch was winding down and I could tell that Edward was anxious to leave. After all, there was half of a cow sitting in his stomach with no place to go. I was so aware of him next to me, and I hated myself for not wanting the lunch to end. My hands instinctively went around my middle as I remembered how I felt sitting by him in biology, especially when the lights went out for the movie. I desperately wanted to reach over and touch him now, just as I did then. Edward began to say his goodbyes. I vainly tried to appear that I was interested in what other people around the table were saying. I wanted him to think that I didn't even notice him leaving. And then, there was a cold hand on my wrist. Instinctively, I turned to him. I hadn't even realized what I'd done until I saw his face just a few inches from my own. A million sensations overtook me. He put his arm on the back of my chair and as he moved even closer, I felt the chill of his body and took in his delicious scent. It swirled around me and I could taste its flavor on my tongue. At the risk of being arrested, he purred softly, I need you to know something. He shook his head slowly and said, Bella, there is no one waiting for me in Ireland. I am there alone. I was stunned and dazzled. He was so close. I gripped my chair so that my hands wouldn't come up to touch his cheek. He then excused himself, stood up, and walked swiftly out the door. And I was left breathless, staring after him. Bella's Pav. I sat at my desk nursing a headache from lack of sleep. I'd tossed and turned most of the night dreaming about Edward and Ireland. I had never even been to Ireland, so how I was having a dream about that place was beyond me. Why did he have to explain to me that he was alone? I wasn't sure what bothered me more, the fact that he told me, or the fact that a thrill raced through me when I learned he wasn't with someone. A familiar and very real fear was seeping in again. I had been in control of my emotions for so long, and it was absolutely imperative that I continue to do so. I had to dominate. All my hard-earned discipline just couldn't leave me now when I needed it most. This wall of mine had to remain high, strong, and impenetrable. It was a foregone conclusion that Edward was going to turn and leave at the end of all this, and if I didn't protect myself, well, things would end very badly for me. I shook my head vigorously to clear away the grogginess. Now, more than ever, my mind had to be clear. It had seemed like such a good idea at the time to schedule these Cullen meetings 2 days in a row in an effort to get everything over faster, but now it felt like there wasn't adequate time to dilute the poison before it was running through my system again. When I opened the conference room door, I could feel the tension in the air. I was taken aback when I saw that Edward was seated right next to my chair, with Jasper beside him. As soon as Jasper saw me, a rush of calm filled the room. I slapped down my papers, pulled up my sleeves and said, "Okay, let's get to work. We battled all morning, and we're getting nowhere. For every motion we put forth, the C-Corp lawyers had a counter-motion and a way to extend this for 10 more years. My side was losing today. There were 2 reasons for this. First, there was no excitement in the room, no drive to get into the mud and get things done. Jasper's gift was working, but apparently not on me. I was seething. The second reason was Edward. His eyes were dark and intense. He kept changing his focus from person to person on my team and then would hurriedly write down notes to Harry and his other lawyers. My team was smart, but even I wouldn't be able to keep my mind clear for hours on end. They had to think about what they fighting for at some point during the proceedings. We were being blindsided at every turn. I kept glancing nervously at Simmons. His mind was definitely a buffet of information for Edward to pick through. And it wasn't just legal strategy I was worried about. As I watched Edward's focused gaze, I felt vulnerable, just like that broken-hearted little 18-year-old girl that was left devastated in the forest. This was my least favorite emotion. And I was beyond angry. To top it off, Edward's lawyers had just submitted another piece of paper, an injunction stating that we were barred from requesting any bank statements from a company in Volterra, Italy. What was so important about some little Italian city called Volterra? It was almost noon and my team was tired and hungry. I set my teeth as I turned to look at Edward and asked, "How long do you plan to keep up these futile, silly games?" Harry broke in and said, "We're demonstrating just what kind of fight you're in for C-Corp, Ms. Swan." I narrowed my eyes as I leaned across the table at Harry. "Let me tell you something," I hissed acidly. "I would say that you don't know who you are dealing with, but you do. I took you down last year and left your client crying out in the hall wondering what had happened to his life's work. Believe when I say that I will s.k. you dry and leave nothing but your bones for the vultures that are circling for your precious assets." I leaned in further as the room filled with my voice. "You lengthen this process unnecessarily, Harry Banks, and I will make you suffer. The hammer will fall on these proceedings, all politeness will disappear, and you will be left holding nothing." Very faintly behind my back, I heard Jasper whisper, "It looks like she became a vampire after all." I didn't want to, but my eyes went to Edward's face. I expected to see hate there. I think I was hoping I would see hate. But incredibly, he was leaning towards me and his eyes were full of warmth. They were like liquid gold, unwavering and almost fierce as he stared back at me. My pen fell from my hand and I backed away, mentally pulling myself as far away from Edward as I could. "Simmons, I need you to take over, please," I announced flatly. I left the room without looking back. I was flushed and angry at myself that I couldn't just let go. That I couldn't just be in the same room with him and just be normal. I was a grown-up now. It shouldn't be this hard. I was stomping down the hall to my office when I heard his velvet voice right beside me. "Bella." I never broke stride. Without turning to look at him I said dryly, "It's been 5 days since you showed up. That's pretty long for you. Isn't it about time you reminded me how I'm no good for you and made it as if you never existed?" I forced myself not to look back. Instead, I swallowed hard and hoped that was the last time he ever tried to talk to me. My lungs let out a deep sigh and I turned the corner to my office. And when I looked up, I saw that someone was waiting for me. Vaughn's smile was large and genuine. He walked up to me and kissed me on the cheek. "I missed you," he whispered. "Can I take you to lunch?" His eyes were filled with expectation. I was about to refuse when I heard that beautiful, velvet voice calling to me from around the corner. "Bella, wait." Vaughn's eyes narrowed slightly. "Cullen, right?" He was barely masking his annoyance. Edward swallowed hard. "Yes. Hello, Thomas." They stared at each other. It was deceiving to watch. Vaughn looked slightly angry and to the unknowing eye, appeared to be much more powerful than Edward. Vaughn's tan rugged features were set tight on his face and Edward was a clear mask with no trace of emotion. It took someone with prior experience to recognize the black eyes and balled fists as a sign of Edward's anger. At first, I wondered why Edward seemed to feel unfriendly towards Vaughn, but then I realized his anger must have been directed at me in my earlier comment. In an effort to get away from Edward as quickly as possible, I turned back to Vaughn and announced, "We should get going." I handed my briefcase to Sally and turned towards the elevators as Vaughn trotted to catch up to me. I could feel Edward's eyes on my back, and it made me self-conscious. I didn't look where my feet were taking me and I tripped on a tile that was slightly higher than the others. I lurched forward ungracefully and braced myself to hit the floor, but when I opened my eyes I saw that Vaughn was holding me tightly in his arms. His eyes were a little too intense, and I let out a nervous laugh as I wriggled free. "Wow, nice save," I murmured. "You should be catching those footballs instead of throwing them." He gently set me back on flat ground, but then brazenly took my hand. We stepped in the elevator and as the doors slowly closed, I found the courage to raise my eyes. I was sure Edward was gone by now, but when I focused on the other end of the hall, my heart jolted to see that he was still standing there staring directly at me. Vaughn took me to Scalini Fedeli, one of Manhattan's most expensive Italian restaurants and only about a mile away from Wall Street. I'd never been there. For obvious reasons, I rarely ate at Italian restaurants. We settled into a private booth and were looking over the menus when Vaughn spoke. "I picked someplace close because I know how nervous you get when you're away from your office." I looked up to see that he was studying me, his face cautious. "I see you had a meeting with the guy from the party last Friday," he went on. I believe his name was Edward. Coward that I was, I lifted my glass to my mouth and took a long drink. When it was obvious that I wasn't going to spill my guts, he continued. "I've actually been thinking a lot about that party and how different you were when you saw him." He swallowed hard, as if he was contemplating whether or not he should go on. "I realize," he began hesitantly, "that I don't know you very well yet, but your reaction was the last thing I expected." Well, seeing Edward was the last thing I expected, so we're even, I thought. If there was one thing I didn't want to talk about ever again in my entire life, it was that night. Why did everyone have to keep dredging it up? You were, he seemed to be searching for the right words. You were off center, unsure of yourself, perhaps afraid. I bit down hard on a piece of ice. "I have a theory," he said hesitantly. "Theory?" I shot back flatly. He nodded. "I believe you have a history with Edward, and that you had some pretty serious feelings for him." I felt the color drain from my face. "Your silence tells me I'm right," he said confidently. "And believe it or not, I'm encouraged by that." My eyes widened in surprise. "You see," he continued, "now I know you're capable of loving someone and I'm hoping, that given time, you could love a real man." I smiled teasingly. "You know a real man. When do I get to meet him?" Vaughn didn't take the bait at my humor. Instead, he became even more serious. He leaned in and said, "I have a proposition." I swallowed nervously. "Give me 5 dates and then decide if you want to see more of me." I searched his face, seeing nothing but complete sincerity, and I took a deep breath and tried. I really tried to feel the beginnings of that serious love for him, but all I felt was an overwhelming sadness. Vaughn was perfectly, well, perfect. As far as human standards went, anyway. He was kind and fairly intelligent for a guy who played sports for a living. He was that rugged kind of handsome that made women's mouths fall open, and he had always treated me with kindness and respect. So why did I want to run away? Was it because I didn't like him? Was it because I wasn't attracted to him? Edward's lovely face invaded my thoughts and my arms closed around my middle. The whole, as always, was ready and waiting. Edward's beauty was always going to win. His intelligence would always prevail. And as short-lived as it was, the way he had protected and loved me would never be matched. My jaw clenched tightly. I didn't know how this was supposed to work. With Edward the First was in love with him before he'd ever even touched me. In the real world, was falling in love supposed to be this difficult? Was it supposed to take time and not come instantly? Being human was so hard. I took a deep breath. And knew I couldn't do this. Fort Bella was once again armed and operational. However, I wanted to let Vaughn down easily. He deserved a better rejection than the icy ones I usually gave to men. And then, a cold, hard thought stabbed me. Edward is going to leave, the thought whispered. And you'll be even worse than before he came. You will still be alone. Bitter, cynical. I looked at Vaughn and felt like I was diving into the deep end for the first time. Look, I gasped. You're better than I deserve, and I'm puzzled as to why you would even want to spend time with me. I gulped and hurriedly finished what I had to say. If at any time you decide to bail on me, I will completely understand. His eyes flashed brightly as a huge smile spread across his face. Are you saying yes? I nodded. Yeah, I think so. I wondered if he'd been hit one too many times in the head with a football. He was crazy to pursue me. He reached across the table and took my hand. I'm very happy about this, he confessed. He wasn't lying. His face was bright with happiness. I don't want to wait for the weekend. Could our first date be tomorrow night? He asked. Whatever happened to playing hard to get? I tried to return his smile. Sure, I replied. I was thinking about a Broadway show. The Giants' general manager has connections. I'd lived in New York for 3 years, but had never been to a Broadway show. It seemed that one way or another, they all turned out to be love stories. I have no idea what's playing. I trust you to choose well. He smiled confidently. The shows usually start around 8 o'clock. Can I pick you up at 5:30 and take you to dinner first? He wanted to pick me up at 5:30. On a weeknight. I still had a good 6 to 8 hours of work left at that time. Well, that's just fine, I decided. I'll just dump some of my work on Simmons. He's the one that got me into this mess anyway. Then I wondered, if Vaughn had to say goodbye to his social life for a few weeks, what were all the dim-witted supermodels in the city going to do? Can I ask you one more question? I looked up to see Vaughn eyeing me carefully. Okay. This Edward, is it hard to go up against someone you have a history with? I bit my lip. If he only knew. But I straightened my shoulders and showed him, tough Bella. There is no history with Edward Cullen, I replied coldly. It was just a silly thing in high school. He's in my past, and that's where I want him to stay. It makes no difference to me who my opponent is. There's nothing special about this fight. He's just like any other adversary I've gone up against. His eyebrows rose. Corporate world. Dog eat dog, that sort of thing. Absolutely. I stated confidently. The waitress came with our food and the subject ended. I felt lighter, somehow. Saying the words out loud had felt really good. Perhaps life, after 7 years, was waiting for me. Edward's POV. I watched Bella as the elevator door shut behind her and felt desolated. I was the one who used to catch her when she inevitably fell. And now, I went to the stairs and began slowly making my way down the 42 flights. I didn't know if could stay and watch her fall for this guy. But I knew if wasn't Thomas, it would eventually be someone else. I heard the thoughts of every guy who passed her. If there was a chance they took it. She constantly shot them down, but at some point, she was going to meet someone she didn't want to refuse. My insides twisted painfully. I was such an idiot to leave her. What would these last 7 years have been like if I'd stayed? Through all of this, a troubling thought had started to crawl under my skin. She'd grown into such a lovely woman. If I had never given in to her demands about changing her, who's to say she wouldn't have felt she'd outgrown me and eventually left anyway? What could she possibly see in me? I was just a monster, who was forever 17. And she had definitely changed. Changed. I didn't know the person she was now, didn't understand her. The Bella I knew was so warm and trusting. Where was her endearing shyness? I was remembering her as a child, of course, but it was more than that. She was so sure of herself now, but she was also overbearing, cynical, obstinate, and mean. Long ago, before I'd ever even touched her, I'd discovered she had a bit of a temper, but I'd always been confident in her inherent goodness. What had changed her? I never once saw her smile. There used to be a light that shone from those beautiful dark eyes, now they were dim and troubled. I could tell she wasn't eating well. She also wasn't sleeping well. The circles under her eyes were witness enough, but I would also watch her leave her office after midnight and then wake at 5 a.m., sometimes even earlier. And what was the running all about? That was definitely not something the Bella I knew would do. To me, she looked lost. I heard Jasper enter the stairwell. He reached me in less than a second. Hey, he greeted, acting like it was completely natural for me to be walking slowly down 42 flights of stairs. Jasper, I whispered, swallowing hard. I swore to myself I'd never do this, but I need to know what emotions Bella is feeling for me. He looked at me doubtfully. Are you sure? I laughed darkly. No, not really. But I had to. He'd been trying hard to keep his thoughts away from all things Bella when I was near, and I appreciated him for that, but she had become so protective around me that I knew there was no other way I would be able to understand her now. Jasper sighed heavily. She has created a wall, is the only word I can think of to describe it. I've never seen anyone so conflicted. Sometimes, I know you can hear her heart beat in that way it always used to when she was near you, but then I feel intense fear. She is filled with a lot of anger, but apparently, she's grown accustomed to this emotion and she's learned to channel it into a drive to win. She is, as we have seen, extremely competitive. But, what I find strange is that she isn't trying to win for fame or money. She wants to win because that will ensure that she will be able to keep working hard and not have to stop. She seems terrified of ever having to stop. He pursed his lips and risked a glance at me before he went on. There is one overriding emotion, he said softly. It took me a while to figure out what it was. I finally realized that the reason it was so hard for me to pin it down was because she has covered it with so many other emotions in an effort to hide or mask it. My guess is that this was done in order to protect herself. She is trying to hide it so she can survive. I steeled myself for his answer. What is that overriding emotion, Jasper? He looked deep in my eyes and said simply, pain. I crumbled down onto the stairs, as if I was burning from the inside out. Alice had kept insisting that Bella loved me more than I ever really knew. Could she have been right? 7 years ago, I'd left to punish me, not her. Was it even possible that she was still feeling pain over me? Bella had justifiably thrown my own words back in my face today, the ones where I had solemnly promised that it would be as if I'd never existed. But perhaps I had lived on, only to make her suffer. I stood up and mechanically began descending the stairs again. Jasper's thoughts were filled with apologies and sorrow, and I nodded wordlessly before he was out of sight. Each step brought another revelation. I was facing some hard truths for the first time since I'd laid beside her the night of her 18th birthday. I thought back to that time, how I'd stared at her all night, with her arm covered in bandages, and had convinced myself that I knew what was best for her. When I was so smugly sure that I was doing the right thing. By the time I headed out into the gray November afternoon, I saw that I had two choices before me. I could leave this very moment and never torment Bella again, or I could end this now. A third option of watching her like a ghost for the rest of her life loomed out there. I hoped I would be strong enough not to take that option. But if Bella was really in pain because of me, then I had the power to change everything for both of us. If Bella's pain was 1/100th of what I had wallowed in for the last 7 years, then I now understood her perfectly. My feet were moving before the conscious decision had been made. I took off down the sidewalk as fast as I dared. I didn't want to waste another precious second. I certainly wasn't going to give Thomas Vaughn the opportunity to take her pain away. No one else in the history of the world would ever make me feel the way Bella did. I had to believe she felt the same. This was never going to happen for us again. If I got her back, I would do whatever she wanted. That included making her a vampire. I would do anything. The thought of having her forever, unbreakable and mine, made my breathing quicken and my muscles instinctively tensed from the surge of excitement. I followed her scent to the Italian restaurant on the corner. Images of La Bella Italia invaded my thoughts. How innocent we both were then. It was hard for me to picture myself innocent about anything, but I was definitely naive about the precious girl that was sitting across from me in the booth that night. I had no idea how much she would change my existence. I heard Thomas say that he wanted to take her on 5 dates, and then let her decide if she wanted their relationship to continue. What he didn't say out loud was how much he desired her. If Bella decided to keep seeing him after the 5 dates, he planned on changing the nature of their dating considerably. My teeth ground together as the venom flowed. His fantasies of her made me want to kill him. I swallowed down my murderous thoughts and waited in agony for her answer. I didn't have to wait very long. She agreed to the 5 dates. I felt a knife twist into my dead heart, but there was no way I was giving up. I wasn't going to just hand her to Thomas. I would fight for her and let her know exactly how I felt. Then Thomas mentioned my name. This Edward Cullen, is it hard to go up against someone you have a history with? She laughed a callous, harsh laugh. There is no history with Edward Cullen. Our relationship didn't even last a year. He's in my past and that's where I want him to stay. It makes no difference to me who my opponent is. There is nothing special about this fight. He is just like any other adversary I have ever gone up against. I didn't want to hear any more. If Bella was in pain, it wasn't because of me. It didn't matter that fate had once brought us together. 7 years ago I'd forced a new outcome for us both. I now had to live with that choice. I walked for hours and ended up on the same bench where I'd spent all my nights since coming to Manhattan. Before this was over, I would tell her I loved her. But for now, I decided that I wanted to help her with her pain, whatever the cause may be, in some small way if I could. The real Bella was still in there somewhere, but I doubted I was the one to bring it back again. She needed someone that didn't leave her feeling threatened, someone who had always made her laugh. Perhaps another member of the family should come and visit. I would take a few days and think it through. I slunk down on the bench and prepared for another bleak and windy night. Option 3 was getting closer and closer all the time. Bella's POV. It was the middle of November and the weather had turned very cold. It had been 3 weeks since Edward arrived and twice a week I'd bravely conducted the tortuous meetings with C-Corp. It was the only time I saw him. I'd made sure of that. Not since the day Vaughn came to take me to lunch had Edward attempted to talk to me outside of the office. I kept trying to tell myself that was a good thing and that it was getting easier. But on the days I knew I would see him, my heart would start reacting long before our meeting. And on the days I didn't see him, I was restless and gloomy. There was going to be another meeting this morning. By 5 a.m. I was up and running through the park. Leaves crunched under my feet as I pushed myself harder, and as the miles stretched behind me, my legs grew weaker and my lungs burned from the frigid air. But I still feared that no matter how hard or how far I ran, it would never feel like enough. As I approached the conference room, I gave myself the usual pep talk. No matter what Edward does, do not get angry. Do not let him see you react. Be calm, Bella. Just be calm. It wasn't that Edward was actually doing anything in the meetings. In fact, for the most part, he had remained distressingly silent in the conference room, but I certainly wasn't so naive as to believe that his silence by any means meant that he wasn't active. He was always so watchful. That brilliant, perfect mind of his was always maddeningly alert. If I had just met him, I would be impressed and amazed. I would probably also spend my time staring at him like all the female assistants that somehow kept finding excuses to attend the meetings. Each time I found one flirting, I removed them immediately. A few of them were so ridiculous that they'd found pink slips in their cubicles at the end of the day. I had trained my team as well as could be expected without actually telling them there were 2 vampires in the room. But sometimes it seemed like I was meeting opposition from both fronts. Just as I turned the corner to the conference room, I got a text message. I looked down at the screen and for a moment or two, my tension melted away. Hey Bells. Just wanted to say hi. Miss you. It was Jake. I hadn't talked to him since he'd called on my birthday. I walked into the room as I closed the screen, and when I raised my head, I saw a full table of eyes staring at me. It took me a moment to realize why they all looked so surprised. It was because I was smiling. Inevitably, my eyes turned to Edward first. He wasn't looking at me. Instead, he was staring intently at my phone. Don't tell me you can read phones too, I thought. All traces of my smile dissolved. I pushed my phone down into a pocket of my briefcase, and as I sat down at the head of the table and grumbled out a terse greeting, I noticed that Harry Banks' face was a deep shade of red. The vein in his forehead was bulging more than normal, and he was in a fury. Ms. Swan, he seethed. What is the meaning of calling the head of production in the C-Corp Belgian branch and offering him a higher position if he stays on after the takeover? Does that upset you, Mr. Banks? I asked innocently. Harry's eyes narrowed. It amounts to bribery, Ms. Swan. I laughed condescendingly. Bribery. I'm sorry, but I believe you have the word bribery confused with strategy. He is an able employee, and I want to see the business continue to succeed after we acquire it. Moving a little fast, aren't we, Ms. Swan? That velvet voice raced through me. I froze for a moment, letting the sound linger in the air, the sound that made all other voices sound weak and coarse by comparison. Remember our little pep talk out in the hall, Bella. Please remember. Please. I enunciated every word as I glowered at him. I don't have the luxury of moving slowly. It isn't like we're going to live forever now, is it, Mr. Cullen? I heard Jasper's exasperated sigh as Edward stared at me without saying a word. His eyes held me riveted to my spot as the electric current passed between us and refused to fade. Thankfully, at that moment the conference room door opened as assistants wheeled in several carts filled with danishes, muffins and juice. I'd forgotten that I'd ordered breakfast as a goodwill gesture meant to throw off the opposition. The assistants were spreading everything out on the buffet table, when one of them dropped a glass. She dove for it, but it hit the floor just as her hands reached out to break her fall. She landed on the shards of glass, cutting her palm badly. The blood began to flow, and I panicked. All I could think about was that Jasper was in the room and that this was way worse than a stupid paper cut. Before anyone else had a chance to react, I grabbed a linen napkin and lunged at the girl's hand. Wrapping it tightly, I took her by the arm and started to run out of the room, half expecting to hear growls and furniture being turned on its end behind me, but when I swung around to survey the damage, Jasper was still sitting down. He was staring at the floor and his hands were gripping the armrests, but there was nothing that would have alerted the room to anything out of the ordinary. I saw that Edward had stopped breathing, but his eyes were calm as he looked at me and gave me a subtle, reassuring nod. My jaw went slack with the shock. Two assistants were suddenly beside me and taking the girl by the arms, they hurriedly led her down the hall. I stared dumbly for a moment, then once my shock at Jasper subsided, I realized I was still holding the blood-soaked napkin. I hurriedly threw it in a nearby garbage can, but it was too late. The sickening smell of salt and rust hit my nostrils and it felt like everything I'd eaten in the last 2 weeks was heading straight up my throat. I tried taking large, measured breaths, but I felt green clear to my toes. The world started to get blurry around the edges. I heard voices coming towards me, but they seemed so far away, as if they were in a tunnel. I told myself I could make it to the bathroom, but as soon as I moved forward, the hallway tilted sideways. I fought for control. With a last-ditch effort, I reached out to the wall for support, but just as everything started to go black, I felt two cold marble arms catch me and pull me close. I opened one eye just enough to see him step across the hall to an empty conference room, and holding me with one arm glide through the doorway. I heard a click as the door locked behind us and then felt him gently sit down. He was holding me tightly against his chest and I knew I should open my eyes, pull away, and run out of the room as fast as I could, but I could smell him. I'd been trying so hard not to get close enough to him that I could smell his intoxicating scent, but now that I could, I realized how much I needed this. I knew that soon this dream would have to end, so I stayed there and made a memory that even when I was 92, I would still remember. I felt his strong arms holding me. The strongest the world ever knew. They were the only place I'd ever felt safe. I would get lost in his touch every time he held me. I had no idea how many times I'd fallen asleep in the arms of this angel, but his were the only arms I would ever want to hold me through the night. I thought of how when I was nestled this close to his chest that I could never hear his heartbeat, but my heart, just like now, had always pounded hard enough for both of us. With a crushing sadness, I realized this would never happen for me again. This was the last time I would ever feel this. I also knew I couldn't do this to myself any longer. My eyes slowly fluttered open. He was staring at me with his somber, ochre eyes, and they seemed to be asking a question to which he desperately wanted to know the answer. He swallowed hard and brought his hand up to brush my hair off my cheek, and his fingers lightly touched my face. His eyes were looking so hard into mine that he almost made me forget that the last 7 years had happened. I was right back there. I was the girl that desperately longed for his touch. That sighed with delight when his fingertips even brushed across my face and made my cheek burn. That blushed when he just looked at me. Why did he have to leave me? He brought his forehead down to touch my own and I heard myself moan. And slightly. Oh Edward, I love you so. I wanted to wrap my arms as tightly as I could around his neck and pull him to me and make him admit that it was a mistake. I wanted him to tell me that he really loved me all along, and then I wanted him to promise he would never leave me again. When I went for a fantasy, I could really go the distance. And then the yearning hurt so much that I felt tears starting to form, and I knew it all had to stop. This caliber of memory, I reminded myself, would do the kind of damage to my wall that no amount of running or working could ever fix. I held on 1 second longer, and then I did what I had to. I saved myself. I pulled away and stood up. I also took a step back for good measure. Thank you, I whispered roughly. Are you feeling better? He gently asked. I shrugged. Aside from the fact that a vampire handled the scent of blood better than I did, yes, I'm just fine. There it was. He smiled that crooked smile and I literally felt a stab in my middle. I stumbled my way to the door, and as I reached to unlock it, Edward placed his cold hand over mine. Bella, wait, he whispered insistently. Please, can I see you tonight? Can we go somewhere, just the two of us, and talk? I clenched my teeth. No. He exhaled sharply. Why won't you see me? Why won't you be alone with me? There are some things I need to tell you, Bella. I couldn't turn the door knob, so I started backing away from him, instead. He tried to follow me, but I put out my hands to stop him. Stay away from me, Edward. My hands were shaking as I held them out in front of me. I was madly searching for an argument that would keep him from coming any closer. Look, I breathed unevenly. I'll make you a deal. I won't pull any more stunts like making you eat the world's largest steak, but only if you promise that you won't talk to me anymore, that you'll just ignore me in these meetings and then leave as soon as all our negotiations have ended. His eyes tightened with pain. Bella, come with me tonight. I don't care where we go. It will be just the two of us. Nobody else. I just want to talk to you. He took another step towards me and I panicked. Let me out of this room or I will start to scream. I seethed, changing my tactics. You are clearly in violation of the rules. Faster than a blur, he was right in front of me. He took my hands in his and held them tight against his chest. He opened his mouth to speak, but someone knocked on the door so hard that it seemed to be rattling off its hinges. Those cold hands around mine felt so good. The knock came again, even louder, and then, despite being locked, the door pushed open. Bella. A voice boomed at me and I was suddenly caught in a massive bear hug. I was lifted off the floor and held tight to a monster of a man with a boyish grin and curly dark hair. Emmett. I managed. I was so surprised to see him. He released me and I filled my lungs greedily with air. I can't believe it's you, I said. I threw my arms around his thick neck and he swung me around. Emmett. Edward sighed flatly. I thought you weren't coming until tomorrow. I found an earlier flight, he bellowed, slapping Edward on the back. It's good to see you, brother. Emmett turned back to me and looked me up and down. Bella, you're hot. Edward, doesn't she look amazing? Edward opened his mouth to answer, but I wasn't sticking around to hear it. I took Emmett by the arm, walked out of the room and as cheerily as I could manage, said, Emmett, we're in the middle of a meeting. Care to join us? Emmett nodded enthusiastically, and as I turned into the conference room, I had to grab the door handle for support. I was still so dizzy and weak, but not from the smell of blood. And it certainly wasn't helping that I was hyper aware of Edward standing mere inches behind me. Simmons walked up to me. Bella, are you? He never finished. He looked behind me and the way his jaw dropped open, I knew he'd seen Emmett. Holy shish, Simmons. I quickly interjected. This is Emmett, another member of C-Corp. Emmett stuck out his hand and I watched Simmons wince as his hand met with Emmett's in an apparent vice grip. Nice to meet you, Emmett boomed. Same here, Simmons replied, massaging his hand. I apologize, I announced to the room. I get a little sick when I smell blood. Emmett's laughter boomed. Bella, I forgot how funny you are. I think everyone on the 42nd floor heard him. After the meeting, Emmett was at my side in less than a second. Bella, come to a club with me tonight, he asked enthusiastically. Apparently, his two brothers hadn't informed him of the no talking to Bella except in the conference room clause. But how could I say no to that face? Still, a club. What I mean is I don't really go to clubs, Emmett. He put his trunk of an arm around my shoulder. That's because I wasn't here to invite you. Come on, it'll be fun. I stood up and began to leave the room and he followed me. I don't think. Quote. His bottom lip jutted out pathetically. Please. I promise I won't let you do anything human, like fall down. We turned and began walking towards my office and I sighed. Not even my big strong wall could keep out Emmett. Okay. If you promise it's just you. He seemed puzzled for a moment before recognition brightened his face. Oh, you mean don't bring Edward? He rolled his eyes. Trust me, I went to a club with Edward. Once. I'm never doing that again. He's the opposite of fun. He wouldn't even let me have one tiny drink. Suddenly, there was a deep snarl from around the corner and Emmett let out an exasperated sigh. Fine. He called out. I won't drink. Geez. He turned back to me and said, we're gonna have a great time, Bella. I can't wait to take a hot girl like you out on the town. I grinned. What time are you picking me up? How about 9 o'clock? See you then. As for now, I have to get back to work. He backed towards the elevator and waved. See ya tonight. I plastered a smile on my face until the elevator doors shut, and then I began to seethe. That conniving little vampire, I hissed, stomping to my office. Edward knew I had a soft spot for Emmett. Did he think that if I spent time with Emmett that I would unwittingly divulge secrets about my strategy? Did he think that Emmett could dazzle me into giving up my designs on their company? Of one thing I was sure, that wherever Emmett and I went tonight, Edward would not be far behind. I slammed my office door and as I paced back and forth, a plan began to form in my head. When I was done, a wicked smile spread across my face. Watch and learn, Edward, I growled. Watch. And. Learn. Bella POV. The bell from the lobby rang at exactly 9 o'clock. I pushed the button and said, be right down, Emmett. This was one vampire I didn't need to worry about, but he was still part of the Cullen clan, therefore, I wasn't taking chances on letting him up to my apartment. I grabbed my bag and as I looked in the mirror one last time, I bit my lip doubtfully. I wasn't so sure about the outfit I was wearing. I'd left work early and stopped at one of those shops. You know, the fun girl stores. I'd never actually shopped there before, and didn't plan on ever going back. I was in the store a scarce 2 minutes before I had a headache. Was it really necessary to play the rock music so stinking loud? I had to yell in order to explain to the salesgirl what I wanted. I couldn't believe what I ended up buying. When I got home and pulled it out of the bag, I wondered if I would even have the courage to wear the thing out in public. I'd never shown so much skin. It was a blood-red mini dress that hugged my thighs so tightly that I was afraid the dress might actually burst off of me when I tried to sit down. It tied behind my neck, and was so short that I kept self-consciously shimmying it down lower on my legs. I was definitely going to have to get over that before I went out with Emmett. I wore my hair down in loose curls mainly because I felt like it covered up more of me. I knew I would never be able to dance in pumps, so I chose black, high-heeled boots that went clear to my knees. The salesgirl told me it was the perfect outfit for a New York nightclub. I decided I would have to take her word on that, because when I looked in the dressing room mirror, I felt like I was dressed up for a really trampy Halloween party. I went to the elevator, cautiously in my fun girl boots, and when I walked into the lobby, I heard a whistle. Emmett was leaning against one of the pillars smiling as he looked me up and down. Damn, Bella, we are going to have so much fun tonight, he whispered enthusiastically. He was wearing a pair of black slacks that were obviously tailored exclusively for him. How else could they have fit him so perfectly? His thin, black, V-neck sweater lay tightly across his chest, showing his pale, smooth skin, and I wondered, was it possible to look terrifying and sweetie at the same time? The answer was yes. Definitely, yes. You don't look too bad yourself there, mister, I said, elbowing him in the side. He grabbed me and started gracefully dancing me through the lobby. "We're going to North Six," he announced, raising his eyebrows playfully. North Six was a very exclusive club for only the very elite social scene of New York society. It was usually where the paparazzi got all their pictures of celebrities. The only reason I'd heard of it was because that was where Simmons took all of his supermodels. I wasn't surprised that a Cullen could figure out how to get into such a place. "You're going to love it," he went on enthusiastically. "Jet is playing there tonight. You don't even want to know how I got tickets." I was sure I didn't. And anyway, I had no idea who Jet was. Other than the inane rap music I played on my iPod during my runs, I never allowed myself to listen to anything else. We pulled up to North Six in Emmett's rented black Ferrari. He took my arm as we entered a very dark and loud nightclub, and as soon as I walked in, I instantly began scanning the room for a breathtakingly beautiful, bronze-haired god of a vampire. I knew it was futile. If anyone could hide silently and undetected, it was Edward, but I still couldn't stop myself from looking for him. Emmett left my coat and purse at the coat check and then took my hand as he led me out on the dance floor. It was a fast song, but we still had to stand quite close to each other because of the crowds of people. I tried hard not pay attention to the voice screaming in my head that I didn't dance, and that the last time I tried, I was in a heavy cast at the prom with a very different vampire. Emmett was a very good dancer. Of course, it was easy for me to forget my awkwardness when he was so playful. He took me through a series of turns and dips and had every girl in the place watching me enviously. I was beginning to feel the close, sticky heat of the club when a slow song began and Emmett moved his icy body close against me. A very mischievous smile played on his face as his hands went around my back. "Emmett, you are very naughty," I teased, shaking my head. "What would Rosalie say if she saw you dancing with me this way? Your skin is very warm, did you know that?" He bent down and muttered into my ear. "I think I recall hearing that before," I replied dryly. He sang along as we danced, and I was impressed. I'd never known he had such a nice voice. I wondered if velvet singing voices were just another vampire trait that they all used to lure in their prey. When the song ended, I confessed that I needed a break and a drink. He picked out a very private booth, sat me down and came back with a sparkling water and a Coke. "2 drinks?" I questioned. He shrugged sheepishly. "Well, I don't know how much humans drink, and I thought maybe it should look like I needed one too." I smiled and slid over, and when he sat down, there wasn't 1 inch of space between us. It made me wonder, was this part of Edward's plan, for Emmett to be this close to me all night long? For a few minutes I made small talk, but then slowly moved in for the interrogation. "So," I said lightly, "what has the Cullen family been doing for the last 7 years?" "Well," he began, "we all moved to New Jersey and attended Princeton. Carlisle works at Johns Hopkins and recently began teaching there. He's doing lectures in Europe at the moment. Did you all go to school?" I was trying to show my interest in all the family and not just a particular member. He nodded his head. "We all received new degrees, Rosalie in microbiology, Alice and Jasper in economics, and I got my master's in international law." I asked as nonchalantly as possible. "So, what was Edward's major?" His eyes shifted nervously. He didn't really attend school with us." A fast song started to play and he smiled brightly. "This is, Are You Gonna Be My Girl? It's my favorite Jet song." He slid out of the booth and held his hand out to me. "We have to dance," he begged. I took a big drink and smiled as he grabbed my hand and yanked me out on the floor. "1, 2, 3, take your hand and come with me. Because you look so fine. That I really wanna make you mine." The music was pounding through my head as Emmett pulled me to him and rested his large hands on my hips. I rested my hands on his shoulders and we moved to the heavy beat. Big black boots. Long brown hair. She's so sweet with her get back stare. I had to admit, the song was a little fun. Emmett held one arm behind my back and led me through his dance steps until the music stopped and the lead singer screamed out, "Are you gonna be my girl?" Then the band started another song. It was a slow one and Emmett took my arms and placed them around his neck. I wanted to whisper, "Hey, Edward, you getting all this?" But even with all my strategizing, I couldn't stop myself from remembering what it felt like to put my arms around the neck of a different vampire. I tried distracting myself by listening to the lyrics. Oh, look what you've done. You've made a fool of everyone. Oh well, it seems like such fun until you lose what you had won. Okay, another bad idea. Emmett felt me tense up and pulled back to look at me. You okay, Bella? I'm fine. But I knew that even a dumb human wouldn't have believed me. I didn't stand a chance against a smart vampire. He ran his hand over my cheek. He was an idiot to leave you, he said softly. I swallowed hard. Actually, it was probably the smartest thing he ever did. He held my cheek in his hand and then a thought suddenly crossed my mind. Was this Edward's plan? To make me look weak and vulnerable? I narrowed my eyes and my head got quickly back in the game. I pulled myself closer to him and began playing with the curls at the base of his neck. You know, I whispered into his ear, there's one part of my fairy tale that can still come true. Oh yeah, what part is that? He seemed genuinely interested. I can still become a vampire, I purred. He stopped dancing and pulled back slowly to look at me. He seemed to be trying to read if I was serious or not. Finally, the corner of his mouth turned up and there was a smile in his eye. You're still diabolical, Bella. You had me going for a minute there. I melted against him. I am being completely serious, I whispered fiercely. His eyes widened and for once, Emmett was speechless. I put my mouth to his neck and blew out warm air. Please, Emmett, I panted. He froze, and I felt his massive muscles tighten. His arms were like vices around my waist. My hands traveled up his shoulders and to the sides of his face. Just one little bite, I begged. I brought his face down to my neck and turned my head away. And then the club was filled with the sound of two boulders slamming into one another. I opened my eyes. Emmett was gone. Geez bro. Took you long enough. I found Emmett. He was 10 feet away, picking himself up off the floor as the crowd cleared away from him. His bronze-haired brother was crouched down in front of me with his lip curled up and his razor-sharp teeth clacking. It was exactly how he'd stood when he protected me at the baseball game, when James saw me for the first time. Don't you touch her, Edward hissed. That velvet voice was beautiful even when it was enraged and snarling. Terrifyingly beautiful. The music continued to blare as Jasper calmly joined us, but no one was dancing. The crowd of people had formed a circle around us. The three beautiful vampires. And me. Emmett stood up and Edward hissed again. Every time Emmett made the smallest move, Edward answered it by adjusting his position in front of me. I knew I needed to do something before the Cullen boys tore apart a New York nightclub. Sorry, Emmett, I shrugged. I was just trying to get our chaperone out of the shadows. Edward straightened as shocked recognition spread across his face. Nice one, Bella, Emmett chuckled admiringly. Once the crowd realized there wasn't going to be a fight, they began moving away. Most of them seemed disappointed that it had ended so quickly. Suddenly Emmett was standing next to me and put up his hand for a high five. I knew we'd have fun tonight, Bella. He exclaimed. Edward got right in his face. You're having a little too much fun. Emmett waved him off. You've been around her for a month and you haven't tried anything. Why can't I play around with her a little bit? I heard that snarl in Edward's chest again and then he looked down at me. His eyes were dark and enraged. Excuse us, Bella, he said flatly. I need to speak to Emmett alone. Before I could answer, he had pushed Emmett off the dance floor. They were moving into the shadows, when I heard Edward hiss, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" I suddenly felt extreme calm coursing through my body. I smiled and turned to Jasper. It isn't me you should be worried about. Maybe you should go work your magic on your brothers. Jasper chuckled. I'm not going anywhere near them right now. I suddenly realized that everyone was looking at me. And I knew why. They were trying to figure out why two breathtakingly beautiful men were fighting over me, and another was still here standing next to me. I began walking swiftly off the dance floor and Jasper followed. I didn't speak again until I'd found a dark and private table. Just like several years ago, there was an awkward silence between us. We haven't had much chance to talk, have we? I offered. Jasper grinned. Well, I don't think Edward or I wanted to spend the night in jail. I looked back unapologetically. Well, I'll let it slide this once. As long as the two of you don't follow me and Emmett anymore. You can stay here. I'm going to tell Emmett that I'm ready to leave this place. Jasper's mouth twitched. Well, I'll pass the message on, but I can assure you we won't be staying here. Edward hates these kind of places. The girls in New York are extremely aggressive. Would Alice be mad if she knew you were here? I asked. He shook his head. I'm not the one they're foaming at the mouth for. My throat tightened painfully. I could hardly blame the New York girls for taking a chance. I certainly would never have the guts to try. I found Edward and Emmett across the room and let my eyes rest on Edward for a moment. After all, I could never look at him while we were in the conference room. It was easy to see that Edward was angry. He was gesturing wildly and sticking his finger in Emmett's face. He had to know that Emmett wouldn't have really changed me on the dance floor. And besides, why would he even care? He was dead set against it before, but that was well, before. Edward was getting farther and farther in Emmett's face, and even though I tried to squelch it, my anger got the best of me. I got up and began stomping over to the two Greek gods and ignored the one behind me trying to get me to come back and sit down. When I was close, I heard Edward snarl, "You were just supposed to cheer her up, not seduce her." Emmett smiled mischievously. "She seemed pretty cheered up to me, bro." Edward pushed him hard in the chest. The blow would have knocked a hole in a brick wall, but Emmett didn't even flinch. "I'm taking her home," Edward sawed through clenched teeth. "The hell you are," Emmett retorted. Edward's arms were flexing with fury. "Keep your hands off Bella." Emmett raised his eyebrows and said, "Hey, I will try, but what am I supposed to do about her hands being all over me?" Edward's eyes grew murderous and he opened his mouth to tell Emmett off once more, when I stepped in. "First of all," I began, "Emmett and I are big kids and we don't need you watching over us, and secondly, as much as I love seeing Emmett, I don't need you to send any more of your family members to try and cheer me up. I'm just fine, thank you very much." Emmett looked around Edward's shoulder and said, "It's cool, Bella. My brother here is still a little high-strung. 7 years of solitude haven't seemed to relax him in the slightest. He's just a little freaked out because he thought I was about to make you a vampire." I shot a look at Edward. 7 years of solitude. Why had Edward been alone ever since he left me? Did it mess him up that badly to be with a human? Was he tired of his family? Was he mad because Alice and possibly Emmett were mad at him for the way he left me? Hot tears were finding their way to the surface. They were full of embarrassment and frustration as I looked at Edward and whispered, "Of course, Edward the First, haven't forgotten how the idea of me becoming a vampire always repulsed you." Edward froze. He took his hands off Emmett and turned fully towards me. His eyes were rich and golden and they held a look of complete sincerity. He grabbed me firmly by the shoulders and pulled me closer to him so that I could hear him over the blaring music. "Bella, you have to know that I was never repulsed by anything where you were concerned. It was me, Bella. I was the one that." Suddenly, behind me, a high-pitched nasal voice cut through the music. "Eddie, I've been looking all over for you." Edward looked over my head and winced. I turned to look behind me and saw a beautiful tall blonde in a shorter dress than mine and a hot pink sequin tube top twirling a piece of hair and gesturing with her finger for Edward to come over to her. I slowly turned away as a pang of jealousy cut through me. She was definitely closer to his sphere than I was. My eyes lingered on Edward's face and he looked away from the blonde and back down at me. His face was so close that if I stood on my tiptoes our lips would have been touching. I realized that he was still holding on to my shoulders. I pulled out of his grasp and stepped back slightly. Emmett came and took my hand and looking back at Edward said, "Have fun, Eddie. Don't wait up for me." He pulled me towards the entrance then, and when I looked back, the crowds were too thick to see anything. Emmett helped me on with my jacket as we waited on the sidewalk for valet to bring up the car. "Don't worry about the blonde," he said assuredly. I blinked in surprise and looked up at him. "What?" I asked. "Edward has already told her to get lost and he and Jasper will be back at the hotel in about 10 minutes. I felt a thrill of relief run through me. I did my best to squelch it. "Edward can do whatever he wants," I managed, shrugging down further into my coat. The car came around the corner and Emmett helped me in. When he got around to his side he accelerated out into traffic and said, "Now, what do you want to do?" I smiled. "You're not mad at me for tricking you and getting you in trouble with Edward?" He snorted in derision. "First of all, you didn't trick me. And second of all, Edward is not the boss of me. Besides, I could take him." I twisted in my seat so that I was facing him square on. "I didn't trick you?" I asked with surprise. He looked at me and grinned. When his dimples showed like that, he looked just like a little boy. A mischievous little boy. I was on to you, Bella. I knew you were aware that Edward would follow us, and I knew you would have a plan. He chuckled. Besides, I was implementing a little plan of my own. My eyebrows furrowed. Your own plan? What was your plan? Emmett watched the road thoughtfully. Let's just say that I was trying to force his hand. Force his hand? Why? I was completely confused. Emmett ran his hand through his hair. It didn't work as well as I'd hoped. He looked at me and grinned. New topic of conversation, please. I stared at him thoughtfully. Emmett, I bit my lip as I decided whether or not it was wise to ask him a certain question. Spit it out, Bella. His eyes were an open book, and that encouraged me. I took a deep breath and plunged in. Why hasn't Edward been with all of you for the last 7 years? I watched him cringe slightly. I guess you can talk to me about almost anything, he said apologetically. My heart fell. My mind hit on 100 things Edward could have been doing the last 7 years, all of them causing pain through my middle. I turned forward, staring at the road, and said softly, he fell in love with another vampire, didn't he? It was a statement, not a question. I felt my middle splitting open. It was better that I finally knew the truth so that I could salvage some sort of life for myself. Emmett started laughing. The sound was musical, and all silver. Hell no, he bellowed. But then he saw something in my eyes that forced him to be serious. He cleared his throat and shook his head. Bella, I can't get into all of this with you. It's Edward's place to talk to you about it. Then turning his head, he muttered, if he ever gets up the courage. We drove for a minute or two in silence. I was so bewildered by Emmett's words that I couldn't think of anything to say. The light in front of us turned red, and when we came to a stop, he looked at me again. He should definitely be talking to you instead of spending all his days on that stupid piano writing that song. What song? I used to love to watch Edward play the piano. It was one of the few times his face seemed free and at peace. He just blew out a disgusted blast of air and rolled his eyes. Never mind, he groaned. Just as the light turned green, he looked at me and said, I will say this, Bella. Things are not as they seem. Don't be too hard on the guy. I stared at him, completely confused and nowhere nearer to an answer than before we'd spoken. You're not going to tell me anything else. I tried to make my voice sound small and vulnerable, hoping to play on his sympathies, but he just glanced at me out of the corner of his eye. You forget, he sneered, I'm married to Rosalie. There's not one female trick you can try that she has not perfected over the last 70 years. I sighed, realizing he was right. I looked at the clock on the dashboard. It was only 10:30 on a Friday night in Manhattan. Emmett, I announced, raising my voice, we are in the city that never sleeps. This is the perfect city for you. What do you want to do? His face looked like a child trying to choose candy at the candy store. He pursed his lips, deep in thought, and then his eyes suddenly brightened. Hey, I know, let's go check out the Empire State Building. I laughed. That was a total Emmett thing. I nodded my head, and at the next intersection, he turned right and headed east. When we got there, we saw a big line that formed halfway down the block and my shoulders fell. We may not get in, Emmett. They close the line at 11 o'clock and we'll be too far back to get in the doors. He rolled his eyes and said quietly, clearly, you haven't spent much time around vampires lately. He looked around and then whispered, climb on my back. I climbed on, chuckling to myself that this was not something I ever imagined doing on the streets of New York. He casually backed up against the building, and then suddenly, he was running. Everything was a massive blur, and when we stopped, I could see that we were in the stairwell. I looked up, and as far as I could see, there were just more and more flights of stairs. We're going to climb the stairs of the Empire State Building, I stated, my voice full of wonder. He laughed heartily, making the dimples deepen in his face. What's this? Stuff. Ya gonna walk up by yourself? I looked up through the staircase again. No way. Hold on, he breathed. And then we were off. As I laid my head on his back, I thought of all the times I'd done this with Edward. From the first time in the meadow, to that perfect rainy summer when he would take me deep into the woods with him. Back then, it seemed that we were the only two people in the world. Thankfully, I didn't have long to reminisce. In less than a minute, we were at the top. The crowds were tight as we made our way to the edge. Emmett and I were looking out over the view when he leaned in close and murmured, "This looks a lot different than when I was here 60 years ago." I just took his arm, laid my head on his shoulder, and laughed. Whatever Edward's ulterior motives actually were, I had to admit that I was very happy I got to spend the evening with this particular vampire. Edward POV. I didn't know who was the bigger idiot. Emmett, for the way he acted with Bella, or me, for inviting him to New York in the first place. I should have known he wouldn't take this seriously. He didn't get back until 3:30 in the morning, and whether or not he made Bella smile, it was going to take me 1,000 years to blot out the image of the way he and Bella were dancing in that nightclub. And the way he placed his hands on her hips, he was lucky I didn't tear him apart. That was not the kind of help I expected from my own brother. His claim that he was just trying to prove a point and give me courage was so idiotic that I didn't even know how to respond. I should have asked Alice. All she would have done is take Bella shopping. At any rate, if Emmett didn't leave within the week, I was going to tell Rosalie to come here and get him. But besides my stupid brother, I had other worries. The last week had been a morbid form of torture. Vaughn had taken Bella on 2 dates in 1 week. With everything in me, I abhorred seeing her with Thomas. But I also loved watching her when she wasn't so guarded. The part one detested and feared the most was that with each date, they seemed to be getting closer and closer. Vaughn's feelings for Bella were nowhere near the intensity of my feelings for her, but they were indeed very strong. He was playing his game well, trying to lure her in slowly so that she wouldn't run. Much to my distress, it appeared to be working. He'd had a home game last Sunday and was the game MVP. He was feeling pretty good about things. On their dates, autograph seekers would approach them and Thomas would always graciously comply. I wondered how Bella felt about that. With me, she was doomed to no sunlight, only shadows. Secrecy was a way with my kind. Here, she was thrust into the spotlight. I was certain she'd prefer this life with Thomas to constant evasion. Tonight was their 3rd date. He took her to the American Ballet Theater, and when they came out, he kissed her forehead longingly and gave her a ballet shoe charm covered in diamonds. I wondered how many more charms would be added. And then there was me. I could tell that something was building inside of me, that this was all getting to be too much. I needed more than to just be a shadow in her life. I had to have a tie to her in some way. She didn't want me as she once did. I was beginning to accept that, but an idea had been playing in my head. What if I stayed here after negotiations ended and became her friend? Then, it wouldn't be such a strange thing if she bumped into me every once in a while. If we just happened to see each other every now and then, I could hear her voice and still look into her beautiful eyes. I would still be able to see her blush and hear her heartbeat. If I could just stay, I would be whatever she wanted me to be. She could have any part of me that she wanted. I would be there when she had children. I could be there for all the major events of her life and cheer her on and encourage her. And when she became old, I would be able to take care of her. And when she eventually, inevitably, left this earth, I would be there. I would be there to hear the last beat from the most beautiful heart the world would ever know. And then I would follow. I would find her. After the ballet, Vaughn took her to Tavern on the Green. It was tucked into a corner of Central Park and was just the kind of restaurant I would have loved to have taken her to. They had a long, quiet dinner and were now on a carriage ride through the park. It was a cold night. They were huddled close to each other on the carriage and shared a large, thick blanket. In Thomas's mind, I could see him looking down on her. Her chestnut hair nestled close to his cheek. I felt sickened at the thoughts going through his mind. Just 2 more dates. 2 more agonizing dates, and then Vaughn would ask her the question. I couldn't imagine at this point that she wouldn't accept him, and everything that would surely come with it. He cleared his throat and began to speak. Bella, I think it only fair that I let you know that I'm falling for you. She immediately stiffened, and with surprise, I watched the panic on her face. He quickly started to speak again. Just calm down. I know we haven't had our 5 dates yet. No pressure, I swear. But Bella, before I fall any further, I need to ask you something. I hate to bring this up again, but it's really troubling me. I concentrated harder on his thoughts, hoping to get an advanced clue as to what he was going to ask. Okay, she replied, her voice muffled under the blanket. I can't stop thinking about how your face looked when you saw Edward at the Waldorf. Bella. He stopped and swallowed nervously. You've never looked at me the way you looked at him that night. I froze. Bella winced slightly, then her eyes tightened as she stared off into the distance. He was my first love, she whispered, and then he left. Through Thomas, I saw deep pain in her eyes. It was the pain Jasper had told me about. It was the pain she never let me see. She swallowed hard and said quietly, but I found my way again. Time has a way of forcing you to accept and move on. So, you have moved on. He was encouraged. She nodded slowly. That party at the Waldorf was the first time I had seen him in 7 years. He'd claimed he loved me so many times, and then, everything changed. Just before he left me, he promised I would never see him again. She bit her lip and whispered, so you can understand my shock at seeing him there in front of me. I couldn't stop staring at the haunted, empty look in her eyes, but Thomas was ebullient in his relief at her answer. He believed her. Can I ask you one more question? He asked. Bella nodded her head. You said Edward told you he loved you. Do you think Edward is still in love with you? He never loved me. All the air escaped out of my lungs. She hadn't even paused. She had answered so quickly, emphasizing each word with conviction. Thomas was skeptical. Are you sure? She seemed so sure of herself. I was surprised that Thomas doubted her at all. Bella lifted her chin and set her jaw. It was a look of stubborn defiance I used to know very well. If there's anything I'm sure of this in this world, she said in a hard tone, it's that Edward Cullen doesn't love me now, and he didn't love me then. I was nothing more than a simple diversion to him. My head fell in my hands. All this time she had really believed it. Sobs found their way out of my chest. I clenched my teeth and snarled at myself. Crashing into my mind came the scene I'd played a million times. I watched her eyes dim and desperation take on a life of its own as I told her I was leaving and promised I'd never come back. I had lied that day and told her there was no place for her in my life. But she never knew that I'd only made it 2 miles into the forest before I'd collapsed on the ground and curled in on myself to fight the pain. She'd spent the last 7 years in her own hell, just like me. I was the only one that could have fixed it. Instead, I escaped to the slums of Brazil, and licked my wounds in Ireland. She was the one who had been fighting through every day. She had been the strong one. The carriage had brought them to the entrance of the park. They were crossing the street and approaching her building. He held her close to him and rubbed her arms against the cold. I held my breath to see if Bella would again say goodbye to him in the lobby or if this time she would invite him to her apartment. I'd been encouraged by the hug and the peck on the cheek she had given him after every date and had taken great joy in the desolated thoughts that ran through his mind every time he watched her get on that elevator alone. Tonight, his thoughts ran wild for her. I bit down on the pain and watched helplessly from across the street. She was turning to the elevator after saying goodbye, but then he pulled her back and put his hands on each side of her face. They stood motionless for a moment, staring at each other, and then he moved in. She didn't stop him. The key was at first very calm, but as it changed into something much more, an involuntary growl built in my chest. I felt the burning venom rise like hot lava in my throat and the muscles in my back tensed as the monster in me fought to spring an attack. I was shocked at how murderous my thoughts were for Thomas. I painfully swallowed at the venom pooling in my mouth as his hands moved across her body and pulled her even closer. I recoiled and fought against the image. I couldn't bear to see it. But ultimately, I did the only thing that kept me sane. I closed my eyes and went into his mind and felt all I could of his closeness to Bella. I felt her soft lips and the warmth of her skin as her blood pulsated through her veins. I felt her body against his and groaned inwardly as he pulled her still closer. I reached for the curve in the small of her back that I loved so much. His hands moved up her sides and my fingers flexed as I felt her ribs and then her arms and shoulders. I whispered her name as he ran his hands along her neck and face. And then, my jaw clenched as I felt Bella put her warm hands on his cheek and felt a cry escape from me as her lips parted for a moment as she kissed him. I could feel her, smell her, taste her. I was lost in the key. And as much as I relished it, I felt so empty again when she pulled away from him and ended it. I opened my eyes and stared into the lobby. I was in agony to know her thoughts. Was she realizing she loved him? Would she pull him close and start Dotting him again. Was she about to take his hand and lead him into the elevator? I crumbled with each thought. What would she ever want with me if she could have someone human? Someone warm, with a heartbeat and a pulse. Someone who didn't crave her blood. Someone who didn't have urges that in a careless moment could take her life. Someone who could give her children and grow old with her. And then miraculously, she told him goodnight. I watched Thomas enviously as he hailed a cab and drove off, and with adrenaline still raging through me, I replayed the key. Again in my mind. My senses were stretched tight as I yearned to taste her again on my lips, but then, my thoughts drifted back to our key. There was something different about this scene, about the key, with Thomas, that I was struggling to make sense of. And then I realized what it was. The way Bella had reacted when dotting Thomas was completely different from how she had behaved. When she'd ed me, she had never pulled away from me. I was always the one that had to reluctantly end our embraces. I remembered how her hands had tangled themselves into my hair and her arms went tight around my neck. How I could hear her heart stop and start again, and feel her hot breath all around me every time I ed her. She had fainted in my arms. None of those things had happened when she ed Thomas. Was it just youth or reckless abandon that had made her react that way so long ago? I wasn't so sure. Could it be that there was a clue in all of this? Did she still love me? And what about when Thomas told her his feelings for her were deepening? She'd had that panicked look on her face, which led me to believe that maybe her feelings for him weren't as strong as I'd feared. My adrenaline was kicking in again. But for a much different reason. I was not going down without a fight. I was done. I was done watching from afar and torturing myself. I was done living in the past. I wanted a future, and I wanted it with Bella. I had to tell her how much I loved her and wanted her with me and would never, could never, leave her again. If we were meant to be together, and would only be our happiest when we were reunited forever, then I was foolish not to take the chance. I stared up at the top of the building where I saw a light flicker on. Bella was inside, thankfully alone, but not for long. I sat on the bench and gazed up at my sanctuary. She was the closest to heaven that I would ever be. If there was a chance of having Bella forever, I would find a way. I was going to fight for her. I wasn't going to fight fair. And I would start tonight. Angel. Long-awaited darkness falls, casting shadows on the walls. In the twilight, how I am alone. Sitting near the fireplace. Dying embers warm my face. In this peaceful solitude, all the outside world subdued. Everything comes back to me again. In the gloom, like an angel passing through my room. Half awake, and half in dream. Seeing long forgotten scenes. So the present one seems to the past. Now and then become entwined. Playing games within my mind. Like the embers as they die. Love was one prolonged goodbye. And it all comes back to me tonight. In the gloom. Like an angel passing through my room. I close my eyes. And my twilight images go by. All too soon. Like an angel passing through my room. I close my eyes. And my twilight images go by. All too soon. Like an angel passing through my room. Angel passing through. Sissel. Bella's POV. I got off the elevator and went into my apartment. The silence pushed in on me when the only sound I could hear was from the clock in the living room. Tick, tick, tick. For a long moment, I just stood there, struggling in my mind with what my next step should be. Eventually, I dropped my coat on the couch and felt my purse land at my feet, but my mind was a million miles away. All I could think about was the key. I was cold. A shiver ran through me and I wrapped my arms around myself. Turn on the fireplace, I heard my conscious mind call out. I felt in the darkness for the fireplace and turned it on. I hadn't ed anyone since. My fingers absent-mindedly ran across my lips. I told myself. I tried very hard to Vaughn back. And it was true. I had mechanically placed my hands on his face and tried to give with my lips the answer he was so fervently wishing for. I told myself I could do this, that being with Vaughn was what I wanted. But one told me I was terribly wrong to think I could even attempt it. Ing Vaughn had actually seemed like a betrayal to myself. I just kept waiting for the rush, the heat, the commanding need to be closer to Vaughn and feel his lips on mine. I was sure that at any moment, The urge to entangle my fingers in his hair would come. But there had been none of those things. All my heart did was scream for the one that made it fly. The thing is, I remembered falling in love, every sordid, minute detail, and it was the easiest and most intoxicating experience I'd ever had. Not once did I ever had to force one feeling, or one pounding heartbeat. The only problem I'd ever had was trying to rein my feelings in. So now I knew. Nothing would ever compare to those cold, hard lips that ever so gently lingered on my own. I would never fall in love with Vaughn. And that left me feeling very, very alone. Because if I couldn't fall in love with someone as amazing as Thomas Vaughn, then things weren't looking very good for me. I made my way into my bedroom. I dressed in my pajamas and then came back to sit on the floor in front of the fireplace. I wrapped my arms around my knees and soon became hypnotized by the dancing and weaving of the embers, and I could feel the warmth reaching me, but inside I still felt so cold. There was only one thing that would take away the shivering, that could make me feel whole again. And so I broke my most hard and fast rule. I began to think of Edward. After a minute or so, I caught my breath and shook my head. I can't do this, I whispered. One of these times, I won't be able to piece myself back together again. But for some reason, it seemed different this time. The reason why, and I was sure I was losing it for even thinking such a thing, was that while I was dotting Vaughn, it had felt like Edward was right there beside me. And so I fought against every part of my better judgment, lied down on the floor, stared at the flames, and let myself be lost in the memories that I was always trying too hard to fight. I pictured his grace, and his loveliness, and I felt my soul relax for the first time in a long, long while. I closed my eyes and decided to start with my favorite memory. The one that I pushed farther away than all the others. The one where he first really touched me. The one where for the first time he laid his head on my chest and heard my heartbeat. The meadow. Oh, the meadow. I could still feel the slight breeze blow my hair and ruffle the wildflowers as I ran my finger up and down the cold marble of his arm. The diamonds under his skin glittered brilliantly and I again squinted against the glare of the sun. I heard him declaring himself, confessing that I was his favorite brand of heroine, and curled up in his arms until the sun began to fade. I let the memories of 100 nights with my archangel wash over me and wondered if I would have given myself to him so freely if I knew that he never loved me, if I knew that he would one day leave. The answer was a resounding yes. I wasn't sure that I had ever really had a choice. From the first moment I saw him, I'd yearned for him in every possible way. As I lay there watching the lights dance in the fire, it was as if there were ghosts swimming around me, each carrying a memory, floating in, floating out. Tomorrow would be painful, but right now, I didn't care. I would let this night be filled with Edward, even though I knew that all too soon the light would come pouring in through the window marking another day and I would find reality taking the place of all that played before me this night. How many days would I have? Life seemed so long without him. At some point, would the memory of his face dim? Would it gradually become more difficult to recall the precise texture of his hair? I thought of all the stupid, reckless stunts I'd pulled trying to keep Edward's voice in my head, but eventually, time had even taken that away from me. After a while, no matter what I did, the velvet voice wouldn't come back. So it stood to reason that time would also rob my mind of Edward's vivid details. But apparently, my heart was never going to forget. It would reject all but the one that caused it to stutter, stop, and start again. My heart would never love another. I was struggling to find all the reasons I had given myself as to why I needed to get up every day. This torture of loss was so strong. I wasn't sure how it was possible to feel all these years of pain and still be here. I felt my eyelids close and open again. I would soon fall asleep here, amidst all the scenes filled with him. My cheeks were covered in tears, but as my eyes drifted shut again, I could see Edward coming to lie down beside me. His beautiful face was silhouetted by the fire, and I smiled. My dreams were beginning, and I prayed for a long night filled with memories of my only love. My angel. The next morning when I awoke, my cheek was burning. At first I thought it was from the heat of the fire, then I realized it was burning with the icy feel that only happened when Edward had touched me. I lay there groggy, my head completely filled with images that had passed over me during the night. My dreams had almost been unearthly in their beauty, but had seemed so real. All night long Edward's velvet voice spoke to me warmly in that formal, perfect articulation that could only be acquired in an earlier century. And all night long, he'd told me in 100 different ways how much he loved me. He'd whispered how he wanted me forever and was so sorry for how much his leaving had hurt me. I rolled over onto my back and realized I had a pillow. And there was a blanket on me. I opened one eye a crack and saw that it was the blanket off my bed. I didn't remember getting it the night before. I snuggled down into its softness, and as I took a deep breath, I smelled something. I breathed in again and my eyes flew open as my head jolted up off the pillow. The delicious scent. It was unmistakably Edward's. But it couldn't be. There's no way, I murmured. I inhaled again, and as the smell permeated my senses, I knew that this was one scent that could never be duplicated. Panic rose in my chest. As the first sunlight of the day streamed through the window, intuition pulled me to my knees and made me run my hand over the carpet next to me. And when I felt that it was ice cold, my heart stopped, stuttered, and then started again. I jumped to my feet and like a mad woman, began running through my apartment. I ran to the front door and it was locked. I threw it open and when no one was there, I checked the kitchen and then ran to my bedroom and bathroom. Everything was in place. I came back to the living room and stared down at the place where I'd slept. The night's over, Bella. I made myself stand there until I was sure I understood. I'd let myself have one night. One night. It was daytime now. No more fantasies. The wall was going back up. Nothing had changed. I turned on my heels and walked swiftly back to my bedroom to get ready for work, trying mightily to ignore how different my apartment felt. I kept my eyes straight forward, never admitting, never allowing what my heart seemed to feel. That an angel had passed through my room. Bella. Earth to Bella. Can you hear me? I snapped to attention. Simmons was staring at me. Apparently, my mind had roamed off again. Thinking that a vampire may have been lying next to me all night after a 7-year lapse had a tendency to make my mind wander. Yes, I snapped. Could you hand me the Merrill Lynch file? I handed it to him and plunged back into my work. It was about 3 o'clock on the Friday before Thanksgiving, and Simmons and I were in my office putting together a proposal for the board. Now that Christmas was approaching, our public relations department wanted us to put forth a more caring image. The premise was that if we changed our public persona to a tender and compassionate investment firm, then those companies that hated our guts would once again want to do business with us. I still didn't understand why I was put in charge of it. I was about the farthest thing from loving and caring this firm had ever seen. We were just putting the finishing touches on an ad campaign that made us look like Mother Teresa, only much better dressed, when Simmons threw his pen down on the table and said, "I've been at the office since 7 o'clock this morning. I have got to take a break. We have about 1 more hour worth of work on this ludicrous waste of time," I muttered, "and then we'll have to get out of here anyway. We'll be late for the governor's ball if we don't." "Ah yes. Another ball." He laughed wryly. "I had no idea that working here would entail going to so many parties. I don't recall seeing that in my job description." I nodded my head knowingly. I was pretty sure I hated the parties more than he did. "Well, you seem to enjoy the girls that you take to the parties," I sneered. He leaned back in his chair and laced his hands behind his head. "That's the one part one don't mind," he replied, sighing heavily. "I will certainly enjoy spending the evening with Sasha." "Sasha? What about the Gazelle supermodel?" "Oh, Sasha is a model too, and she's pretty super." He laughed deeply. I tilted my head and looked at him for a moment. "How old are you?" I asked. He blinked in surprise. "We've been working together for 2 years and that's the first personal question you've ever asked me." "Well, I always figured you were close to my age," I said defensively. "It's not like I did a background check on you." He chuckled and said, "I'm 24. My birthday is in January. I'm just a few months younger than you." I tried to look at him with new eyes. He wasn't bad looking, but then again, what did I know? I still judged every man I saw against a much higher standard of perfection. "This job must really cut into your social life," I said with mock sincerity. He shrugged. "It certainly doesn't help. But I am human. I make time for things that are important to me." "Ouch," I said sarcastically. "The worst part," he complained, "is that at most functions everyone assumes you and I are a couple. We're together so much that it's hard to convince the ladies that there really isn't anything going on. They're always jealous of you." I grimaced. Jealous. The girls you date are goddesses. How could they possibly be jealous of me? His eyebrows rose. You really don't see yourself very well, do you? At that moment, Sally came in with a stack of papers for me to sign. On top was a magazine. Without looking at it, I took it in my hands and said, Sally, I think you forgot this. She looked at the magazine and said, Oh no, Ms. Swan. That is for you. I thought you might like to see it. She walked swiftly out of the room with a sappy smile on her face. I rolled my eyes and impatiently pulled the cover around to look at it and slowly felt the panic rise as I began babbling incoherently. It was Star magazine, and on the cover was Vaughn, and he wasn't alone. I was walking with him and he had his arm around me. I could tell the picture was taken as we were walking out of a restaurant last week. The headline read, It's Love for the Bachelor Alive. A smaller caption below said, Sorry ladies, we all wanted him, but it looks like he's found true love with investment tycoon Isabella Swan. Simmons jumped up. By the reaction on my face, he thought it was something horrible. He took the magazine I'd thrown onto the desk and after turning it around to read his eyes grew wide and he exclaimed, Wow. I heard a garbled squeak and realized it was me. That's a really good shot of the two of you, he assessed. He opened the magazine and found the article and began reading. Thomas Vaughn, 27, the hot quarterback of the New York Giants, is apparently off the market. Friends say, this time it's for good. He's been seen around town with the lovely up-and-coming star of the financial world, Isabella Swan, 25. The couple have enjoyed many romantic moments around the city, from Broadway shows to the ballet, and eating at the famed restaurant Tavern on the Green. This is the real thing. A close friend told Star magazine. I wouldn't be surprised if there are wedding bells soon. Another close friend has secretly told us that they're waiting until after the football season for the big announcement. Some have speculated that Swan may not be ready for marriage, and that is the reason for the delay. She's still seeing her old flame Michael Simmons, 24, on a regular basis, and to add intrigue to the love triangle, she and Simmons are co-workers. Vaughn has reportedly demanded that Swan stop seeing Simmons, and that has caused some tension in the relationship. She was also recently seen at the exclusive club North 6, dancing hot and heavy with an unidentified male. She left the club with him and didn't return home until almost 4 o'clock in the morning. Vaughn was said to be furious, but feels that Isabella is the girl for him and very wants much to work things out with her. Swan has been frequenting boutiques that specialize in bridal gowns, no doubt looking for just the right dress for the big day. I'm so happy for them, a family member has stated. Thomas wants a big family, and they intend to start having children very soon after the marriage. I began beating my head on the desk. Simmons looked up from the magazine and said, There's still a page and a half left. Do you want me to keep reading? Read one more word, and I'll kill you where you stand, I threatened, my voice garbled. Don't you want to see the rest of the pictures? He asked. There's one of you walking into some clothing store, and another of you and Thomas coming out of the ballet, and, hey, there's one of you and me at the Waldorf party. His shoulders slumped. Oh man, I wonder if Sasha has seen this yet. I will have to do some fast talking to get out of this one. He paused and then inhaled sharply. On the other hand, this might get me some play. I'm in a love triangle with the Bachelor alive. My social standing has just risen considerably. Shut up or die, I grumbled, my face still down on my desk. Why are you so bothered by this? He asked me. I lifted my head and looked at him incredulously. I want to be respected and revered in the business world. I want to be feared and admired. Now, all I am is a hussy stuck in a love triangle with one coworker, out all night with another guy, and all the while, the sweet, innocent Thomas Vaughn is trying to tame me and then apparently stick me in a house where I will bear him 6 children. He winced at my tirade and then said, You're reading too much into this, Bella. It'll all blow over soon. I mean, it's not like anyone really believes this stuff. I stood up and pointed an accusing finger at him. This is all your fault. This never would have happened if you hadn't tried to make me act human. I started pacing around my office. Being human has never worked out very well for me, I babbled. I'm just no good at it. It's a train wreck every time I try. Suddenly Sally beeped in. Ms. Swan, Mr. Vaughn is on line 1. She said it with that knowing little smile in her voice, and it just made me angrier. Apparently, Simmons could see that the chance for him to leave unscathed had arrived. I'll leave you two to discuss whether you're having 6 children, or 7, he whispered. I threw a stapler at him as he ducked out of the room. I picked up the phone and held it against my chest for a moment. It had been 2 days since Vaughn had keyed me. I wanted to tell him that it was over and that I needed to end this, but he made me promise him that no matter what, I would give him 5 dates. Tonight was number 4. I took a deep breath and tried to calm down. Hello. It still came out like a growl. Damn, I was hoping to get to you before you saw it. He sounded very frustrated. How did they get all this? I bellowed. Bella, I swear I don't know. I actually don't think they talked to anybody. I'm pretty sure they made it all up. I'm so sorry. I never saw anybody taking our picture. I just stood there pinching the bridge of my nose with my fingers. I could feel a serious headache coming on. Very hesitantly he said, do you still want me to go to the governor's ball tonight? I let out an exasperated gush of air. I don't know, Vaughn. I don't want to make things harder for you, he said softly. I'll just talk to you tomorrow. Oh great, now I felt guilty. I was letting these vultures win. I didn't really care about being with Vaughn, but I didn't want to slink around in the shadows either. How about this? I said. Can you just meet me there? I don't suspect the paparazzi will actually be allowed in the party. I could hear the relief in his voice. That's a great idea. I'll be there around 8 o'clock. I can't wait to see you. I knew I should say I can't wait to see you either, but I was still the world's worst liar. I settled for something neutral. Yeah, I'll see you then. Probably not exactly what he was hoping for. I hung up and looked at my watch. I would be late if I didn't leave soon. I cleared my stack of papers and signed all the ones Sally had given me. I then gathered my things, threw the stupid magazine in the trash, and went home to get ready for another party I didn't want to attend, wear a dress I didn't want to wear, and be with a man I didn't love. This human thing was highly overrated. I arrived at Rockefeller Center and was met by a mob of photographers. I was so terrified that I almost told my driver to just keep driving. I jumped out of the car and began running the best that I could through the huge, crushing mob. They were screaming my name as they pushed cameras in my face and kept asking where Vaughn was. The flash blinded my eyes and all I could see were bright white dots in front of me when I groped forward and felt the door handle and escaped into the building. I didn't feel safe until I was in the elevator. As the heavy doors shut, my breathing slowly returned to normal and I felt myself calm down more with each floor I passed. Finally, the elevator bell rang and I walked out at the top floor of Rockefeller Center, where the Rainbow Room was located. Simmons was standing in the lobby. Man, that was crazy out there, wasn't it? He exclaimed. The second I stepped out of the car, they all started screaming your name and asking where you were. I would have rushed past them pretty quickly if Sasha hadn't stopped to pose for pictures. He motioned to his right and I saw a very exotic-looking girl staring down at me from what looked like 6 feet of nothing but legs. The slit in the side of her dress went all the way up to the top of her thigh. Judging from Simmons' past performance, I mentally noted that this girl would probably last 2 weeks. I shrugged out of my coat and began walking to the coat check. Simmons and Legs followed me. There isn't any paparazzi up here, is there? I gestured to the dining room. Simmons was shaking his head before I finished. No, he said. The coast is clear. I took a deep breath and walked in. A few heads turned, but for the most part, no one took notice. Simmons led the way to our table and I laid down my purse and went to speak to a few people I knew. Dinner wasn't going to start for another 20 minutes or so. The Rainbow Room, located on the top floor of the Rockefeller Center, was built in the 1930s and many considered it to be one of the premier hotspots in Manhattan. It was one of my favorite places. Probably because it was nice, but non-pretentious. It had a revolving dance floor, but I mostly loved the windows that surrounded the entire restaurant. I stood at the windows now, looking out at the view. I could see the ice skaters far below and could just make out the gold statue and waterfall. The Rockefeller Center Christmas tree had already been delivered and crews were hard at work putting on thousands of lights for when the tree would be lit next Thursday, on Thanksgiving night. A light snow was falling and it made everything very soft and peaceful. Shortly before dinner began, Vaughn walked in. He looked flushed and out of breath, straightening his tie as he scanned the crowd. I looked at him sadly. Most likely, he really was the man alive. Alive, being the key word in that sentence. It would be just too perfect that I fall in love with him and have those kids, 1 or 2, not 6 or 7. I always had to do things the hard way. Once again, I tried to will myself to fall in love with him, much the same way Jake had tried to imprint on me before I left for college. No such luck. The smile on his face was unmistakable when he found me and began striding to the table. He keyed at the top of my head and said, "I'm sorry, that was terrible out there. I don't know how to fix this." I smiled meekly. Let's not ruin a perfectly good evening by talking about it. They can stand out in the 34-degree weather and wait for us to come back out in 3 or 4 hours. That ought to bring some justice to the world. He laughed and gave me his easy smile. "You're right," he said. "Let's enjoy the evening." He looked me up and down. And how could I not, when I'm with the most beautiful girl in the room? After dinner, the governor stood up to give his speech. It was long-winded and excruciatingly boring. One would think that the sun didn't rise on New York City without the help of the governor. Thankfully, he finished. Unthankfully, that meant that the dancing was beginning. The MC announced that the entertainment for the night was some singer named Michael Bublé. I had never heard of him, but everyone else around the table seemed very excited. He sang mostly songs from the 40s and 50s, and apparently the majority of his songs were love songs. I took a deep breath and plastered a smile on my face. Vaughn took my hand and pulled me to my feet. The look on his face made me want to tell him the truth of how I felt right away, but I knew this was not the place. I stood up slowly and we walked hand in hand to the dance floor. When he held me close, I could feel his heart pounding through his tuxedo, and I thought, was this how it was for Edward? Were my emotions this transparent for him to read? I winced inwardly as I realized my emotions had been 1,000 times easier for Edward to decipher. I had made it so easy for him. I had never been interesting. He never had to fight for my affection. I was just a boring, clumsy distraction. Vaughn was holding his cheek quite close to mine when it became very obvious that he wanted to ask me something. I pulled back and looked at him. I could see that he was having a war with himself. The kind of war in which you very much want to know the answer to something, but aren't sure if you want to hear the answer, or how the person will react when given the question. Maybe he would make it easy for me, I thought hopefully. Maybe he would ask me right now how I felt about him and I would be able to give him a kind, but honest answer. Finally, he took a breath and asked me, "Bella," he swallowed and then said, "did you really stay out all night with a guy you met at North 6? No matter how I felt about him personally, I didn't want him to think I would do such a thing." I shook my head and said reassuringly, "Vaughn, it wasn't like that. He was an old friend that came into town unexpectedly. He asked me to go with him. We did stay out all night, but we did things like visit the Empire State Building and hang out at Times Square. It was all very innocent." I could feel the weight lift off of his shoulders. "Thank you for telling me," he said warmly. "I know that until we have 5 dates I shouldn't ask you anything like that, but it's okay," I replied quickly, interrupting him. "I'm glad you asked me. I would rather you know the truth than think I was that kind of girl, especially when I haven't even invited you up to my apartment." He pulled me close to him again and I was glad he didn't pursue the questioning about the whole hot and heavy dancing thing that was also reported in the magazine. Leave it up to those dumb vultures that was the only thing they got right. Besides, I also felt bad at my hypocrisy about sounding so virtuous. I knew that if a certain vampire still loved me and wanted to come up to my apartment, I wouldn't be able to get the door opened fast enough. The saxophone was playing softly and the man's singing voice was so smooth. It created a very romantic mood with the beautiful chandelier, the lights turned down low casting a soft pink hue, and the soft snow that was falling outside. I looked around me and saw many couples, including Simmons and Sasha, having a great time. I envied them. I was brought out of my thoughts when Michael Bublé began singing a new song. It was the same song that I'd heard on the yacht that had ended the night for me. The same one that Edward had played on the piano while he sang those beautiful words. "Can't I just have one night free from Edward?" I internally shouted. Suddenly, There was a hand on Vaughn's shoulder, and a velvet voice behind him. "Pardon me, but may I have this dance with the lady?" My fingers dug into Vaughn's palm as my telltale heart stopped, then started again, and then began pounding furiously. Vaughn turned to him, and then back at me, wondering what he should do. Edward didn't give him a chance to decide. Without me ever seeing it, Edward was suddenly standing in front of me, holding me close. Vaughn looked at him with a barely calm facade, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw him turn and look at me. I know Vaughn wanted me to refuse this dance. I know he wanted me to reassure him that I would certainly choose him over Edward. I know what he wanted, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from the angel face that I hopelessly loved. Edward moved us away from Vaughn and turned his back on him. He moved so gracefully on the dance floor that I didn't have to think about the steps. He put his mouth so close to the side of my face that his cold breath tickled my ear. "Your dancing has improved," he whispered. I kept waiting for his face to come back into my view, but his mouth stayed right next to my ear. I closed my eyes and tried not to move enough to make him stop holding me so tightly. "Do you remember this song?" His mouth was moving on my ear again. No, I lied. I felt him freeze for a moment and I was so afraid he would pull away, but he recovered quickly. "Yes, you do, Bella." "No, actually, I truly don't." My voice was thin and high. He chuckled. "You are still a very bad liar, but I will try to revive your memory." Unbelievably, he held me tighter and I felt passion taking over all my senses. He grabbed a handful of my dress at the small of my back and his other hand laced his fingers through mine and held it against his chest. My heart was awake, wondering where this feeling had been for so long. I could feel him, smell him, taste him. His voice far outshadowed the man at the microphone as he began singing to me. "I know your image of me is what I hope to be. I've treated you unkindly, but girl, can't you see? There's no one more important to me. So darling, can't you please just see through me? 'Cause we're alone now and I'm singing this song for you." The band played on, and I was so grateful for the moment, whatever he would give me. I didn't care what this would do to me later. I would deal with it then. He was my only brand of heroin. My arm, that I had been concentrating so deeply on just laying on his shoulder, tightened around his neck and I wanted to place my lips on his so desperately that I had to bite my lip and bow my head to keep from trying. I knew the song was ending and I never wanted anything so much as I did for that song to keep playing for the rest of the night, for the rest of forever. It seemed that he, too, could sense the song ending. He brought his face around to me again and his cheeks seemed flushed somehow. His chest was moving up and down rapidly, and he swallowed hard as his nose brushed against mine. His eyes were smoldering. They were dark and almost ferocious in their stare and I felt my breath catch as I held onto his gaze. He brought my wrist up to his mouth and inhaled so deeply that his eyes glazed over with an inhuman yearning and I tightened my grip on his neck. "You look beyond beautiful," he hoarsely whispered. "Can I dance with you again before the night is over?" I wanted to answer yes in a way that didn't involve words when I heard Vaughn's voice. "The song is over, Cullen." He was fighting to keep his voice even as he stepped closer to me. Edward let go of the handful of dress he held behind my back, but he ran his fingers along my side as he brought his hands down to rest in his pockets. His eyes never left mine. I was trying to remember Vaughn's name when all of a sudden, I heard a voice bellow behind me. "Bella, I was hoping I'd get another chance to dance with you before I was sent home." I reluctantly turned my head and saw Emmett looking very dashing in his tuxedo. Vaughn looked at him with wide eyes. I knew I should introduce this new brother, but when I looked at Vaughn I still couldn't recall his name. I opened my mouth and drew a blank. "It's Thomas Vaughn," Edward whispered. "Right, that is, Vaughn, this is the friend I was with at North Six. He's Edward's other brother. This is Emmett." At that moment, a woman carrying a tray of desserts and drinks was bumped by someone on the dance floor and the dishes and glasses all began to topple off the tray in different directions. Emmett took one quick step to the side, grabbed the tray before it fell, and caught the drinks and the two dessert plates without spilling a drop. It all happened so fast that I had to replay it in my mind to catch up. Vaughn was beyond amazed. Edward just stared at his younger, but bigger brother and slowly shook his head with a condemning look. "Wow," Vaughn said breathlessly. "Listen, do you play ball? We could really use you. My offensive line is weak and I got hammered out there on our last game." With your reflexes, I doubt anything would get past you. I could get you a tryout with the coach. Emmett's eyes brightened until he saw Edward's face. He looked at Vaughn remorsefully and I actually felt bad for him. I couldn't imagine how much fun he would have on a football field. Sorry man, it sounds awesome, but I have an old injury. He moved his arm around and winced like he was in pain. I'm a big fan of yours though. Jasper and I love to watch you play. Emmett gestured to a nearby table and Jasper waved. There was an awkward silence and then looking squarely at Edward, Vaughn took my hand and said, if you don't mind, I'm going to dance with my date now. His message came across loud and clear. Emmett, however, didn't seem to care. He stepped up beside me and said, actually, Thomas, I'm leaving tomorrow, and I was hoping that I could dance with Bella for a little while. Vaughn's jaw tightened and then he turned to me. Your decision, he said softly. I was still more than slightly dazed from my previous dance. There was another vampire I wanted to dance with so much more, but I managed a small smile at Emmett and then turned to Vaughn and said, do you mind if we dance for a few minutes? Vaughn started to say something, but Emmett grabbed me around the waist, lifted me off the floor, and began twirling me around. He quickly led me away from the group, and into the middle of the dance floor. A new song was just starting and Emmett's eyes lit up. Hey Bella, do you know the rumba? The what? I asked. He chuckled as he pulled me close and squared our hips exactly in front of each other. Then he put my arms around his neck, placed his hands on my hips, and led me flawlessly through the moves. I smiled in spite of myself. When the rumba rhythm starts to play, dance with me, make me sway, like a lazy ocean hugs the shore. Hold me close, sway me more, like a flower bending in the breeze. Bend with me, sway with me. When you dance, you have a way with me. Stay with me, sway with me. I realized that somewhere, Vaughn was watching the whole thing, but I was concentrating so hard on following Emmett that I didn't dare look away. I wondered if Edward was watching, but just thinking of him almost caused me to lose my footing, so I forced my mind to other things. I'm going to miss you, Emmett. Ah, Bella, I'm going to miss you too. He looked like a little boy who just lost his puppy. Actually, he began. I'm not going home quite yet. The three of us are going hunting as soon as we leave here tonight. He shook his head. Edward and Jasper haven't been hunting since they got here. Edward is doing all right, but it isn't the smartest thing for Jasper to go that long. I blinked my eyes in astonishment. They've been here almost a month. Why have they waited so long? I asked. Emmett stared at me strangely like I should already know the answer. He didn't want to leave you, Bella. For a small moment, my heart quickened and then I realized what he was getting at. He was probably afraid I was going to try some underhanded trick over the weekend while he was gone, right? Emmett gave me a look that meant I had it all wrong. I saw him glance anxiously across the room and I followed his gaze. I couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. He cleared his throat and said, like I was saying, I'm going to miss you too, Bella. I hate to think I won't be here to see you do something human. I lifted my chin defensively. Hey, I'll have you know that I haven't had stitches or a broken bone in years. Just a broken heart, he replied softly. I completely lost track of the steps and came to a complete stop. Don't, Emmett. My voice was quiet, but firm. He pulled me back and began dancing slowly as he said, you have to talk to him, Bella. I saw you two dancing just now. That was some serious heat. You're totally in love with him. I dropped my arms to my side. Tell your family that I love them and miss them. Tell Alice I love her. Then I turned around and began walking away from him. He caught me and pulled me back. I'm sorry, I'll be good. He swung me around and lowered me effortlessly into a dip as the song ended. We danced 2 more songs, and then I saw Vaughn get up and begin walking towards us. But, before Vaughn was halfway across the dance floor, Jasper was suddenly beside me. He took my hand and said, would you like to dance? This time I didn't even attempt to look in Vaughn's direction. I just smiled as I turned to face Jasper and waved goodbye to Emmett. I was curious as to what was really going on, but I kept quiet as Jasper shyly put his arm behind my back, and began dancing in a small circle. There was a good 12 inches between us. You aren't going to sing to me too, are you? I said playfully. For a moment, he looked confused and then he smiled broadly. Well, I could try, but I doubt you would want to hear it. He looked away embarrassed and I waited for a few minutes as we danced in complete silence before I asked him a question. So, what could Edward possibly have said to you that would convince you to come dance with me? I raised my eyebrow speculatively. He looked very innocent. What are you talking about? I pressed on with my line of questioning. Did he promise you that he would let you leave and return to Alice? His mouth twisted slightly. In case you haven't noticed, it's taking two of us just to keep up with you. He gestured to the corner where Emmett stood. This week it took three of us and you still managed to have the upper hand. He looked at me seriously and said, I'm not leaving anytime soon. I narrowed my eyes suspiciously. He promised you something. You wouldn't have come over to ask me to dance on your own. I remember how you always acted around me. I remember on my birthday. I.S. Ked in air, hoping that it would take back the words I'd just said. Oh, Jasper, I am so sorry. I never should have said that. His eyes tightened as he shook his head. No, it's all right. I'm the one who should have apologized long ago. I can't help thinking that this whole mess is my fault. If I had been, he seemed to be searching for the right word, if I had been stronger, none of this would have happened. The song was ending and I was confused. What do you mean, Jasper? I felt that this was the key to something important that had always been nagging at me in the back of my head. He looked at me with nervous eyes, and then shrugged his shoulders indifferently. I guess I'm just feeling very guilty for that night. I am sorry. I saw Jasper glance quickly out of the corner of his eye in Emmett's direction, and I turned to see what he was looking at. Emmett had caught up to Vaughn, as he once again attempted to cross the dance floor to me now that the song had ended. I saw Emmett say something that he personally found very funny and then slap Vaughn on the back. Vaughn stumbled forward and had to take 3 steps to balance himself. It looked as if he had the wind knocked out of him, but Emmett, seemingly oblivious, began talking 100 miles an hour about something as he pulled Vaughn out into the lobby. I turned back around to cross-examine Jasper, but he wasn't there. Edward was. That was a perfectly executed play, I murmured softly. What do you mean? He could play innocent so well. Jasper protects the ball, while Emmett goes in for the interception, and then you steal the ball. His crooked smile appeared and my chest tightened painfully. Let me get this straight. You're the ball in this scenario, right? I suppressed a grin as I tried to look serious. He smiled again and said, I assure you. I haven't the faintest idea as to what you are referring. All I know is that the most ravishingly beautiful woman in the room was standing on the dance floor all alone, and I knew I had to do something to stop such a tragedy from continuing. I swallowed hard and felt fear seeping into my bones. Instinctively, I took a step away. He touched my cheek and said warmly, Monday can be business as usual. You can do your worst in the conference room. But tonight, could you give me just one more dance? He put his hand out to me and there was no resisting. I forgot how to breathe as my whole body screamed to be in his arms again. I placed my hand securely in his as he slid his other hand behind my back, and I couldn't stop a sigh as I melted against him. I told myself I would leave my other hand resting innocently on his shoulder, but who was I kidding? My fingers ran along the ridge of his strong, marble shoulders and came to rest on the back of his neck. My thumb ran along his cold skin, and my head screamed out how dangerous this was for me. 7 years of work would now be washed away when he left, but my heart refused to listen. He moved his face so that our cheeks were touching, and then he pulled me so close to his chest that I had to take shallow breaths. He pulled back slightly and I felt his fingers run slowly down my back. Why are you trying to stop me from dancing with Vaughn? I asked quietly. I could feel the rumble in his chest. Would you mind if we didn't talk about him for the next 3 minutes? I blinked my eyes in surprise but didn't press the subject. He was right. This was a precious 3 minutes. I closed my eyes and although I knew it would hurt all the more, I turned my forehead into his cheek and closed my fingers more tightly around his. I was playing the fool. I knew it. I didn't care. I would have 70 more years to suffer the consequences, but right now, this was enough. Let him use me for this dance. Let him take in my scent. Let him try to appease his guilt. Let him relive old memories. Let him have one more dalliance with a human. I didn't care. I didn't care what the reason was. I was in Edward's arms, and I would stay here as long as he seemed to want me. I had not been paying any attention at all to the song, when suddenly Edward began singing softly right into my ear. I can only give you love that lasts forever. And the promise to be near each time you call. And the only heart I'll own is for you and you alone. That's all, that's all. I can only give you country walks in springtime. And a hand to hold when leaves begin to fall. And a love whose burning light will warm the winter night. That's all, that's all. If you're wondering what I am asking in return, dear, you'll be glad to know that my demands are small. Say it's me that you adore. For now and evermore. That's all, that's all. As we danced and he sang to me, I saw our future laid out in front of me. A million tomorrows filling me with supreme happiness. I saw our nights, alone and filled with magic, and I grit my teeth at the absolute yearning overtaking me. I saw me surrounded by the love and belonging of his family. I saw me running beside him. The whole fantasy was laid out in a complete and perfect vision. His arm tightened around me. The song was ending. No, please no. I begged and pleaded to just let time finally stop for me, just this once. My arm tightened around his neck and he answered by letting go of my hand and wrapping both arms around me and holding me so tightly against him that I whispered his name. Edward. Bella. His whisper was rough and full of emotion. The song was over. I closed my eyes and leaned my forehead on his chin. I knew Vaughn was coming. I looked up and said, "Was it you?" Edward's brow furrowed and his eyes searched mine. He didn't know what I was asking. Then Vaughn was there, standing a few feet from Edward with his arms folded. I wanted to ask him if he had come into my apartment that night. If all the things I'd dreamed he was saying to me, he had actually whispered into my ear. I wasn't ready to let him go. Edward pulled back slowly and Vaughn grabbed my hand. I jumped at how warm it felt. "Thank you." Edward mouthed the words to me, and then he turned and left. I watched as Jasper and Emmett met him at the elevators. I turned to Vaughn and said, "Do you mind if we sit down for a few minutes?" He ran his hand over my cheek and frowned. "Your cheek is so cold." I brought my hand up to touch my face. The cold, I never felt. To me, it was burning. I swallowed hard and let him lead me back to the table. At the end of the evening, Vaughn wasn't going to let me leave alone. We set our teeth and walked off the elevator, but to our surprise, there was no mob. Not one photographer anywhere. As we walked out into the frigid air, I noticed tiny bits of metal reflected in the snow. I bent down and my eyes widened in shock as I realized what they were. There were tiny pieces of lenses and shutters and flashes scattered everywhere. The cameras had been destroyed and smashed into oblivion. Memories of Edward saving me long ago came flooding back, and now, he had one more save to his credit. I said goodnight to Vaughn and left him standing in my lobby. I don't think this evening turned out the way he had planned. I was in bed for a good 2 minutes before it hit. It was a big one. It took my breath away and I rolled on my stomach and curled in on myself as I held my middle. I felt like I would split in two. I didn't even attempt to stop the tears. It was worth it, I kept telling myself. And it was. Even though it tore and ripped at my insides, I lay in that bed reliving every second of being in Edward's arms again. I was so thankful for fresh memories. I would take better care of these. I wouldn't try so hard to forget them. Now I understood how time could ravage even the sweetest parts. I would take care of them no matter the cost. I was still curled in a ball, crying and remembering, as the sun shone in my window. It was late on Sunday night and I was at the office working on a proposal. A firm in Argentina wanted to pay our company to handle all the background work that was involved in transferring its investments into an offshore bank account in Switzerland. I'd found out about it yesterday and immediately called Mr. Hathaway and convinced him I was the best one to handle the details. I'd told him that it because they wanted to invest $3 billion and we didn't want to risk losing their business, but truth be told, I was grasping at anything to get my mind off of Friday, and dancing with Edward. I was deep in the bowels of the project, when my cell phone rang. "Hey Bells." It was Jake. His familiar husky voice sent a wave of wistfulness through me. 1,000 memories spun in my head, taking me far away from the high-rise office building and placing me on a rocky beach strewn with driftwood trees. My thoughts raced back to a garage made of plastic sheds, warm sodas in a paper bag, a tiny room with one too small shabby couch, the feverish heat of his big hand around mine, and the flash of his white teeth against his dark skin. I could hear the smile in his voice when I answered the phone. "Jake, it's so good to hear your voice. Aside from text messages, I hadn't talked to him since my birthday. Are you at the office on a Sunday night? He chided. I'm thinking about moving my bed in here. I was only half joking. You work too much, and I have just the solution, he said. Authoritatively. Oh yeah, what's that? Come home for Thanksgiving. I could hear the longing and sincerity in his tone. When I didn't answer right away, he sighed. Ah, come on, Bella. They can't lock you up in that office for Thanksgiving, it's against the law or something. I don't know, Jake. My voice was hesitant. It's not that I don't want to, it's just that this is a bit of a bad time for me to be leaving. Fly out Wednesday night, and fly back Friday morning. You don't even have to stay the whole weekend. Just give us one day. He made it sound so easy. I could never refuse Jake on anything. Well, almost never. If I hadn't refused him all those years ago, we would probably be together right now. I sighed as I thought about how great it would be to spend an easy and slow weekend in La Push. The food would be delicious, it would be laid back and peaceful, I wouldn't have paparazzi following me around, but most of all, there would be no angel face to look at and remind me of what I had lost. Did Charlie put you up to this? I grumbled suspiciously. I was a willing accomplice, he admitted. How is Charlie? I asked. We were terrible about keeping in touch. Neither one of us was very good at that sort of thing. He's lonely. He misses you and hopes that you'll say yes. I chuckled. You're shameful, Jake. I'll see what I can do and call you tomorrow, okay? I miss you, Bella. I miss you too, Jake. After hanging up, I stared at my cell phone. This was invitation number 3. The other 2 invites were from Renee and Vaughn. Renee had never cooked a turkey in her life. Well, there was that one year when I was about 11 years old, but it didn't count because the fire department had to come and save us. I still remember her explanation to the fireman. I'm so sorry. I had no idea that you had to take the plastic wrapping off the turkey before you cooked it. That was the year of the Thanksgiving macaroni and cheese, and I had pretty much taken over in the kitchen exclusively after that. She had called yesterday after she saw me on the cover of that stupid magazine. She was hysterical. Hysterically happy. She began babbling on about a wedding in the spring and grandchildren, and after 30 minutes of trying to explain that the article was all a lie, I still wasn't sure I convinced her. I missed my mom, but I did not want to spend the whole weekend deflecting her comments about the circles under my eyes, and I definitely didn't want her trying to feed me and talking about how thin I was. And then there was Vaughn. He was playing that day, and his family would be in town for the game. He was inviting me to sit with his parents and his sister in the players' suite and then all go back to his house where his mother would cook dinner. That sounded very serious. He was trying to get me in with his family, and I just couldn't do it. I could always spend Thanksgiving at the office and treat it like any other day. I would get loads done without anyone here to bother me. The big problem with going to see Jake and Charlie was that I hadn't been home in over 5 years. I never planned on going back there. I had met them in Seattle a few times and spent the weekend, but that was as close as I felt I could get. This time, more than any other time, would be very difficult. I wondered what Jake would think if he knew that Edward was here. I smirked internally as I thought of what Edward would think if he knew I was going to La Push to spend time with werewolves for Thanksgiving. And then, an amazing idea began to form in my mind. Edward had been doing a masterful job in the negotiations. His mind reading and brilliance had killed so many of our strategies. And also, Edward had left me months before Jacob changed. I stood up and began pacing around the room and realized I may have just found the ammunition I needed to muddy the waters of that perfect vampire mind of his. I'd had a plan in the works for weeks now, but Edward was always so aware of everything that was going on that I'd decided it was just too impossible to pull off. Now maybe, just maybe, I'd finally found a way. But, if I succeeded in my plan, there was a good chance Edward would be gone within the week. I was afraid at how much that thought hurt me. I sat at my desk holding my middle. Should I implement my plan and possibly have Edward gone in a few days? Or prolong the torture just to have him leave anyway? And that was the truth of it. No matter what, he was going to leave. He could dance with me, sing songs into my ear, and hold me as close to him as he ever did, but at some point, I would walk into that conference room and tell him goodbye. And I would watch him walk away. Oh, how foolish of me to care about saying goodbye. My middle exploded as if he had already left. I bit my lip and fought the war in my head, insisting that my heart could have no say in this battle. I must look at this like any other business decision I've ever made, I told myself. I have to look at what will keep me sane. And that was the clincher. I had to keep my wits about me and think about my own life, as pathetic as it was. I had my future with this company to think about. I had to support myself. Rational, sensible, logical, intelligent, and steady. These were all words used to describe me before Edward had come back, and I would ensure that they would still be mine when he left. If I did this now, I would have to make some concessions with the deal. The firm would never have France, Italy, and Alaska. C-Corp had them protected too well. I didn't care. I would take whatever I could get. Just let this be done. I leaned on my desk and put my head in my hands. Edward was going to hate me. His family would feel betrayed. But he'd said it himself on Friday night, Monday can be business as usual, you can do your worst. I swallowed hard. My mouth tasted stale and sour. This was not the taste of the hunt that I loved so much. This was something much more sinister. I worried that desperation was clouding my judgment. But what if this was my last chance to get out of this in one piece? My plan was risky. Everything I wanted to use against Edward would be coming from details that I remembered from when he said he loved me. But it was worth taking the risk. I called Simmons, waking him up, and told him to be me in my office at 6 a.m. I had never lost, and I had no intentions of starting now. Simmons' dark brown eyes stared at me. You want me to do what? He asked incredulously. I put my hands up in defense. Look, I know it sounds crazy, but nothing else is working, and I want to see if this will. Are you really expecting that he's going to read my mind, or something? Simmons' mouth twisted doubtfully. When I hesitated, he leaned back warily in his chair. There's something you're not telling me about Edward Cullen, isn't there? I saw actual fear in his eyes, and realized that I was treading a thin line here. Don't be ridiculous, I scoffed. What he does is just sort of a clever party trick. He practiced relentlessly until he was actually deluding people into thinking he was reading their minds. I leaned in closer to Simmons for effect. You see, I'm afraid he's been a little sneaky in our meetings, and I just want to test him to see if he's using the trick, or not. The subjects I gave you were sort of a private joke between me and Edward. Chances are it won't even work, but it's worth a try. So, are you ready? He looked at me thoughtfully for a moment. And then said, go over it with me one more time. We went over it twice to make sure he was ready, and then headed to the conference room. I was foregoing my grand entrance today. A few of our lawyers were there, but none of the C-Corp team had arrived. That was good. I was hoping that Edward had not been in the building or close enough to hear our conversation. 10 minutes later, Harry Banks and his team of lawyers walked in. I tensed, watching for Edward. I hadn't seen him since Friday and I wasn't sure how to act. A moment later, I watched the perfect angel enter the room and with unconscious grace, walk straight over to my chair. Good morning, he said softly. He had never done that before. When he smiled, I noticed that his eyes were much more golden than when I'd seen him on Friday. In fact, his whole face was luminous. He sighed deep, and for a moment he looked far into my eyes, and then he turned away and went to take his seat. I cleared my throat, feeling the heat permeating through me. The memories of Friday night came charging at me and I breathed deeply in an effort to clear my head. I sat down and swiveling my chair away from him, gave myself the killer pep talk one more time. I wasn't about to lose my courage now. We were 2 hours into our meeting and trying to hammer out the details of acquiring the financial records of one of C-Corp's Russian affiliates when I could see Edward whisper to Harry Banks about something I'm sure he heard in the mind of one of my lawyers. They began writing down furiously and nodding their heads. I decided that now was as good a time as any other to put my plan into action. I looked at Dale Bennett. He was one of my firm's newer lawyers that Edward would not be familiar with, and gulped. He nodded back slightly, letting me know that all was in place. I would only get one chance at this. Edward would never fall for it again. I made the signal to Simmons by putting one finger on the top of my coffee cup. I saw him sit up slightly and I felt beads of sweat on my forehead as I thought about what Simmons was thinking. I have to remember to ask Bella what time she is leaving for Thanksgiving to visit La Push and see Jake Black. Edward's head had been turned to Harry Banks, when all of a sudden he whipped around and stared first at Simmons, then at me. From the corner of my eye, I saw that his jaw was clenched. I never looked at him, but began my line of questioning again to one of Edward's lawyers. He just kept staring at me and thankfully, at least for the moment, was preoccupied by his own thoughts, and not what was happening around him. After about 30 seconds, he came back to the present conversation and I signaled to Simmons again. I hope Bella doesn't ride those motorcycles with Jake while she's there. She told me she ended up in the emergency room almost every time she rode it. Jake never should have taught her to ride that stupid motorcycle. All of a sudden, there was a low growl in the room and every head turned to see where it came from. Edward coughed loudly to cover it. "Excuse me," he said hoarsely. I saw his hand run quickly across his face. Jasper looked at him with a concerned look and Edward just stared back at him with dark angry eyes. His face flashed to mine and I used every bit of my resolve to keep speaking. As I was saying, by December 15th, I would like to know the stock equivalents of the holdings in Moscow, Bratska, and Minsk. I need them for our end-of-year analysis. I droned on for another few minutes, and then saw that Edward had calmed down enough to pay attention to the proceedings. Time to signal Simmons. At least Bella can't go cliff diving. The water will be too cold for that. Last time she tried, she came so close to dying. That Jake had to revive her. Edward rose out of his seat and gripped the edge of the table. All eyes were on him. Harry Banks put his hand on Edward's arm. He looked concerned as he tried to pull Edward back down into his seat. Jasper looked at me. I shrugged as I stared back innocently. Jasper leaned into Edward. "Do we need to take a break?" He seemed very concerned. Edward was looking down at the table. His jaw was clenched down hard. I was surprised. This was working much better than I had anticipated. Simmons glanced once at me with wide eyes and looked quickly away. "Is something wrong, Mr. Cullen?" I feigned boredom. He slowly brought his head up to look at me. He was attempting to show the others in the room that he was fine, but I could read the anger and rage in his face. His mouth was a tight line and he was breathing hard though his nose. His gaze held me and I almost felt afraid. Almost. "Do you need to leave the room, Mr. Cullen?" I asked impatiently. Inside, I was thinking I should receive an Academy Award for this, or at least a daytime Emmy. He shook his head slowly. "I'm fine," he said flatly. He slowly sat back down, but his eyes stayed fixed on me. I was shaking as I said, "We have only a few more items to discuss." I glanced quickly up at the clock on the wall, and then announced, "We will be done in 20 minutes. Dale Bennett recognized the signal and immediately excused himself and left the room. I was amazed I was able to keep my voice detached and bored as I droned on through more legal documents and argued about trivial business matters. At the 10-minute mark, I knew it was time for the last blow. I signaled to Simmons. Bella would be very angry if she knew I overheard her conversation with Jake Black. I wondered what she meant when she said she's worried Charlie will find out that Jake is a werewolf. There was a loud crack under the table and then a murderous growl escaped out of Edward's chest. He stared up at me and his eyes were so black I stumbled back a step away from the table. At that moment, Jasper's phone rang. He looked to see who it was, and then answered it immediately. I was guessing it was Alice. Hopefully, she would be too late. A moment later, Dale Bennett came walking back into the room, and smiled triumphantly. I immediately turned to Jasper and watched as he slumped down into his seat, his head in his hands. Edward was still staring at me, but it was easy to decipher the exact moment he heard Jasper's thoughts. I saw the recognition on his face as he turned to look at Jasper, and then slowly turned back to me. His expression was livid. My eyes stayed on Edward as I said, "Mr. Bennett, do you have an announcement?" Dale Bennett stood up and proudly said, "As of 2 minutes ago, we have acquired 3 more shares of C-Corp. That elevates Whitmore Hathaway over C-Corp with us holding 51% of the company." My eyes were still on Edward. The plan had worked beautifully. And my heart was breaking. Edward's lawyers flew out of their seats as if an explosion went off. There was yelling and accusations made from both sides of the table as Edward continued to look at me. His emotion slowly turned from fury to betrayal. So it was over then. We now owned the majority of the company and all negotiations had changed. It was all legal business now. No need for a former owner of the company to be here. I felt a sob rise in my throat. I smashed it down just like so many times before. I ripped my eyes away from him and announced, "Gentlemen, why don't we break for lunch? At 2 o'clock we'll meet back here and work out a few last details." I turned to look at Harry. "Your team will need to attend a meeting tomorrow with a plan of how you will proceed with the transfer. And then we will put this matter behind us." Harry's face was dark red. "This is not over yet, Ms. Swan," he seethed. "You were already on shaky ground with France, Italy, and Alaska. I will use that leverage to rally the other companies behind us. They won't leave without a fight. You are in for the battle of your life." I didn't give a response, although I truly hoped that wasn't the case. I gathered my things and walked swiftly from the room. The door didn't shut behind me. I didn't turn around to see why. "Bravo to your great performance." His musical voice was heavily laced with sarcasm. "Hello, Edward, anything wrong?" I asked virtuously. "Enough, Bella." He was suddenly next to me and moved his head closer to mine so no one else could hear. "We need to talk," he whispered fiercely. Even though I knew it was no use, I started walking faster. "We just sat in the same room for 3 hours, I replied sharply. "You could have said anything you wanted in there." His voice showed great restraint, with anger tinged around the edges. "If you would rather, I'll wait until the conference room is full to discuss how I can't believe you would deceive me and take away my family's company after they all accepted and loved you." I glared sideways at him. He probably would try something like that. News of a scene like that one would spread through the office like wildfire. I stopped and looked at him head on. He stopped too, keeping his face inches from mine. "I don't have time to talk to you right now," I hissed through clenched teeth. "Clear your schedule," he said quickly. "No," I growled, folding my arms. Unbelievably, he lifted me up and in 3 large strides, carried me into my office and set me back down on the floor. Turning back out into the hall, he looked at Sally, and in his warm, honey voice said, "Please clear Ms. Swan's schedule for the next half hour." She stared at him with a shocked look on her face. "Call security," I shouted. He whipped back around to look at me. "Do you really want to see what I'll do to your security, or could we just have a discussion like 2 adults?" Sally stared at me with the phone in her hand. "Forget it, Sally," I grumbled and shut my door. I waited a few seconds before turning around. I had to ready myself to look at him. Edward was in my office. "I'm tough," I reminded myself. "I just gained control of his company. I beat a vampire at his own game. I am going to win." There were still many details to be ironed out in this fight with C-Corp, but I had just sped things up considerably. "I can do this. Fight, Bella. Remember, he doesn't love you. He doesn't love you." I turned around and said coldly, "You're on the clock, Cullen. You have 30 minutes or less." Through clenched teeth he said, "That was quite a trick you played on me in there. It's no different from all the times you've had the upper hand because of the small fact that you can read every mind in the room," I retorted. "Almost every mind." He sounded extremely frustrated. Acquiring C-Corp was a foregone conclusion. "I was just hastening the process," I replied heartlessly. His voice rose. "From the very start you have been manipulative and deceitful in your tactics." "Thank you," I smiled. "The Bella I knew would never have done this to my family." His muscles were tense as he pointed his finger at me, so pointing mine right back at him, I said, "The Bella you knew was a trusting girl who would have followed you anywhere." He stopped. His face softened, and when he spoke, his voice was barely a whisper. "Where did she go?" he asked wistfully. I swallowed hard and didn't answer. Instead, I walked away from him, setting my briefcase down on a side table and then walking over to my bar for a glass of water. "You do realize what that money means for me and my family, don't you?" His voice followed me across the room. "You'll make millions off this deal," I shot back. "Start over. It's all the rage right now." His voice was low, but I could hear the tension in his words. "Times have changed since we started this company. There is too much information that we can't risk divulging to start over." I avoided his gaze and tried to sound flippant. "Do what everybody else does. Live off the interest." He exhaled sharply. "We didn't live off the money that you see on the ledgers you throw around in those meetings. That is all a front. There are back channels, and loopholes, and safety nets to make the money we do use untraceable. He took a step towards me. Bella, do you realize that Carlyle has been building C-Corp since 1731? My eyes flew up at him in shock. I didn't see anything on the records before 1906. Record keeping was not very reliable before 1900, he explained tersely. He used that to help build businesses for others like him and make it so that they were all free to live away from the public eye. They are not going to go quietly, Bella. You could be in this fight with Harry for years. I gulped. Others like him. You mean to tell me that all of these businesses are run by vampires? I asked breathlessly. He blew out air angrily as he walked away from me, shaking his head as if I had no idea what I'd done today. He passed my large window and glanced at my desk. Suddenly, he stopped and gazed at the pictures I had put there. There were 3 of them. One of me and Renee, one of me and Charlie, and one of me and Jake. His face rested on the one of me and Jake. All traces of anger left his face. I was still slightly unnerved. Just how many vampires did I have business dealings with on a daily basis? I put down my glass and asked nervously, are these vampires vegetarian or non-vegetarian? He picked up the picture of me and Jake and examined it more closely. It was taken shortly before I graduated from high school. Some of them share our way of life, he murmured quietly. Some of them. That wasn't very encouraging. He continued to look at the picture. Jake and I were out at First Beach with Sam and the others. I had an easy smile on my face. It was early spring and my cheeks were flushed from the cold. I was wearing a sweatshirt and jeans and we were sitting on a log by a fire. The sun had just started to go down, casting a beautiful sunset behind us. Jake and I were holding hands. I was looking at the camera, and Jake was staring at me. The look on Edward's face was unfathomable. He gripped the picture in both of his hands and swallowed hard. Finally, he gently laid the frame on the desk. He turned and looked out my window. You have a beautiful view, he said softly. I stood there, beginning to get a little confused. I was all geared up to feel the wrath of Edward. After all, I was aware of what kind of temper he had. Instead, he continued looking out the window as he asked me a question. Bella, you are very successful, with a corner office at the top investment firm in New York City. You'll soon have your name on the building, and you have the respect of all you have worked with. But, are you happy? He turned and his golden eyes bore into me. He walked back to me and bringing his face inches from mine asked, did you get everything you ever wanted? I didn't have any of the things I wanted. True love, a family, happiness, forever. I'm doing fine, I replied, but even I knew I didn't sound very convincing. What about you? I asked, struggling to keep my breathing even. He shook his head slowly. I don't have any of the things I want. My pulse thudded in my ears. Say you want me, I silently begged. Then I shut my eyes. I felt like I was walking along the edge of a cliff and wasn't sure if I should fall, or save myself. I had to gain control. I had to stop this. I drastically changed the subject. By the way, I said, blinking hard and taking a step backward. I want you to know that Simmons has no idea what is going on or what you are. Are you? He paused as if he were deliberating his question. He then continued, saying the words more quickly. Are you going back to Forks to spend Thanksgiving with Jacob Black? I hadn't made my mind up until that moment. Yes, I am. I didn't realize the two of you were that close. He searched my eyes, as if hoping they would provide answers that I would never willingly divulge. He's my best friend, I explained. For the year and a half before I left for college we were together every day. He took a step closer to me. The muscles in his arms flexed and twitched. Bella, is Jacob Black really a werewolf? I raised my chin and met his gaze. Yes. He struggled mightily to stay calm. His hands balled into tight fists and his eyes darkened and narrowed. Through clenched teeth he hissed, you should not be around werewolves, Bella. I folded my arms defiantly. Well, it's really none of your business, is it? My voice was tinged with acid. His long, perfect fingers ran lightning quick over his face as he closed his eyes and took a long, slow breath. Werewolves are dangerous and unpredictable and you need to stay away from them, he hissed. I raised an eyebrow and almost laughed out loud. It seemed a better choice than letting my anger take over. Thanks for the advice, I muttered flatly. You promised, he whispered. His mouth-watering scent swirled in my face. Excuse me. I huffed. His expression changed and I stifled my sharp intake of breath. His eyes were the exact color of topaz that had always sent me over the edge, and I felt my chest cave in as he moved closer to me. You promised me you wouldn't do anything reckless, he whispered gently. You said you would be careful. I stared at him, certain that if he took me in his arms right now, how easily I could forget everything. Forget that 7 years had passed. Forget how I lay on the wet ground for hours when he left. Forget how every night I had lied in bed and begged him to appear at my window, and forgotten how I'd become someone so closed off to any emotion that I didn't even know who I was anymore. I took a step backwards, trying to break the spell he still so obviously had on me. Are all those things true? He asked, stepping forward and closing the space between us again. All what things? I stammered. Do you really ride motorcycles with Jake Black, jump off cliffs, and push things to the point that you're rushed to emergency rooms? I was never rushed to the emergency room, I argued. I usually walked in on my own. Bella. He said it just like he used to. It's been 7 years, I blurted out, trying to bite back the emotion. Why are you even bothering with this? Why would you even care? I watched his impossibly long dark lashes hide his eyes for a moment before he looked up at me and said, I can't live in a world where you don't exist. I remembered him saying that to me once before. We were lying on my couch watching Romeo and Juliet and he was whispering the lines in my ear. That night, when he'd said those very words to me, I couldn't imagine us ever being apart. My fate, future, and destiny were already decided and I wanted nothing but him. I couldn't believe that I deserved such good fortune. This archangel. Then my world fell out from under me. I blinked away the hot tears that were forming dangerously close to the surface. The last time you said that to me, I hissed. 3 days later you told me you no longer loved me and left me standing there alone. I shook my head and said, you have no say over my life or what I do. The more I thought about his ludicrous statement, the angrier I became. I was grateful for this. Anger was an emotion I knew fully well how to handle. I stood my ground and exclaimed, how dare you? You don't want to ever see me again, but you still want to be able to tell me what I can and can't do. Bella. Quote. I turned and began walking towards my door. You had 7 years to seek me out and you did nothing. If I hadn't searched out your company, I pointed my finger at him, you still would have no idea where I was. I set my back against my door and hissed, you arrogant vampire. I leaned forward and narrowed my eyes. I will ride motorcycles and crash, I will jump off cliffs and nearly drown, and I will also play with werewolves wherever and whenever I want and you will have nothing to say about it. I opened my door and shouted, get out. In less time than it took me to blink, he was beside me. His hand went over mine on the doorknob and after calmly shutting the door, his perfect velvet voice said, I'm not leaving. Not until you know the truth. My jaw clenched down tightly. Truth was not something I'd ever had a problem with. In fact, truth had been my unwilling companion every second of the day for the last 7 years. Look, Edward, I will make this as easy as I can. My insides throbbed and I felt the pain rip in a new and much more painful way, but I had to say it. Edward, this is the last time you and I will talk. You want to know why I pulled this stunt today? I did it because I want you gone. I want you out of here. This has dragged on long enough. I looked into his face. That was a mistake. It was beautiful. His eyes were full of passion and fire as he reached out and gently brushed his fingers down my cheek. It had the same outcome as the first time he did that. My eyes flickered shut for a moment as I savored his touch. You may claim that you want me to leave, he murmured, but the way you danced with me on Friday night tells me otherwise. I opened my mouth to speak, but then shut it again. I had to think up a good rebuttal, but at the moment, I had nothing. I backed up a step and said, what happened Friday was wonderful, he whispered. No, I insisted. It was pointless. I was holding on by a very thin thread. My heart was beginning to scream for his touch. It was demanding I pull him close to me and feel myself in his arms again. I backed up another step. Dancing with you was also reckless, irrational, foolish, careless, rash, ill-considered, and senseless. Every time I took a step backward, he followed me. I was growing increasingly desperate. Before I knew what was happening, His hands were on each side of my face. I felt a sigh escape through my wall. My heart was exploding. It was finally getting what it wanted. That dance meant as much to you as it did to me, he growled. And you'll never love Thomas Vaughn. That did it. Enough. I gasped, breathlessly pulling away from him. You are not to come near me again, do you understand? The past is over. It's done with. I don't need you to make sure I'm all right. I don't need you to check up on me or feel that you need to fix anything. All the air escaped out of my lungs as I set my shoulders and said, Edward, I set you free. His eyes masked over with hurt and anger and his jaw tightened as he grabbed me by the shoulders. No, he snarled through clenched teeth. He brought his forehead down to mine. No, he whispered. A loud knock shook the door. Swan, everything okay in there? It was Mr. Hathaway. I swallowed hard as I struggled to gain control of my senses. My legs were weak and I cringed, knowing my heart was hammering in Edward's ears. I opened my eyes and realized I was gripping his marble arms and I immediately let go. Edward didn't move at all. His cold hands still held my shoulders and our foreheads were still touching and the perfect moments ticked by before he softly sighed and pulled back just far enough to look into my eyes. His lips were only inches from mine. This isn't over, he said resolutely. I gathered every shred of my strength. Yes, Edward, it is. Isabella. Mr. Hathaway bellowed. Open this door. I had no idea how I was going to explain the fact that I was in my office alone with the head of C-Corp. I was breaking one of Hathaway's hard and fast rules of never communicating directly with the enemy. Somehow, I pulled away from Edward and with trembling fingers, unlocked my door. Mr. Hathaway immediately barged in and when he saw Edward, he turned to me with suspicion and bewilderment. Your secretary thought I should stop by and see if you needed anything, he said hesitantly. I took 2 steps away from Edward and said roughly, I'm fine, Mr. Hathaway. Thank you. Mr. Hathaway's eyes darted to Edward. When he looked back at me, his eyes narrowed. I need to talk to you in my office, Ms. Swan. His gravel voice sounded so harsh after Edward's lilting, musical one. Yes, Mr. Hathaway. Without looking at Edward, the first lowered my chin and stormed out, leaving Edward standing in my office alone. As we approached Mr. Hathaway's office, I realized that he wasn't yet aware that I was giving C-Corp concessions on the deal. This was not going to be pretty. I followed him into his spacious office and after sitting down behind his massive walnut desk, he said, How goes the acquisition of C-Corp? Is everything on schedule? I sat down in one of the chairs across from his desk. Yes, sir, I answered, trying to summon all of my confidence. We acquired the 51% today, so we are right on track. I took a deep breath and tried to make my argument sound compelling. C-Corp is very clever and they have created a few delays. They may end up keeping their operations in France, Italy, and Alaska, but the majority will be bought and sold. Why aren't we able to get their holdings in France, Italy, and Alaska? He asked angrily. I shifted a little in my seat. Well, sir, these are their strongest companies and their stockholders are holding on tight. They don't want to leave C-Corp. Frankly, it would delay things further to keep strong-arming them to sell out. There is enough money to be made by going for what we know. Still well over $26 billion worth. Mr. Hathaway stared at me as if I was in kindergarten and he was about to teach me an important lesson. Isabella, you say there is enough money to be made. I want all the money. We could make close to $10 billion more by squeezing them dry. He leaned forward in his chair and frowned. Why am I telling you this? These are tactics you have been perfecting on clients since I hired you. This is what is putting your name on the building. Suddenly, getting my name on the building didn't seem as important as my sanity. I cleared my throat. I believe that after we're through paying legal fees for 6 more months and paying interns to do all the grunt work, we'll get significantly less than $10 billion, and we will have lost many other important opportunities at other worthwhile companies. The cost is too great. Mr. Hathaway jumped to his feet and leaned menacingly over his desk. How about this cost? He growled. As soon as the business world sees us letting one company keep something instead of annihilating them, others will think that we've lost our edge, that we have gone soft. Once we lose the fear factor, we will begin to slip from number 1 to number 2. How is that for cost? He stared at me without flinching. I see your point, I said flatly. He then spoke in a softer, and yet somehow more menacing voice. You can never let personal feelings get in the way of success. I knew my bottom lip was trembling. I bit down hard to stop it and then said, I understand. He raised his finger and pointed it right between my eyes. Do not let me down, Swan. Don't worry, sir, I replied, feeling more nauseous by the second. I will make certain that C-Corp is left with nothing. I numbly walked back to my office. It wasn't over. We owned the company, but there was no way Edward would go quietly when France, Italy and Alaska were still on the table. This was going to drag on until next year, and Edward would most definitely stay for negotiations. I could feel the hole ripping and tearing. Sally met me outside my office with a stack of files. She was saying something to me, but she could have been speaking some ancient form of Arabic for all the sense she was making. I put all my effort into concentrating on her voice, but I was too far gone. Finally, I shook my head and said, Sally, I have a splitting headache. Please make sure no one comes into my office. I wasn't sure what my witless secretary was supposed to do against a vampire, but I tried to instill a dreaded fear into her anyway. I closed my door and felt the tears almost immediately. I was so ashamed of them. I thought I was so tough. Now I realized how weak I'd been all along. I'd fooled myself into believing that I could do this. But now, I could see where my false sense of confidence had led me. I pushed my large leather chair to the side and crawled into the space it left under my desk. I had worked so hard for respect, but I didn't deserve any of it. I didn't deserve to be vice president. And I certainly didn't deserve to have my name on the building. What was Edward trying to do to me? I just wanted him to go back to Ireland, or wherever, and leave me alone. Didn't he understand that nothing would be left of me if he kept this up? It seemed like all the tears that I'd forbidden myself to cry came out when I was under that desk. For a time, I held on and just let them come. Eventually, I checked my watch and sighed. The meeting with C-Corp was to resume in 30 minutes. I reached my hand up on the desk and felt for my phone, and then I called Sally and told her to cancel the meeting. No one would ever again respect and fear me if they saw me like this. I couldn't explain away this level of lunacy. I tried to talk myself down. I told myself this was no time to fall apart. C-Corp was so close to being ours, and years from now this would just be a faint memory. But all my heart cared about was getting Edward back. And that made me so angry that I wished I could just reach in and yank out my heart and replace it with one that had never heard of that stupid, unreliable vampire. The sky began to darken. I knew I needed to get out from under my desk and get back to work. I wrapped my arms around my knees, closed my eyes, and let another hour go by. I heard a faint knock on the door, and I stiffened. It was silent for about 2 minutes, and I relaxed again, thinking that whomever it was finally left. Then the door slowly opened and I tucked in my feet, hoping they would find my office empty and just go away. Footsteps began to approach my desk and I vowed I would fire Sally tomorrow for not doing her job. She'd lasted longer than any secretary I'd ever had anyway. Someone came around the desk and I shrank back, hoping they wouldn't see me, but 2 feet paused, and then much to my horror, the person knelt down and looked at me. It was Simmons. His eyes grew wide, and then when he saw the state I was in, his face softened. Bella, what are you doing? I sniffed and wiped my nose on the back of my hand. He reached up on my desk and handed me a box of tissue. I pulled out a handful and very ungracefully blew my nose. Come here often? He asked, a placid smile on his face. I was still wiping my nose and eyes. A pile of used tissue was building up beside me. He sat down and leaned his shoulder against the side of the desk. You've been doing well, he complimented. You should be very proud of yourself. What are you talking about? I choked out. Well, I assume this has everything to do with Edward Cullen, does it not? I thought of protesting, but I knew he would never buy it. I just nodded my head. He let out a frustrated sigh. Bella, if you took 2 seconds to notice, I think you would see Edward feels the same way. He may not be sitting under a desk crying right now, but I'm almost certain that he's still in love with you. What? I blubbered. You are so wrong. I watched the 2 of you dance on Friday. He shook his head appreciatively. I can't believe he let you leave with Thomas. The 2 of you were in your own private universe. He lowered his voice as he said, I've never danced with anyone the way you two were dancing. You're right though, I answered hoarsely, throwing another tissue on the pile. He did leave. Just like every other time. He thought that over for a moment. Perhaps, he offered. He's getting mixed signals between the dance floor and the conference room. You're not helping, I barked. He shook his head. All I can say is that your plan worked a little too well on Edward today. In all these weeks of meetings, I've never seen anyone as in control and composed as he's been. Until today. He seems to care about you quite a bit. I just stared at him. Anything I said about that subject would be unwise. You have to talk to him, Bella. Your big fortress is up and he's trying to find a way in and you keep shooting him down before he can scale the wall. Simmons, I began, blowing my nose and tossing another tissue on the pile. All those years ago, he told me he didn't love me anymore. He never tried to find me, and when this is all over, he will most definitely leave again. I just need your help in holding it together until he's gone. Simmons was exasperated. Well, by all means, keep sitting under your desk instead of telling him how you feel. It seems to be working well for you. I cleared my throat. I'm coming out, I announced. He backed up and then helped me to my feet. Tomorrow will be business as usual, I stated, feeling a faint glimmer of tough Bella. He raised a doubtful eyebrow at me. Oh come on, every girl needs a good cry now and then, I said lightheartedly. We began to walk out of the office and I was surprised to see that Sally, and just about everybody else in the building had left for the night. Just as we reached the elevators, Simmons turned to me. You know, Bella. Tomorrow's meeting is all about the infrastructure of the shares we've just acquired. Yeah, so, well that, as you know, is my specialty. I wrote my master's thesis on the importance of maintaining the strength of the stock. He looked at me proudly. My eyebrows furrowed. And you're telling me this because? I'm telling you this because I can handle the meeting tomorrow. Don't you think it would be easier if you weren't there at all? Let me do it. Leave for Thanksgiving a day early, and I'll call you as soon as the meeting's over and give you a play-by-play synopsis. I mulled it over. The last thing I wanted to do was make another grand entrance into a room that held Edward Cullen. Perhaps. A break was just what I needed. My heart was being so idiotic that I might actually be a detriment at this point. The elevator's doors opened as I said, Do you promise to call me if there are any problems? He beamed, seemingly proud that I would put my trust in him. Absolutely, he said confidently. Thank you, I sighed. Just this one time and I'll be right back in the fight. He nodded his head knowingly. Of course. I entered the elevator thankful to have an assistant that I could trust. Edward's POV. I was pacing around the hotel room. Jasper had left hours earlier. He'd had enough of my torment. My mind kept switching back and forth between everything that had happened. My emotions flashed from fury, to disbelief, to sorrow, and then back to fury again. There was just too much to take in. The words reverberated through me. I set you free. Free. I would never be free of her. Long after this world stopped spinning, I would be somewhere existing still tied to Bella. Apparently, I had completely misread everything. I was so sure after the night I'd stayed with her by the fireplace and listened to her call my name over and over that it was only a matter of time before we were reunited. To lay by her through the night was more than I ever thought I would have again. It was exhilarating, thrilling, and beautiful. It was my heaven. Being that close to Bella now that she was no longer a child sent such stronger feelings of passion coursing through me than I thought I was capable of. And then there was our dance Friday night. I had wanted her in every imaginable way. She had wrapped her arms so tightly around my neck and her heart was absolutely flying. I was so sure that she was feeling the same intensity, the same yearning. Instead, she tricked me, stole my company from me, and told me to get lost. Bella and werewolves. No. It was absolutely inconceivable. I had left to keep Bella safe and she had become best friends with a pack of werewolves. No. 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 Dirty, unpredictable dogs. My muscles seized every time I thought of it. I was grunting my disgust. And in that picture Bella had been holding Jacob's hand. I clenched my teeth in fury. She and Jacob had spent every day together for a year and a half. That was longer than I'd had with her. Maybe she had pulled away from Thomas's key. Not because of me, but because of Jacob. She never would have turned to Jacob if I hadn't. I never would have let her out of my sight if I had known. I was a complete, absolute, unadulterated idiot. And my hours of pacing had done nothing to alleviate my desperation. There was something else about that picture of her and Jacob Black. In it, I once again saw the Bella I had known. The look in her eyes in that picture was a stark reminder of how much Bella had changed, and I finally had to admit that this was all my fault. It was not her, but myself, I should be angry at. It was my choices that had set this all in motion. Even though I was sure Alice had already told him, I had to make the call to Carlyle and inform him about what had transpired in the conference room. He was disheartened at the turn of events, but true to his nature, he ended up trying to make me feel better about everything. He said we could start over somehow and make the family even closer through our efforts. He was in Belgium and offered to come and take over, but I emphatically declined. I would see this through. None of this would be happening if it weren't for my stupidity. In the middle of the night, after hours of pacing, I finally resolved to go see Bella. I didn't know if it was the right decision after all she'd said to me today, but it certainly couldn't get any worse. I took the stairs and easily got into her apartment. She wasn't there. I stared out her large window at the cityscape, wondering where she could be in the middle of the night. Please don't be with Thomas or Jake, I begged. I felt so heavy, so alone. As I sat there in the silence, I felt a new kind of fear. I had maybe 2 days left in the conference room before my authority as acting CEO was stripped from me. My days with Bella were numbered. I yearned to spend every moment I could with her so that I would have as many memories as possible after she sent me away. After all, these memories were going to have to last a long, long time. I walked around Bella's apartment and could see that she had not brought one part of her past life with her. Everything in this place was new, modern and hard. She seemed to have thoroughly turned her back on her past life. She had tried to forget it all. I sat down on her couch and looked out at the night. Everything about Bella seemed tenuous and uncertain, but there was one thing of which I was absolutely sure. Even after all she'd done, after all the manipulations and contemptible things she had subjected me to, I still loved her completely. I loved her fully and totally. I waited for her all night. She never came home. The next morning, Jasper and I sat in the conference room as I anxiously waited for Bella's grand entrance. No matter where she'd spent her night, I had to tell her how I felt. If I had to stand on the table and declare my feelings for her in front of everyone in this room, I would do it. She could do whatever she wanted to with that knowledge. Exactly on time, Michael Simmons walked into the conference room and announced that he was in charge of the meeting. Anxiety clouded my judgment. Where is Ms. Swan? I blurted out. She's involved in some pressing matters of business, he answered nonchalantly. She sends her regrets, but I'm sure we'll have a productive meeting today regardless of Ms. Swan's absence. My eyes narrowed suspiciously. Bella hadn't let herself be out of the loop on one minuscule detail, and all of a sudden she was going to miss a whole meeting. I wasn't buying it. Something was wrong. I pressed through his mind for more, but he had become very good these last weeks at keeping me out. My lawyers, Harry especially, seemed quite relieved to have her gone. Jasper glanced at me with surprise. My mind went through possible reasons for her not attending. Perhaps she wasn't feeling well or there was an emergency of some kind. Perhaps Hathaway had demanded she be on another assignment. Perhaps she had gone somewhere with Thomas. Maybe she had gone to be with Jake. My insides tightened painfully at every possibility. I forced myself to pay attention to the proceedings. Simmons proved to be a very astute and intelligent man. I could see why Bella had him lead her team. At the rate it was going, I would have one more day in the conference room. It was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon and we were close to finishing. Harry was in the middle of a lengthy speech, when I suddenly heard my name. Mr. Cullen, if you can hear me, touch the side of your face. It was Simmons. I made no indication that I'd heard him. Was this another trick? I decided to play along for the moment. I was extremely uncomfortable with a human knowing I could read minds. I casually ran my fingers lightly over the side of my face. Good. I don't have much time, and if Bella finds out about this, I'm worse than fired. I will be dead in a dumpster somewhere. I grinned at his accurate interpretation of Bella's anger. Look, this is none of my business, but could you please tell me if you have feelings for Bella? Just touch your face again if you do, and you want to continue this conversation. I took a moment to ponder what my next move should be. This could very well be another trick, but then, there wasn't much more that I could lose at this point. Besides my family, Bella and C-Corp were all that mattered to me, and I had already lost those. I looked straight at him so as to leave no doubt in his mind. I bore into him with my stare as I leaned forward in my chair and put my hand up to the side of my face. He took a deep breath and swallowed as if he was gaining courage. His next words threw me. Mr. Cullen, Bella loves you. My chest caved in with the shock. She is in love with you, and from what I can see she has been in love with you for the last 7 years. I was sitting up in my seat looking directly at him, not daring to believe what he was saying, but still urging him with my eyes to keep speaking. You really hurt her. She is terrified of getting close to you. She's very certain that you don't love her and believes that when this is all over, you will leave, just like before. My body was tingling. It felt almost as if something was coursing through my veins again. I wanted to break through the table, grab Simmons, and demand he tell me everything. Where are you, Bella? I wondered furiously. Getting to her was all I cared about. Bella will be attending a party this Sunday night and you now have an invitation, Simmons continued. You are being given this one opportunity to talk to her and work this out. Could this really be true? I was having a hard time putting my thoughts together. I looked straight at him and nodded a faint yes. He nodded back and continued. I will have the invitation delivered, and Mr. Cullen, she went out with Thomas Vaughn because I tricked and coerced her. I thought it would help her, but nothing has. Before Thomas, the last guy she was with, well, was you. Jasper leaned towards me, clearly alarmed at my change of mood. I was faintly aware that Harry had finished his elongated dissertation, but the meeting went on for another excruciating 30 minutes. I strained with the effort of perusing Simmons' mind, but he gave me nothing else. When he adjourned the meeting, I bolted up, straining to use human speed, and met him at his chair. Where is she? I quietly demanded. I'm not waiting until Sunday. He stuttered and stammered, and I read perfectly where Bella was. She's in Forks. I snarled. Simmons' eyes widened. Look, he said. His eyes were darting around the room, wondering who would be the first to inform Bella that we were breaking the rules of no contact. She needs some time alone, he whispered. This has all taken quite a toll on her. A brief image of her sitting under her desk crying came to me. I winced at the scene. I need to see her now, I insisted. He put out a hand to calm me down. I know Bella pretty well, or at least I thought I did until you came along, he muttered. But she's pretty upset right now. So upset that she didn't care about missing this meeting today. That is definitely a first for her. If you follow her to Washington, she may just turn and run. Give her a few days to calm down. Trust me, she needs a break in the worst way. I started to protest, but he put his hand out to stop me again. She gets back Sunday afternoon. She will not miss this party. The thought of her alone on that reservation with a pack of werewolves was eating away at my insides. But, what if I really did blow any chance of getting Bella back? Could I risk it? What if something happened to her? I laughed in scorn at myself. She had apparently done well enough keeping herself alive for 7 years without my help. But the plane ride alone with her luck, not even the black box would survive. It went against everything for me to leave her there. After this, I vowed, I would never let her get so far away from me again. Very well, I sighed. I will be waiting for that invitation. Thank you. He nodded his head. You'll have it before the end of the day. I walked into the hall to meet Jasper as a grin spread over my face. Bella loved me. She loved me. What's going on? Jasper muttered under his breath. I slapped him on the back and said brightly, it looks like I'm going to another party. Jasper was looking at me quizzically as we walked towards the elevators when I suddenly heard another message in my head. Don't hurt her again. She'll never love anyone else. I saw Simmons standing in the doorway to the conference room and I walked back and faced him, squaring my shoulders. I won't make the same mistake twice, I stated with conviction. I love her more than anything. I always have. He nodded once, then walked past me and down the hallway. Years ago, Bella had given me a gift. When I became a vampire, I'd had no choice in the matter. I could have taken Carlisle's road, but I didn't. For 10 years I chose to be a monster. The images of what I did still haunt me. They always will. Even though I eventually found my way back to Carlisle and lived his life, I knew deep inside what I really was. The instincts I constantly fought against reminded me of that daily. But then one night in the tiny town of Forks, a beautiful, trusting, innocent girl called out my name in her sleep, and I was changed forever. She saw something in me that I couldn't see. I was lost. And Bella found me. When I said goodbye to Bella, she'd had no choice in the matter. It was all me, taking her destiny into my hands and changing it. Just like me, she had found a way to survive. To go on. I had killed and drank the blood of humans, all she had done was become a cutthroat businesswoman. I saw who she really was. I knew what was inside her heart. I knew its every beat and flutter. No one knew her heart better than I did. So now, I would do all I could to save Bella, just as I was saved by her. I would tell Bella everything. I would leave absolutely no doubt in her mind how fiercely I loved and lived for her. And I would somehow convince her that I was not capable of ever leaving her again. I would then spend the rest of my days trying to make it up to her. Bella and I for eternity. It was all I was fighting for now. Bella's POV. I was on my way to another party. It was at the home of Jonathan Chase. He was not only one of our firm's largest clients, but was one of my first clients. This was one party that I couldn't avoid. His estate in Hartford, Connecticut was large and grand, one of the most beautiful I'd ever seen. My driver headed silently away from the city lights. The snow was falling heavily and I could hear the slush under the tires. The drive that would normally be 45 minutes would be pushed closer to an hour with the weather. Unfortunately, that meant I had more downtime. There wasn't a lot of business I could accomplish using my phone on a Sunday night. I closed my eyes, lay my head against the car window and let my mind weave back through the holiday. I had told Edward the first was going to Forks, but the more I thought about it on the drive back to my apartment that night, the more I was convinced it was a bad idea. It was selfish of me, but after everything I'd been through with Edward the last 2 months, it seemed a little masochistic to spend a holiday in a place where I was surrounded with memories of him. The last thing I wanted was to keep my mask on around Jake and Charlie. I wondered if, as a peace offering, I should ask Charlie about flying out to see me, but I wasn't sure that he and the big city would get along very well. And even though I missed Jake terribly, he came with his own set of problems. He was still the only member of the pack who hadn't imprinted on anyone, and the air between us was always so heavy with what Jake wanted from me. I wanted to get out of New York City like crazy, but once I ruled out Florida with Renee and Forks with Charlie, I had no idea where to go. Then it hit me. The firm had a cabin on a 50-acre estate in Montana. Mr. Hathaway had often suggested that I stay there for a weekend. I knew it was a long shot, that it wasn't being used for Thanksgiving, but it was worth a try. When I called Mr. Hathaway, he was pleased I wanted to use it. He had his secretary call me, and amazingly enough, none of the associates were staying there. She was very efficient. I told her I wanted the next flight out, and she booked me on a plane that was leaving at 2:10 a.m. Then, she arranged for a car to pick me up in Great Falls and asked if I wanted staff there to prepare my meals and take care of my needs. I flinched and said no. I was perfectly capable of heating my own frozen pizza. I threw some things in a bag and rushed off to the airport. The next afternoon, the car pulled up in front of the cabin. It was beautiful and huge. I carried in my one bag and stood in awe at the massive great room. I didn't feel alone. There were dead animals mounted on every wall staring back at me. The kitchen was fully stocked. I was told there would be a car, although I didn't foresee me having to leave this place for any reason. I went to the garage, and when I saw it, I knew it was a vehicle that Simmons would appreciate. It was black and sleek, and when I walked around to the back and saw the Jaguar emblem with an XJ next to it, I knew Simmons would be salivating. I came back in and plopped down on one of the many couches. This was a good thing. It was a chance for me to just be Bella. I didn't have to worry about walls or fortresses. I didn't have to think about looming shareholder meetings, final drafts, or corporate budgets. And I didn't have to think about seeing a stunningly beautiful angel every time I turned around. I checked my watch and saw that the meeting between Simmons and C-Corp would have been over at least an hour ago. I called Simmons and made him go over every last detail with me. I even grilled him on a few points, and he had all the right answers. From what I could surmise, the meeting had gone very well. So well, in fact, that Edward and Jasper probably wouldn't have to stay for the rest of the negotiations. After next week, everything else could be taken care of by Harry Banks and his legal team. My throat tightened. Just one more week in that conference room and then he would be gone. I got off the phone and reminded myself that it was a good thing. I was the one that had made this happen. I had hastened the process to get him out of my life. I halfway wished I wasn't so good at my job. There was one more call I had to make, and it would be highly unpleasant. I had to tell Jake I wouldn't be in Forks for Thanksgiving. When I heard his voice again, I felt that painful tug at my heart. How easy would life be if I loved Jacob Black? This human thing would have been a breeze. He took it about as well as I thought he would. He told me that Charlie would be really disappointed, but after a few of my feeble explanations, he admitted that he'd seen Star magazine. He was sure that I was spending the holiday weekend with Thomas Vaughn and accused me of being too chicken to tell him the truth. It took a while for me to convince him that I wasn't marrying Vaughn, but just the fact that I was dating at all upset him. Apparently, he'd been taking comfort in my ability to reject any man that came within 10 feet, but it wasn't until he suggested that he come for a visit that I started to get nervous. I couldn't imagine having Jake and Edward together in New York City at the same time. In desperation, I told him I would try to come home for Christmas. The hope in his voice filled me with guilt. He tried to make me commit, but I danced around the issue and told him I would call again soon. I could tell in his voice he didn't believe me. I hung up, shaking my head at myself in disgust. If I lived to be 92, I still wouldn't understand why I had the most foolish heart in the world. The weekend was good and quiet. There was a vast library with a limited edition copy of Pride and Prejudice. I spent a lot of time in front of the massive fireplace reading. There was also a huge movie collection and I watched a few that I'd heard people in the office talking about over the years. But mostly, I thought about Edward. Not in the helpless, how am I going to get through this, kind of thinking that I'd been so good at over the last few months, but in a grown-up common sense way of thinking. I decided I wanted Edward and I to have a nice goodbye. If he wasn't too angry with me, I thought it would be good for both us if we parted on friendly terms. The last memory of his leaving had haunted me for too long. I wanted this to be something I could look at years from now and remember fondly. I could fall apart later, when he wasn't around. Then, I would get back to business as usual. As my plane lifted out of the Great Falls Airport, my mind was much clearer about many things. I vowed I would stop being such a wuss and end things with Thomas immediately. I had to let him go find who he was really supposed to be with, because it certainly wasn't me. I also decided I was ready for my future. When news of my promotion at Whitmore Hathaway became public, I was going to be busier than I'd ever been. I would be traveling around the world and living a life most people could scarcely conceive. I would have all the money I would ever need, and then some. I would have the cars and the private jets. I would have the yachts and the parties. This was what many people dreamed of getting their whole lives. But I never wanted it. I lay my head back on my seat in the plane, knowing that all the things that were being handed to me, I never cared about. If I just could have had my vampire and lived in a tiny house miles and miles from anywhere, I would have traded it all. In a heartbeat. When I got in the taxi, I checked my messages. Vaughn had called. No time like the present to get this over with, I decided. I called him and flinched at how happy he sounded at my return. He met me at my building and gathered me up in a huge hug and put his face in my hair as he told me how much he had missed me. I really was a monster. A stupid, can't seem to love the great guys who want you and won't leave you, kind of monster. How was Thanksgiving with your dad? He asked. Here it comes, I thought. I didn't go to Forks, I admitted. I ended going to the firm's cabin in Montana. He blinked at the surprise and then his face fell. You'd rather go to a cabin alone instead of spending Thanksgiving with me. I needed some time alone, I admitted. I had a lot of thinking to do. I stared at him and tried one more time to fall in love with him. No such luck. Thinking. He swallowed hard. That's usually a bad sign. I sighed and looked into that kind, handsome face. Vaughn, I don't need 5 dates to know how I feel. He slowly closed his eyes. I'm so sorry, I whispered. He put his hands gently on my shoulders. Bella, is this because of that stupid article? Look, I know we haven't talked about children, but I don't expect you to leave your career and start having kids right away. Your career is one of the things I love about you. He was shaking his head now. Don't throw this away, Bella. We're great together. I'm in love with you, and if you need more time to be sure, then you've got it. I don't need a decision after 5 dates. I placed my hand on his cheek. You are far better than I deserve, I said softly. But what you're looking for is someone who is capable of falling head over heels in love with you. I shook my head sadly. That girl isn't me, Vaughn. It will never be me. He gripped my hand on his cheek and his eyes became fierce. This is about Edward Cullen, isn't it? He said accusingly. I stammered for a moment and he started in. I was furious at the way he danced with you at the governor's ball, but I believed you when you said you were over him. He put his hands on each side of my face. Are the two of you back together? Did he tell you he loves you and that he wants a future with you? No, I gasped painfully. That's right. And he never will. If he cared about you, he would be here right now fighting for you just like I am. I'm offering you everything he won't give you, Bella. Please don't tell me it's over. I gazed into those blue eyes one last time and took a step away from him. It's over. Goodbye, Thomas. I turned and headed for the elevator. I hit the button and when I looked back, he was gone. In 1 week, I had tricked Edward out of his company, backed out of Thanksgiving with Jake and Charlie, and dumped Thomas Vaughn, the bachelor, alive. The day was still young. I was sure there was a kid I could push off a bike, or puppies I could drown. There really had to be a special place for someone like me. The car hit a pothole and slowed. It drew me out of my daze. I realized we were turning down the long drive to the Chase estate. I checked my watch and realized we'd been driving for almost an hour. I'd been completely lost in my own world. My driver dropped me off in the large circular driveway and I gave him instructions to return at 9:30 p.m. I took a breath before ringing the doorbell. I was back to reality. This party was a very fancy affair. It was a birthday party for Jonathan Chase, being thrown by his wife. I was wearing a gown that was dark purple satin with a halter top, bare back, and tight at the waist. It glided down to the floor and shimmered as I walked. I wore my hair up and let a few curls fall down here and there. I was greeted and sent into the living room where the drinks and hors d'oeuvres were being served. There was a band playing soft jazz and the lights were turned down low. I saw some business associates in the far corner and made my way there. Apparently, talk had reached their ears about the buyout of C-Corp. They were intrigued at the money involved and I stayed tight-lipped about the details as I guided the topic in other directions. The first rule of business was never to talk about the deal until it was signed in blood. Besides, I just couldn't think about Edward at the moment. The party moved into the dining room and to my disappointment, I was placed between two men that in the past, had been less than subtle about their intentions towards me. I cringed and sat down, trying to pay attention to the conversation going on across the table. The guy on my left was a stockbroker and had proven to be as aggressive off the stock exchange floor as he was on it. 3 times during dinner he put his hand on my thigh. After swatting him away for the 3rd time, I wondered if it would make too much of a scene if I sank my fork into his arm. The man on my right was a lawyer for an investment client of mine. He was awkward in the way he flirted with me and it just made me uncomfortable. He asked me out every time he saw me, and I was running out of ways to turn him down without coming right out and saying that he disgusted me and I would rather pull my fingernails out one at a time than go on a date with him. I spent the meal swatting away the hand on my left and enduring goofy jokes on my right. I was beyond relieved when the dinner ended and the party was shifted to the inside pool area for presents, cake, and dancing. The pool looked lovely. Floating candles covered the surface and multicolored lights hung from the glass ceiling. I watched as the fluffy, light snowflakes fell onto the cold glass and clung there. The band began to softly play and I shrank back against the wall. As lovely as it all was, I was not going to stay for the dancing portion of the evening. I checked the time. It was 9 o'clock and my driver would arrive at 9:30. I went looking for Jonathan Chase so that I could thank him for the lovely evening. I spotted him across the pool and as I made my way through the crowd, the hand stepped in front of me. Put his arm around my waist and without asking, started guiding me to the dance floor. I planted my feet and was about to tell him off when his fingers suddenly stopped digging into my ribs. I don't think she wants to dance with you. The velvet voice rang in my ears. My eyes shot up, and there he was, looking more like a Greek god than anyone in a tuxedo had a right to. I glanced to his left and right and didn't see the hand anywhere. I turned my head and looked harder. The hand had simply disappeared. Hi, he said. Hi, I breathed back. His eyes turned into liquid toffee and he seemed to take in all of me at once. Then touching my elbow gently, he gracefully backed onto the dance floor and pulled me to him. I could feel the chill of his body through his tux and smell his scent swirling all around me as he breathed inches from my face. He took my right hand and held it in his own. He then placed his other hand on my bare back and I inhaled sharply at his ice-cold touch. He didn't remove his hand. He just let his fingers gradually lower to the small of my back where my dress kept me from feeling the direct chill, and pulled me tighter to him. He slowly began swaying to the music. "Did you have a nice Thanksgiving?" he murmured. I nodded my head. I was using all my concentration to keep my weak knees under me. I was going crazy inside. Every sense was on alert. I was tingling. I felt electric. I searched for a topic of conversation, anything to keep me from falling deeper. "I wasn't aware that you knew Jonathan Chase," I said. "Who?" he asked. "The host of the party," I replied breathlessly. "We're celebrating his birthday tonight." "Oh sure," Edward Said confidently. "Jonathan and I go way back." My eyes narrowed skeptically. "I find that interesting." "Why is that?" he asked innocently. "Because Jonathan's company specializes in red and white blood cell exploration. He is the top blood researcher in the country." Edward's eyes blazed with surprise and then he slayed me with his crooked grin. "Okay. You got me," he admitted. "I'm crashing this party with the sole intention of talking to you." I found it impossible to breathe or swallow. I knew I couldn't do this again. I was painfully aware of my limitations. "Edward, we talked about this." He took my hand and led me into a far corner of the dance floor. He opened the door to a small room used for pool supplies and I planted my feet. It was dark in there, and we would be all alone. I pulled harder, but he gently lifted me and set me down inside. There was just enough light from a vent above the door to see his face and I could see that his eyes were shining brilliantly. As the door clicked shut, I heard his voice. It was rougher than normal. "No, Bella, you said you set me free. But I never agreed to it, and I never will. You're going to listen to me for a change." His hands came softly on each side of my face. "There are some things you need to know," he growled, moving closer to me. "You said I never looked for you, but I did come back. 3 years after I left, I went back to Forks." His voice tightened. "Bella, I read the note you left for me." My head was spinning. He came back. I would have been 21 and working like mad on my master's. "Charlie, he never told me," my voice trailed off. "After I read your note, I asked him not to tell you." He smirked in derision. He was only too happy to comply. I was in shock that he had actually come back on his own. I thought of all those nights I'd lied awake staring at my window hoping in vain that he would return. Still, 3 years. Why had it taken 3 years? And why did he come back? Guilt again. As if he could read my mind, he dropped one hand to my waist and pulled me against him. "I ended up in the slums of Brazil after I left you. At first, I tried to make it day to day, then hour to hour, then finally minute to minute without you." His breathing was heavy by my ear and I felt myself grip tight to his arms. He missed me. He was trying to stay away. Then it hit me, and my heart sank as I remembered him saying I wasn't good for him. That's why he fought the urge and apparently won for 3 whole years. I hadn't been then, and certainly wasn't now, enough to keep him. Our spheres were still nowhere close to touching. He was with me tonight, but at some point in the future I would wake up alone. What would a 17-year-old exquisite piece of perfection want with a clumsy, 25-year-old human? I had to keep up my protection. I had to put up the wall to keep from dying inside. I tried to pull away, but his iron grip held me fast. The tears were pooling in my eyes. His lips moved on my ear as he murmured, "Bella, I love you. I have always loved you." He loved me. My fingers tightened on his arms as the words hung in the air. In the darkness, I watched his eyes gaze intently into mine. I shook my head in disbelief and felt the tears falling down my face. You never could have left, I gasped accusingly, if you loved me half as much as I loved you. He looked directly into my eyes, and spoke slowly, it was the biggest mistake I've ever made. I see that now. But, you were in constant danger from my existence. I had to put your needs before my own. I had to leave and give you the chance at a real life. I was choking on my emotion. I had a real life, I snarled. With you. His teeth were clenched with yearning to make me understand. I didn't see it as a real life for you, Bella. All I saw was how selfish I was to keep you. He sighed and closed his eyes. Alice tried to tell me, but I wouldn't listen. I was so haunted by Jasper's party. I couldn't see anything else. I just wanted you to have the life you would have had if you'd never met me. I was stunned with this confession, but I fought back, not yet daring to hope this was all true. I shook my head furiously. How dare you make that decision on your own? And how dare you leave me thinking that for the last 7 years you didn't love me? I tried again to pull away. He moved his hands back up to my face and his eyes softened. Bella, he whispered gently. If you want to leave after I'm finished explaining myself, then I will let you go, but not until I am done. His thumbs moved back and forth on my face as he purred. Bella, I have loved you every moment of every day. I have been in Ireland trying to figure out how to be part of my family again. Ever since I left you, it has been very difficult for me to be around them, to have any sort of purpose or direction. He gripped me almost desperately. I had made peace with myself that you were happy and living life as you would have before I met you. I imagined you happy and that you had forgotten all about me. He grit his teeth and growled. Then when I saw you at the top of those stairs with that Thomas character. His fingers twitched and tightened reflexively on my face. I knew I wanted you to only be with me. To belong to me, and no one else. This time without you has been unbearable, desolate even. I need you and the light you bring into my life. His nose brushed mine and his lips were so close. Edward, I can't. I whispered harshly. You say you left to protect me, but what has changed? I swallowed hard. At some point you'll leave again. He growled slightly and his forehead rested on mine. Bella, I will never leave you again. I give you my solemn vow. I can't bear to be away from you. He laughed darkly. I follow you every morning on your run and I've followed you on every painful date you've had with Thomas. I watch your light go out at night and I sit and stare at your window. He exhaled sharply. I even flew to Forks for Thanksgiving. I was grasping so tightly to him. Could these things he was saying actually be true? Could he really feel this way? If he really loved me all this time, hope was going to start to creep back into my heart. And more than anything, I was afraid of feeling hope again. You went to Forks. I whispered. You weren't there. He admitted painfully. I had no idea where you were. I went to the airport and waited all day until I saw that you'd made it back safely. His hand went into my hair. Bella, I can't survive unless I'm close to you. I need you beside me. I want you more than I'll ever want anything. His hands were back on my face again. I love you, Bella. I never stopped. I never will. His thumb wiped under my eye. You are accomplished, and intelligent, and have far outgrown me in every way. I can't imagine what you would possibly see in me now. I'm not worthy of any of the heartache and sacrifice it would take to be with me, but it's too much for me to have you go the rest of your life believing I don't love you, that I didn't love you then. You will always be the most important part of my life. There was silence. I stood motionless. It was as if when he spoke, he had been describing how I felt about him. My heart was screaming. To my heart, the last 7 years didn't matter. All I wanted was to hold on to him and never let him go. Edward loved me, and I was found. I felt his cold hand travel to my chin and he pulled my face up to his. Bella, he whispered hoarsely. Is there any chance that you could still care for me, that you could love me? So many words were fighting to make their way out. My arms didn't stop until they were encased around his neck. My hands went into his hair and I pulled myself up to him and brought my lips so close to his that I could already taste him on my tongue. My heart was screaming the answer. Somehow I found the voice to whisper, yes. Yes, Edward, I love you. I'll never stop loving you. All the air went out of him as his lips pushed hard against mine. His hands tightened on my face as he whispered my name and key. Ed me harder. My heart exploded. I was completely overtaken by desire and longing for the love of my life. My fingers wound tight in his hair as our lips moved hard against each other, pushing and holding as we struggled to get as close to each other as possible. There were no rules. No matter what I did, he never stopped me. He had never ed me this way. Over and over, his lips pushed hard against mine, and I had to pull away, gasping for air, before I could start dotting him again. I'll never let you go, he growled. His voice was ferocious and strong. He ed with so much intensity that it was as if we were one. He then held my head steady as his lips parted for a moment, and his scent was so potent, so intoxicating. I was heady and dazed for an indescribable moment when he sighed and backed me up against the wall. I never thought I would feel this. I'd been prepared to spend my whole life looking back on what it felt like to be in his arms, and yet, here I was. It was every dream, every hope, every silent wish. I couldn't get close enough to him. I couldn't express how much I lived for him. I ached for every second he would give me. I couldn't be parted from him now. I would never be able to let him go. He paused and then ed my bare shoulder. Please, he whispered breathlessly, let's leave this party. Let's go somewhere we can be alone. My place, I managed. Perfect. His inhumanly delicious breath enveloped me. My arms were still in a vice grip around his neck, and he grasped onto the back of my dress. Now, he snarled. His lips were still brushing over mine as I whispered, I need to tell Jonathan goodbye. He ed me in a way that should be illegal, and then his eyes, wild and black, found mine. I'll wait for you by the side entrance, he said roughly. I brought my own car. Somehow, I tore myself away from him. He opened the door for me, and I again heard the music and the loud conversations. I'd been in such a trance that only Edward had existed for me. My legs were trembling as I hurriedly made my way through the crowd, looking for Jonathan. I found him near the bar and thanked him for the gracious invitation to his lovely party, and as quickly as I could without seeming obvious, I grabbed my coat and purse and made my way to the side entrance. The crowds were thick and many stopped to make conversation with me. I smiled and kept walking, apologizing for having to leave. I passed the dance floor and continued weaving through the tight swarm of people, moving ever closer to the paradise of that side entrance. I was 20 feet from the door when Stephen Maxwell, the head lawyer for the company I'd acquired back in September, approached me. There was a strong smell of liquor on his breath. Well, hello there, Ms. Swan, he sneered, full of contempt. I was impatient. I just wanted to get to Edward. I was trying to push past him as I said flatly, get lost, Stephen. After I'd beaten him in the conference room, he had called me and asked me out. My refusal at his advances seemed to make him angrier than taking his client's company. He raised the corner of his mouth maliciously. That was a tactic I'd never thought of myself, but I must admit that given the chance I would gladly give it a try. I turned back. What are you talking about? There's a rumor spreading through this party that the guy you were hot and heavy with in the shadows over there was the CEO of C-Corp, he slurred. Word on the street was that they were planning to invoke one last-ditch strategy to stop the sale, and from what I just witnessed, that strategy appeared to be working. He leaned in conspiratorially and I cringed away from his breath. Can't really ruin a guy's life if you're involved with him now, can you? He plays as dirty as you do, Isabella. My eyes widened with shock. It couldn't be, but it had to be. Of course. My middle was on fire. And I was an utter fool. It was just like any other time Edward had used his gifts to lure in the prey. And I deserved it. After all the things I had put him through, he'd finally found the ultimate trick to play on me. How could I be so stupid? I felt my life slipping through my fingers. I stumbled away from the side entrance. My jaw was clenched painfully and I could feel the panic, horror, and embarrassment rising and incapacitating me. I looked at my watch and had to blink furiously to see that it was 9:40. My driver would be waiting for me at the front entrance. I pushed through the people and ran towards the dining room. If Edward heard that conversation, he would be right behind me. Once I hit the carpet, my heel caught in the heavy loops and I fell. I was back in the forest again. Stumbling. The only world I ever wanted was again taken from me as the hole grew and spread, much larger than it had ever been before. I picked myself up and stumbled towards the front door. The snow was swirling around me as I reached the entrance, but my coat hung limply at my side. The car pulled up the circular drive, and as my driver came around to open my door, I stumbled in and fell limp on the seat. The tears threatened. I angrily wiped at them. The last time he left me, I was a scared little girl. But not anymore. Bella Swan, was taking complete control now. In less than 24 hours, this would all be over, and Edward Cullen would never have a say on what happened in my life ever again. I squared my shoulders and growled at the driver to get out of this place. I had a job to do. I had never lost, and I was not about to start now. Driver, go as fast as you dare. He began to protest, but when I threw a pile of money over the seat, his foot pushed down on the gas and we were screaming down the Chase's private drive. The whole screamed for attention, but I ignored it. I was not giving in this time. I set my jaw and forced myself to stay angry. That was a better place for me to be. And in truth, I was enraged, but not at Edward. I was furious with myself. I already knew I couldn't trust him with my heart, and yet, I had let my wall down completely. I buried my face in my hands. I'd just told him that I loved him. That day in the forest, he was able to look into my eyes and see the desperation. I know he saw the anguish on my face, and he had still walked away. If he could do that to me then why could I not see how much easier it would be for him to betray me now? My mind was racing to formulate a plan as we pulled onto the freeway. I knew I couldn't go home. He would find me. My muscles tensed, wondering what underhanded plan he was coming up with right now. Would he tell Harry Banks that I'd admitted I loved him? If he did, then Harry Banks and the rest of the legal community would never respect me again. At this point, all I knew for sure was that if Edward would go so far as to pretend to love me, he was capable of anything. I looked at my watch. It was just past 10 o'clock. Slowly, my plan started to take shape, and by the time the skyline came into view, I knew that I had to do. I called Julian, my personal lawyer, and informed him that I needed him immediately and that we would be up all night formulating a strategy that would keep me from getting sued by my own company. Because what I had planned for tomorrow would make Sterling Hathaway seethe with rage. I met Julian at his office, and when I informed him of what I wanted to do, he looked at me like I was crazy. I understood his reaction. After all, I was standing there in an evening dress at midnight asking him to do something that was unheard of in the business world. After I reassured him that I had not had even one swallow of liquor, he finally gave in. He then not so delicately reminded me he got paid double for working in the a.m. hours. I nodded, reminding myself that he was the best there was. We worked feverishly all through the night trying to accomplish what should easily take a week. Finally, at 6:30 a.m., he added the few finishing touches. I read over everything and signed my name in all the necessary places. I thought about what I held in my hands. For one moment, I let myself feel sorrow. Then I stopped. Emotions, I reminded myself, were the very thing that had gotten me into so much trouble in the first place. If I had just stayed heartless and unfeeling throughout this whole mess with Edward, none of this would have happened. It was a lesson learned. I wouldn't make the same mistake again. I grabbed the large stack of papers and left for the office. As the taxi driver inched his way through the morning traffic, I turned my cell phone back on. I'd turned it off as I came back into the city last night since I was pretty sure that a certain vampire would have no trouble finding my cell phone number. Sure enough, I was right. There were 20 calls from a number I'd never seen before. I gripped the phone and dialed Simmons. He answered on the first ring. Hey, Bella. How was the party last night? I furrowed my brow. It was rather enlightening. I barked. Is everyone in the conference room? There was a slight pause and then he said hesitantly, everyone but Edward. I'll be there in 5 minutes. I hung up before he had time to say anything else. My mind was racing as I tried to figure out what Edward would do next. It was not an easy feat to determine the brilliant mind of a vampire. Would he ambush me in the conference room, or would he be waiting for me in the lobby? I thought about sneaking around to another entrance, but I decided it was best to meet this head on. The car hadn't even pulled up to the curb when I saw him. He was more beautiful than anything I would ever see again in my whole life. Like some forgotten pagan god of beauty. His hair was slightly blowing in the December wind. Everyone was hunched against the cold, but he was oblivious. His face was dark as he stood against the building staring straight at my window. Yeah, I bet you're a little angry right now, aren't ya? I mumbled. Your diabolical little plan didn't work out quite the way you expected, did it? The taxi driver looked back at me strangely and I threw the fare at him and got out. I hastily moved to the curb and put my head down as I walked quickly to the revolving doors. His velvet voice was beside me. Bella, this is not what you think. I was almost running now. Last time I checked, you couldn't tell what I was thinking, I spat. Bella, what happens between us has nothing to do with the damn company. His velvet voice actually sounded genuine. You need to come up with a new plan, Edward, I huffed. Because, you see, the one where you pretended to love me didn't work. I ducked into the hordes of people hustling down the sidewalk and dove into the revolving doors of my building. He made it into the set of doors right behind me, but as luck would have it, an older man with a cane entered from the other side and slowly began making his way around. Edward was stuck in between and having to go the same pace as the old man. I jumped out and crammed myself into an elevator that was just closing. I ignored the strange looks I got for my choice of business attire. My heart was peeling madly, and it made me angry at just how easily my heart would betray my head. He doesn't love you, Bella. I reminded myself again. Just get through this one more time, I repeated over and over. Just one more time. When the elevator doors slid open on the 42nd floor, he was standing there with his hands on his hips waiting for me. The cheater took the stairs, I steamed. I began walking swiftly, for a human, to the conference room. It was a little hard in the evening gown. My stupid high-heeled shoes weren't helping matters. Bella, how could you believe that I was just trying to get my company back last night? You know me better me than that, don't you? His voice was still velvet, but he spoke through clenched teeth. When I didn't answer, he pushed on. Bella, every word I said last night was absolutely true. You must believe me. We had reached the conference room doors. I slowed my pace and stopped. I turned and looked directly into his eyes as I breathed out, I'm not that 18-year-old girl you left in the forest, Edward. She loved you without reason, she would have gone to the ends of the earth with you. She offered you her soul and asked for nothing but your love in return. You have no idea what you did to that girl when you left. I think I'm beginning to see, he whispered. I took one step forward and defiantly snarled, and I swear, I will never give you the chance to do it again. I reached for the doorknob and his voice was on my neck. Bella, don't do this, he pleaded. You love me, and I love you, completely. There is nothing I wouldn't do for you. I don't care about the company, Bella. I don't care. This was the last time Edward would ever be this close to me. I closed my eyes and breathed in the moment, and then cleared my throat and turned the knob. As I neared the table, Simmons stared at my clothes. You're a little overdressed, aren't you? He raised an eyebrow at me and I ignored him. I opened my briefcase and looked at the papers my lawyer and I had signed just minutes before. This was it. The room quieted, and I began. Gentlemen, I want to thank you all for being here today. The firm's lawyers looked smug. Harry Banks, and the rest of C-Corp's lawyers looked haggard. I studied Harry a little closer, and realized that he looked especially tired and worn. If I didn't know better, I would have sworn that he was up all last night too. Well, I thought with chagrin, he will sleep well tonight. I turned to the secretary who was in charge of all the minutes of the meeting and announced, I want it stated for the record that in what I am about to say, I am acting completely on my own. No other member of this firm is involved in my actions. Simmons moved to the edge of his seat with a most distressed and perplexed look on his face. I continued. As of 10 a.m. this morning, December 2nd, Whitmore Hathaway is terminating all designs on C-Corp. Simmons came bolting out of his chair. The firm's lawyers looked stunned. They began raising their voices and shouting questions at me. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Jasper shoot a look at Edward. I purposely would not look at either of them. I put out my hand to stop the noise. I have drafted a series of documents that will need to be signed by both parties. The major points are outlined, but I will state that as of 12 o'clock this afternoon the 51% of C-Corp's shares currently owned by this firm will again be on the market. Jasper turned quickly to a lawyer sitting at the end of the table. The lawyer was already standing and racing out of the room with his cell phone in his hand. I gestured to the very large stack of papers in front of me. You will all be busy signing and reading documents for the next few hours. You won't need me. I have already taken the liberty of signing my name on the appropriate lines. That's it. Harry Banks breathed out. That's it. I whispered with finality. I was closing my briefcase and preparing to leave when Harry, who seemed quite stunned, said, I may need to contact you in the next few days. Would you like me to come here, or have you come to my office? I pursed my lips. If you need to contact me after today, you must call Michael Simmons. He'll know how to find me. I swallowed hard. You will not be able to reach me here. As of today, I will no longer be working at Whitmore Hathaway. I thought I would resign, before I'm fired. Simmons put his head in his hands as the room filled with whispers and shocked faces. Edward shot out of his chair and roughly snarled, No, Bella. I stared into those black eyes and felt my emotions rise to the surface. I clenched my teeth and pushed it all away. I was determined to make my last exit as grand as my entrances had been. I took my briefcase and backed away from the table. There is a Cinderella clause on these documents, I announced to the room. If they are not filed with a notary by 10 a.m., all ownership rights on the company revert back to this firm. I have left you barely enough time to do this. I suggest you get started. Good day, gentlemen. There was a flurry of activity. The papers were grabbed by Harry's team and they began thumbing through to see if this was really legitimate. My team was stunned and trying to get a look at the papers too. Not one of them looked at me. I knew I was replaceable. There would be a new headhunter doing my job by the end of the week. I was about to leave when I couldn't stop myself from looking at him one more time. My eyes traveled slowly across the group until they had the courage to look at him. He was staring at me. I felt my legs go weak and I dug my hand into my palms. His angular face was troubled. I couldn't see why. I had given him everything he wanted. I took a deep breath and thought that despite everything, I was so glad he had keyed me last night. I would have taken any amount of pain to have it. Bye, I whispered. Even with all the commotion, I knew he would hear me. He started to rise out of his seat and I clenched my teeth and emphatically shook my head. Clean break, I gasped. And then I turned and walked quickly out the door. Before the door closed, I heard Harry say, Mr. Cullen, get back here. Yours will be our most important signature. We don't have much time. Then I heard Jasper, Edward, you have to do this for Carlisle. I was halfway down the hall when the conference door swung open. My breath caught and then I heard Simmons running after me. Bella, what the hell is going on? He yelled. You can't quit. He had caught up to me and said quietly, What could have made you do such a crazy thing? What did Edward do to you? I started walking again. I wanted to get my personal things from the office before word of this got to Mr. Hathaway. Apparently, I am not as cutthroat and devious as I once thought. I replied, fighting to keep my voice even. It appears that Edward holds the title. What did he do, Bella? He sounded angry now. It doesn't matter anymore. I was at my office and Sally was attempting to give me the schedule for the day. She stared down at my clothes. I ignored her. I went into one of my many closets and pulled out a box and began putting in my pictures of Renee, Charlie and Jake and a few other things that were important to me. I left all the awards that had gathered on my shelves. Simmons was standing in my doorway looking desperate and confused. Bella, he exclaimed, is that the dress you wore to the chase party last night? Did you even go home? Just tell me what happened. I reached into my bottom drawer and took a flash drive that held all the contacts I'd made over the years, thinking there was a chance those names might come in handy later. I then took a deep breath and began to leave my office. I tried to push past Simmons, but he stopped me. Bella, he pleaded. You are the best there is. Please don't do this. It can still be fixed. I hadn't planned on feeling relief when I left this place. I thought that all of this was a representation of what I wanted after he left me, but maybe it was just part of my defense to keep everyone away. To stop feeling. I turned to look at him and actually felt calm. Look, I said, flashing a small grin. You probably already know this, but you're my best friend. The only friend I've had in a long while, actually. Thank you for everything. I touched his arm, especially lately. He just stared at me, not sure what he should say, or how he should react to this new Bella. I cleared my throat. But I need one last favor. I need you to go back in that conference room and see that everything goes all right. The last thing I need is to have to see him again. I pushed past the lump in my throat. Call me later and let me know how it went, okay? Surprisingly, he wrapped me in a tight hug. I'll call you in a couple of hours, he promised. Mr. Hathaway wasn't in his office. His secretary told me he was in a meeting and I silently breathed a sigh of relief. Chances were the news would get to him before I did, but it didn't really matter now. I hailed a cab and as it made its way through the streets of downtown New York City, I lay back and closed my eyes. I had done it. I had been tough. I had kept it together one last time. I dropped the box off in my apartment, showered and changed into more appropriate clothing, and then went back downstairs. I knew I didn't have the energy to run right now, so I decided to go for a walk instead. I started down the main path through Central Park. My feet were crunching on the thick layer of snow on the ground. It was very quiet. There was hardly anyone in the park, and I walked slowly, concentrating on my steps, and thinking back on the events of the last 24 hours. I had admitted to Edward last night that I loved him. I had once again opened myself up, making myself vulnerable to him, and he had crushed me. Right then and there, I made a vow that I would never fall in love with a vampire again. He was my whole world. Even though he hadn't been a part of it for 7 years, he was still my reason for everything. He was the beginning and end of every day. The problem was that there was a time in my life when I thought I'd found something so real, that it was like our souls touched every time I was near him. I wasn't sure I was made to get over that. I would love him for the rest of my life. I would have to accept that now. And somehow, I would have to build a life with that fact stored deep inside of me. Maybe that was all anyone could ask for really, to find true love once. Sometimes it stayed, and sometimes it didn't. But, I knew there would never be anyone else for me. It was actually a relief to admit it rather than trying to deny it and bury it. I was no longer going to be a player in the cutthroat money business. I didn't want to have to answer to the Sterling Hathaways of the world anymore. I thought I was tough enough for it, but I was wrong. Perhaps I would start my own investment firm. It would be much different from Whitmore Hathaway. I would do some good. I would help businesses and become a nice person again. I just didn't have the heart to go in for the kill anymore. I was also going to throw away every pair of 5-inch heels I owned, whether they were Manolo Blahniks or not. Maybe I would take a small break and go visit Renee. I definitely had enough money saved up. Sunny, warm Florida sounded pretty good. At some point, very soon, I had to go back to Forks. I was running from pain and I knew I had to face it. Someday Charlie would be gone and I would only be full of regret at not seeing him as often as I could have. I caught a vision of me as an old woman, alone and looking back on my life. I knew that my heart would still belong to Edward then. I winced at the pain. I once promised him that I would love him forever. One way or another, I supposed that was still going to happen. I was so deep in thought that when I finally looked up, nothing looked familiar. I realized I didn't have any idea where I was. I looked up and down the path. The trees looked different, covered in snow, and the area was foreign to me. I was lost. The temperature was dropping. Before the air had been still, but now a cold wind was beginning to blow. It had started snowing again. I looked at my watch and was surprised to see that I had been walking for almost 2 hours. I pulled my scarf tighter around my neck and dug my hands deep down into my pockets. My fingers curled around something. I pulled it out and realized it was my iPod. I stared at it for a few seconds. I had no idea why it would be in my coat pocket. I was still wearing the same coat I wore to the party last night and at the office this morning. As far as I knew, my iPod was still sitting on my dresser. I turned it on and scrolled down through the menu and had a great shock. All my music was deleted and in their place was one title over and over again. Listed all the way to the bottom was Bella's song. Losing the music was no great tragedy. I hated every rock and rap song on there. But my heart dropped as I realized there was only one person that could have done this. I almost put the iPod back in my pocket, but I paused, knowing that sooner or later, I was going to listen to it. I wondered how and when he did this. It had to have been this morning before we walked into the conference room. Was this just another part of his plot to trick me into surrendering his company? I put on the earphones and steeled myself for what was to come. The piano played a simple but lovely melody, and then I heard his beautiful velvet voice. The words caught me off guard. I can't believe it's over. I watched the whole thing fall. And I never saw the writing that was on the wall. If I only knew. The days were slipping past. That the good things never last. That you were crying. Summer turned to winter. And the snow it turned to rain. Then the rain turned into tears upon your face. I hardly recognize the girl you are today. And how I hope it's not too late. It's not too late. 'Cause you are not alone. I'm always there with you. And we'll get lost together. Till the light comes pouring through. When you feel like you're done. And the darkness has won. Babe, you're not lost. When your world's crashing down. 'Cause you can't bear the thought. I said, baby, you're not lost. Life can show no mercy. It can tear your soul apart. It can make you feel like you've gone crazy. But you're not. Though things have seemed to change. There's one thing that's still the same. In my heart you have remained. And we can fly, fly, fly away. 'Cause you are not alone, and I am there with you. And we'll get lost together, till the light comes pouring through. When you feel like you're done. And the darkness has won. Babe, you're not lost. When your world's crashing down. And you can't bear the cross. I said, baby, you're not lost. Baby, you're not lost. The song ended and I realized that tears were freezing to my cheeks. I lost track of how many times I listened to it. As soon as it ended, it just began again. He knew I was lost. Then, why didn't he save me? Had I just become so cynical and jaded in the last 7 years that I immediately assumed the worst? Was I just trying to protect myself from getting hurt again? I felt my phone vibrating in my back pocket. I sniffed before I answered. Hey Simmons. He seemed out of breath. Bella, there's something I've got to tell you. I prepared for the worst. A few scenarios ran through my head. Hathaway was storming the office with a machine gun. Perhaps he had placed a SWAT team outside my apartment, or maybe he had put out a contract for a mafia hit on my life. What's going on? I stammered. I wasn't supposed to find out, he began breathlessly. Edward was signing all of the papers as fast as he could, and while he was finishing, I overheard 2 of C-Corp's lawyers talking. Bella, they were amazed that you had come in and made that announcement, because last night Edward had kept Harry Banks up all night long drafting the documents that turned C-Corp over to you. It took me a few moments to realize what Simmons had said. What? Was all I could manage. Yes, Bella. He gave you France, Italy, Alaska, and everything else that Harry threatened he would make us fight for years to get. I didn't believe it, so as soon as Edward was done, I pulled him out of the room and asked him, and he confirmed that it was the truth. Simmons paused a moment to catch his breath. Bella, Edward is right here. He is demanding to speak to you. He's demanding that I tell him where you are. What should I do? I was standing in the snow, speechless. I tried to form words but nothing would come out. Bella, are you still there? Simmons asked anxiously. Where are you? I don't know, I answered meekly. What do you mean, you don't know? I was a little embarrassed. I'm somewhere in Central Park. I just started walking and my voice trailed off. I think I was in shock. Edward was willing to give me the company that meant so much to him and his family just to prove to me that he loved me. I was a complete fool. I heard Simmons talking to someone and then he was back on the phone. Bella, stay where you are. He's coming. Simmons kept talking, but after I heard that Edward was coming to me, I dropped the phone back into my pocket and started running back the way I had come, following my footprints in the snow. I didn't notice the cold. I didn't feel the wind. I just kept running. For the first time in so long, I knew what I was running to. It was starting to snow harder. It was sticking to my eyelashes and falling on my cheeks. My breath was visible in large puffs as I kept moving. I came around the bend and went through a tunnel, and then realized with relief that I knew exactly where I was. I was no longer lost. I ran past a familiar playground, now covered in snow. I then crossed a bridge that spanned a stream. In the summer, this stream flowed into a large lake that at the moment was frozen solid with a thick sheet of ice. I didn't want to take the time to run all the way around the lake, so I stepped out on the ice and began lightly shuffling across it. It wasn't at all slippery when I ran over the areas that were covered in fresh snow. But then I hit a large area near the middle of the lake where the wind had been whipping harder and all the snow had been blown away. I fell to my knees to catch myself and struggled to get back up again. The snow was cold on my hands and I could feel the sharp, cold ice digging into my palms. Every time I would begin to stand, my feet would slip out from under me. My dream came back to me. I was reliving the desperation of that frenzied, intense desire to get to someone. All of the sudden, two hands as white as the snow came down on top of my own. Bella, I love you. The velvet voice sounded like a bell in the wilderness. I lifted my face to meet his as he pulled me back to my feet. His face twisted in pain and he said, I am so sorry I put you through tea. I couldn't wait another second to key him. I smashed my lips to his and sighed as I again felt those cold lips touch my own. And my heart exploded when his lips answered mine completely. My arms wrapped around his neck and my hands went into his hair and it was like I'd been in a small, dark room for 7 years and suddenly stepped out into the brilliant sunlight. For the first time in 7 years, I was alive. He held me up and I wrapped my legs tightly around him and I heard him breath out a ragged breath and begin dotting me again. He made no effort to pull away from me and I was so grateful he didn't. I needed him more than air at that moment. I shivered with joy as my hands again were able to touch and caress his lovely face. Our hair was wet from the snow and we were dripping and standing on a frozen lake in a snowstorm and I was happier than I'd ever been. I'll never leave you again, he whispered when our lips parted for a moment. Damn right you won't, I answered back. I felt him smile against my lips. Simmons said you were lost, he whispered. I put my hands on each side of his precious face and breathed out, not anymore. I looked deep into his golden eyes and marveled that such a priceless, exquisite being could love me. Especially after all I had put him through. This archangel, who was just as beautiful inside and he was on the outside. I touched his face softly. I'm sorry I ran last night. It was your turn, he breathed out as his lips ran along my jaw. Now we're even. My breath was coming fast and shallow. I love you, I gasped. He put his hand behind my head and keyed me with so much force that I became lightheaded and as he turned and began walking off the ice, I still couldn't stop myself from dotting him. As Edward stepped onto the bank, I became aware of a distant voice. Raising my head and looking around, I finally realized that it was coming from my pocket. Simmons was still on the phone. I grabbed it and put it to my ear. Simmons, I asked. Bella, are you all right? He asked frantically. Yes, I'm perfect, I sighed. He found me. That's great. Yeah, I'm really happy for you, but your soon-to-be ex-boss, Sterling Hathaway is on the warpath, and is demanding to see you. Edward began dotting my neck and I chuckled as I said, I'll be right there. Did you just giggle? Simmons sounded as surprised as if I stripped off my clothes and started dancing on the table in the conference room. Without answering him, I hung up. I have to go see Mr. Hathaway, I mumbled against Edward's lips. That should be fun, he chuckled. How long will you be? I ed him again. Depends on what kind of weapon he greets me with. A spear could take a while. A gun, however, could get the job done fairly quickly. He pulled back to look at me. I'm coming with you, he said seriously. Yes, you are, I said. He should meet the person who caused me so much trouble. I looked deep into his eyes. Besides, Mr. C, I am not letting you out of my sight anytime soon. He swallowed hard and pulled me to him. He ed me with so much love and emotion that I could scarcely take it all in. I thought I'd lost you forever, he whispered roughly. I put my hands on each side of his face and said, give me forever, and all is forgiven. His brows came together and he swallowed hard. Then he put his thumb on my chin and looked deep into my eyes, as if searching for something. I was lost in his beauty, staring into the only eyes that would ever hold my heart. Finally, his face relaxed. Deal, he answered huskily. I smiled and felt the tears in the corner of my eyes as I wrapped my arms as tightly around him as I could. After this meeting with Hathaway, he purred warmly, I would like to go somewhere much more pleasant. My place. I tried to sound alluring. His eyes were bright as he smiled and said, Tiffany's. My heart paused as I realized he was proposing to me. When I didn't answer right away, he swallowed hard. Too soon? He asked. I should have waited. This is all too much for you, isn't it? I looked him square in the eyes and said forcefully, Edward, I'll marry you anytime, anywhere. He slowly lowered me down to the ground and held my face in his hands. I cannot live without my life, he whispered. I cannot live without my soul. Thank you for my song, I sighed. It's beautiful. I was awarded with his crooked smile. You bring parts out in me that I thought died long ago, he confessed. His phone vibrated, and after looking to see who it was, he laughed. Alice just left me a text message. What did she say? I asked. Rosalie is demanding that you not throw away your shoes. He paused and I knew there was more. What else did she say? I urged. She says your wedding dress is ready. I groaned, and then laughed. I had missed Alice. I put my arms around his neck and gazed longingly into his face. He stared back at me, his beauty more than I could possibly be expected to handle. I don't want to wait very long to be your wife, I whispered. I had to tell him the way I felt. I had kept every emotion and feeling bottled in me for so long, it actually caused me physical pain to not let it out. His eyes closed for a moment, and when they opened, I saw passion and longing smoldering in a golden fire. His lips were on mine in a serious and desperate way as our fingers tangled in each other's hair and held us tightly together. Suddenly, it was much too hot for a coat. He pulled away just long enough to whisper breathlessly, anything you say. Eventually, he took my hand and key. As we began walking out of the park. I was going to be lost with him forever, and it was the only place I would ever want to be. 3 days later I awoke to ice-cold lips pressed on my stomach. I was smiling before my eyes even opened. I looked down at him and ran my fingers through his hair. I'm sorry, he mumbled into my skin. But I just couldn't wait any longer for you to wake up. I smiled as I pulled him up to my lips. You did keep me up the whole night, but all is forgiven. He laid his ice-cold body completely over my own and I shuddered with complete joy. Mrs. Cullen, he purred. Yes, Mr. Cullen, I breathed. So far this marriage thing is pretty amazing, he smiled as his lips lightly pressed on mine. My fingers ran up his marble back and he sighed. Amazing doesn't quite cover it, I breathed out. I bit his bottom lip softly and then ran my tongue over his mouth. His eyes lit up like fire. I can't wait until you're unbreakable, he murmured tortuously. I pouted. The trips we're taking to Florida and Forks don't have to be really, really long, do they? He rested his forehead on mine and exhaled deeply. If we didn't have something very important to do here in the city today, I would be tempted to race you back to Carlisle right now. We don't need Carlisle, I whispered. True, he smiled, giving me his crooked smile for a moment, and then his eyes clouded over a bit. Still, I would like to have him close by, just in case. I looked at the clock. I don't need to get ready for an hour yet. He smiled and ran his lips across my collarbone. Then his cold lips began traveling up to my mouth. His kiss made me forget my name. A little over an hour later, we walked out into the cold December morning. Edward was holding my gloved hand as we walked. We both instinctively looked up to check the sky. Thick clouds hovered just above the Manhattan skyline, and we both looked at each other and smiled. Edward hailed a cab and we were soon traveling towards Staten Island. I could see the Statue of Liberty far out in the harbor long before the taxi reached the shore. We stood in line for the Staten Island ferry, trying to stay inconspicuous. I looked around warily just in case either one of them were early. The crowded ferry docked just a few hundred yards from the Statue of Liberty, and we made our way down the pier, crunching on fresh snow as we walked towards the large green statue. But instead of making our way into the heated visitors center like everyone else, we ducked into a grove of trees just to the left of the building. I had my arms wrapped around my middle to keep warm and Edward moved farther away from me, not wanting me to catch the chill off his skin. I wasn't having any of that. I pulled him closer to me and just the thrill of feeling his cold lips on my cheeks sent electricity racing through my body that warmed me instantly. I was nestling my face into his chest when his muscles tensed. Thomas is coming, he whispered. I turned and saw that the ferry was still some distance out, but I knew that Edward was hearing his mind. He's wondering who was supposed to meet him here, Edward murmured. He's still extremely hurt and saddened over losing you. His arms instinctively wrapped tighter around me and when I looked up at him, his eyes were like jewels. I don't know what I'd do if you said goodbye to me, he confessed. I shrugged. You'd probably shut everyone out and work for a high-power investment firm in New York City, and strike fear into everyone you cut off at the knees. He chuckled as his lips grazed across my forehead. That sounds pretty bad, he teased. We watched the ferry travel nearer to the shore and I thought about Vaughn. I wish I could have explained to him that I never should have dated him in the first place. It was my fault. I knew I was never going to love anyone but Edward, but I had selfishly tried to make a life for myself anyway. Now, using the conversation I'd had that night with Thomas in the carriage, I was attempting to make things as right as I could. The ferry was docking and it wasn't long before we saw Vaughn come walking down the pier. He looked a little confused, and a little embarrassed. 5 minutes later, Edward alerted me that the next ferry was approaching. She's on the boat, Edward smiled. I jumped up and down, clapping my hands. 10 minutes later, we were scrutinizing every person who came off the ferry. Suddenly Edward saw Ede. There she is. I peeked around his arm, and then took a step forward to get a closer look. A woman in her mid-20s walked hesitantly along the pier. She held her coat tightly around her in more of a self-conscious gesture than anything else. The first thing I noticed was that she was tall and slender. She had beautiful long dark hair that fell in soft curls around her face, and high cheekbones that were red from the cold. As she started down the sidewalk, I saw that her eyes were large and almond-shaped. She's very pretty, I whispered. Edwards wrinkled his nose. Not as breathtaking as the girl he just lost, but she'll do. I elbowed him in the side. Good answer. Vaughn had been examining the crowd that came off the ferry, and when he saw her, I watched his eyes widen in surprise. A large smile spread across his chiseled face. Kristen, is that you? His face registered shock and pleasure. He walked quickly to her and she looked up at him and tilted her head in confusion, and then suddenly her face brightened with recognition. Thomas Vaughn from Rockmont High School, right? Vaughn's easy smile spread across his face. Yes, that's right. He looked around and said, "What are you doing here?" She looked at him sheepishly. "Well, I got this invitation. On really nice paper, I might add. It said to come here at 11 o'clock on December 5th. I have no idea why." She shrugged her shoulders and smiled at him. He reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a piece of paper and said, "Did it look like this?" She took it from him and after looking at it for a moment, blinked in surprise. "Exactly like this," she replied suspiciously. She looked up at him and asked, "Did you do this?" He was shaking his head before she finished. "No," he said emphatically. "I swear I had nothing to do with this." He swallowed hard and said, "But I hope someday I get the chance to thank the person who did." They stared at each other for a long moment and then Kristen said, "You know, every once in a while your face just pops into my head. I've often wondered what happened to you." His eyes never left her face as he took a deep breath and said, "I know just what you mean. Are you still playing football?" She asked. "Funny you should ask that." He chuckled and then said, "Would you like to talk about it over lunch?" Her smile showed perfect rows of white teeth as she nodded her head and said, "Yes, I would love that." Edward and I watched them walk back to the ferry together. Well, Edward sighed. If this first meeting has any bearing on their future, I predict from the thoughts that were charging through their heads that they are going to be very happy together. I raised my fist in the air and exclaimed, "Yes." We waited inside for the next ferry, and then hailed a taxi. When we began driving, I looked at Edward and groaned. "Alice is going to have a huge party waiting for us when we get there, isn't she?" His smile was bright. "There would have been no living with her if we hadn't given in. She is beside herself that she didn't get to throw the wedding of the century." He laughed deeply. "She may never forgive you for the fact that Michael Simmons got to be your maid of honor." I rolled my eyes. "The party with your family, then we stop in Florida and Forks to break the news and then we're off somewhere just the two of us, right?" I looked at him expectantly. "Whatever you want, Mrs. Cullen." His velvet voice was so gentle and warm. "Say it again," I whispered. "Mrs. Cullen," he purred. His lips were on mine as he spoke. "While we're in Forks," he murmured, "there are a few things I need to get from your floorboards." I pulled back, rather confused. "What are you talking about?" I asked. His gave me his crooked smile, and my heart skipped 3 beats. "I'll tell you when we get there," he whispered teasingly. The taxi turned onto Wall Street and I looked up into his miraculous face. "I never thanked you." I said thoughtfully. Thanked me. Why? He asked. For loving me, all this time, for seeing past the monster. For hoping that there's something worth saving deep inside of me. An ancient sigh escaped from his chest and his fingers brushed my cheek. I've wanted to thank you for that very same thing since the night I first heard you say my name. His key was soft and gentle, yet it held so much emotion and love. This was too much. Too much happiness. Too much joy. Too much bliss. The taxi pulled in front of my apartment building, and when we entered the lobby, he said, "You know, we don't have to leave for the airport for another 2 hours." Before I could blink, his lips were moving back and forth on my jaw. "We could play a game of Scrabble," I offered breathlessly. He laughed, and it sounded like music. "That's not the game I was thinking of." The elevator doors opened and I jumped in and called out, "Race you." That beautiful crooked smile was on his face as he stood there watching me smugly. And as the elevator doors slid shut, I knew this was a race he would win. But this time, I didn't care one bit. Everything, by Michael Bublé. You're the falling star, you're the getaway car. You're the line in the sand when I go too far. You're the swimming pool, on an August day. And you're the perfect thing to say. And I can't believe that I'm your man. And I get to key you, baby, just because I can. Whatever comes our way, we'll see it through. And you know that's what our love can do. And in this crazy life, and through these crazy times, it's you, it's you. You make me sing. Your every line, your every word, your everything. If you enjoyed this alternate journey, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the alternate path for more incredible what if stories.